Oh, wow. Wowzers, wowzers. What's up? Okay, today we are fixing this. Fucking chat overlay. Am I still on medication? Yeah. I'm a medicated boy. Yeah, just ran and listen. Ninu's working on it, okay? Let's see. Okay, the goal is for it to be readable even on this background, but it's clearly not. What if I just make it larger? I feel like if I just make it larger, like the window larger, the resolution doesn't seem high enough. Right? This looks like a problem of resolution, right? Does Lycan shop at Publix? I have no idea. Destiny currently believes it's obvious he killed himself. Wait, for Epstein? I wouldn't say it's obvious. I think that from what I'd seen in the past, and I didn't do an ultra deep dive, let's just read a little bit. From what I'd seen in the past, Epstein killing himself is probable, and the story makes complete sense. But there's like a lot of weird stuff. So I would say that like I'd say there's like a 65, 75% chance that he killed himself. But foul play, I don't know if there's anything dispositive of like foul play being involved. There's like, I don't think it's like 100%. I just haven't seen any good evidence for it. Let's see. Okay. Are text shadows just a waste of time? Text shadow, none. Let's see if we change this. Okay, that absolutely does not work. Okay. So text shadow has to be there. theme. Light versus dark. Does that do anything? Holy shit, that doesn't do anything. Oh, no. The text needs to be... Okay, so dark, large shadow, text size large. I feel like if there was a right click, let's see, transform. You know what? I know what. I do know what. Hold on. For height, let's do 720. I know what. Okay. I need right click properties. I need a CSS background that's just like an opaque. Opaque means see-through, right? Opacity, opaque, a see-through gray box. That's what I need. CSS for opaque. Oh no, transparent. Is opaque see-through or transparent see-through? Transparent see-through. Okay. CSS for transparent gray background. Okay, body, background color, gray, opaque. Will this work? Well, can I just put this custom CSS here? Will this do anything? Click OK. Oh my god, that looks fucking horrible. Okay. Wait, but there's no opacity here or transparency. Why? Opacity 0.1. You don't need this, you're over-engineering this. Color source. This source creates a solid color for you to add to your scene. Oh. There should be a way to, there should be a way to do this all in one element, though. Like, I shouldn't need to have, like, different... What does this do? Background color. That didn't do anything. Okay. You know what? Fuck you. Okay, we can figure this out. Okay, right click, filters, effect filter, add. Chroma key, color correction, color key, crop / pad. Image mask / bend. Let's try this one. Background. Oh, this feels like it's definitely not going to be what we want. Will it? Nope. Color key? Fuck it, chroma key. Isn't this too, yeah, that's not what I want either. Okay. Apply LUT. This is for like a filter thing, right? Don't care about this. Color correction. Don't care about this. Color key. No. Don't think this. Crop / pad. Nope. NDI output, no. HDR tone mapping, no. Image mask blend, luma key, render delay. No. Explain what you're trying to do. OBS, right click and starts filters, chroma key, opacity slider. It's that easy. No, okay. In one element in OBS, I want to be able to make it so that the browser window that I'm displaying, I want to put a gray like a gray background behind it. I think will make the text stand out so that it doesn't blend together with like whatever Wikipedia I'm reading or whatever. Are you sick? I was 2 days ago. You want a stroke or dark shadow behind your white text. You don't need no opaque band. For some reason, I don't know why. I don't know if I'm just crazy or if people that make these websites just suck. But this Metanius guy, so like this is the link I was using, but for some reason the shadow of the text is just not good. It doesn't work. The resolution's not high enough. Type any more chat activity in my kick chat. Where are you fuckers at? Like this looks horrible. I don't know why when he made this, I don't know why he wouldn't just, if this background right here that's on this text, if it was over the entire thing, that'd be good. But I don't know why it's like selective. It's so horrible. Why would you do this per message? Why not just make this for the entire background? That's all I want, is to extend like this type of thing behind the end for the entire background. Why not just add a solid black image behind and then, because I should be able to do it. It's more elegant to do it in one thing. There should be a way to do it in one thing. It's got to be possible. It has to be possible. What does this do? Oh, no, that's not what I'm looking for. Inspect element, select the single element, and write the CSS inside element.style. What? Okay, properties, CSS. Okay, right click, inspect element. Is it this like text shadow large thing? Is it this thing? Or is it this background opacity thing? This shouldn't be hard. Bro, you were almost there. Where? What, at the bottom here? This looks like it's done in such a convoluted, complicated manner. Am I crazy? It looks like you've got color here for the text, but the background is like a variable. Can you even define variables in CSS? Is that even a thing? And then this is like a bunch of other bullshit. I don't even know. This looks... Why would you have that in CSS? It's not even programming, okay? It's just supposed to be HTML+. Listen. Okay. Do you have a backdoor for the DSLR camera auto shutting off after 30 minutes? This happens when live streaming. Is the Camlink Pro the solution to this? I bought the camera you recommended yesterday morning. Oh shit, dude. One, you need a dummy battery to make sure that the you're not using the ordinary batteries because they'll die. And then the second thing you need is a way to connect the HDMI output to the computer, and then from there it doesn't do anything, or it doesn't shut off automatically for me, but. In OBS, click on the source's properties. And you can add a semi-transparent background to the source inside OBS. I feel like there should be... Okay. In OBS, I've got a custom CSS thing for this particular browser window. Is there not a single line of code that we can type in that would just give us a semi-transparent solid color background? Is there not just like a one apply this to the body tag on the page? Well, the custom CSS section is just blank. Do I have to add body? Okay, let's try this. This isn't gonna, I feel like this isn't gonna do anything. No. Okay. Okay, I need this. If I just add this, will it work? Or do I need to like put like blocks of bullshit?
Hello everyone, so this is going to be my little tutorial on how to sort out your live web stream chat from YouTube. And I've had some kind of teething problems with it, but you know, it works.
Oh my god. Alright. Thank you. Jesus Christ. Okay. 255, 255, 255 is black, right? No, that's white Lameo. Oh, okay. Then we need 0, 0, 0. One point zero is completely bad. Okay, there we go. Okay, Jesus. All right. Okay, dark. No shadow. We don't need this. Large text size. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, what does this look like? Boom, 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 boom. Okay. There's no way, is there a way for me to boost the resolution of a web page? Can I do that? Is that possible? Would it be called? Would it just be like an? Is there like CSS like upscaling? Does upscaling look good for text? Does upscaling look good for text? Oh, font size. Oh my god. Would that work? Right, click. Properties. Background. Okay. Does the font size need to go in new curly brackets? No, okay. Why? Sorry, never mind. Okay, I think you need a semicolon between each thing though, right? Right click. Okay, font size 21 pixels. Try 51. Does this actually work? Is it doing anything? No, this isn't affecting anything. Is font size the correct thing? Hold on. Oh my God. Okay, never mind. Font size X large. Worked for me. I don't know if typing in small. I don't think that typing in anything here is doing anything. Small, large. Add another line with star font. What the fuck? Wait, in new brackets? In new curly brackets? Yes. Nope. Add exclamation mark important? Nope. Oh, okay. Body. Okay. Asterisk. Font size 50 pixels. Oh my God. Okay. Let's take it down to 20. Why is the font size fucking up the... Is it fucking up the spacing between the lines? Hold on. That might be in my head. Do line height? Do I need to put another asterisk before it? Line height 10 pix. I'm just typing random shit now. I don't know if any of that'll work. Oh, it does. What is the asterisk even doing? Is it like overriding other CSS stuff? Oh. Oh, so rather than cascading style sheets, we're doing we're sending it back up the river. Okay. Okay. Let's do 24, 14. Okay. Should the font size be the same as the line height? Is that usually what it is? They have the new emote? Yes, they do. They've got, well, actually. Okay, let's do 30 and 30. Line height is typically 1.4. Oh, if I just put that without pixels, will it do like a will it do a ratio? 1.4 without px specified? Oh, it seems like it does. Okay. There we go. Okay, all right. Okay, can we make the background slightly more opaque? Let's try this. We can turn the text size down a little bit. Okay, is this readable now on all backgrounds? Let's try a white background. Yes. Okay. Font size is good. There we go. Okay, maybe a tad darker. I think this is super readable. Or at least on my computer, this looks super readable. Turn mic volume up. What do you, it's my volume is literally right where it's supposed to be. I can see where it is. Okay. To me, it looks bad on white. Okay. Here is the alternative, okay? Hold on. Actually, wait. Okay. Since we're in the CSS now, and now that we found out that asterisk can hard code, which literally defeats the entire purpose of using CSS, but okay. If you have a large white character with a solid black border, shouldn't that theoretically be readable on every single thing? Can somebody give me the code for... Just give me the CSS for a... And I can swap that out and see how it looks instead. Try tech. No, hold on. I'm only trusting you. People there's hold on. I don't trust any of you fuckers. Okay. Where was the one guy that was adding stuff? I trusted him. Chat on screen during stream is a mistake. Shit never looks good. That's not true. I think if you have large enough text that's white with a thick black border, I think it is readable on everything. Okay. Best CSS for thick white letters with black border, readable any background. You guys are typing in like hacking the mainframe. This has got to be like a simple fucking... Okay, let's try this one. Okay. Is it slash for commenting something out? Okay. Right click, properties. Okay, boom. Okay, I need to put an asterisk. So what does asterisk do? That's hard coding per page and it's ignoring everything upstream? Is that essentially what it's doing? Oh, asterisk targets everything. Every type of element. Select all. Lowest priority would applies to everything. Okay. Okay, text shadow. Is this even working? 10 pixels. What is it? What happens if I do this? I don't know if this is actually doing anything. Oh, I didn't put the P first. Isn't P for like a body or something? Or a paragraph? I don't even know. If I put the P, I don't even know if this is having an impact on what we're doing right now. Click this, try this. Nope, this isn't doing anything. H1. Yeah, if I just stick this under body, it should do the whole thing, right? How are there 50 million different ways in CSS to do a fucking bullshit ass background? Font size. Oh, Sky Lounge. All right, you're speaking my language, my dude. All right. Okay, what does this do? Oh God. You know what I think is fucking up? I think I commented my shit out wrong. I just put like a slash in front of every line. Is that what you're supposed to do? You know what? I'm just gonna delete it. Fuck it. Oh shit. Okay, hold up. Hold up. Okay, this is the way. Okay, font size 30. Text shadow 222. Can I make the shadow a little bit larger? You have 2 pixels, 2 pixels, 0 pixels. Are these like different quadrants of shadowing? No, because you only have 3. What if we make the shadow 4? Does it look better or does it look worse? Or did it not do anything? What if we make it 40 pixels? I don't know if it's doing anything. Oh, holy shit. It's like a offsetting like a shadow thing. I see. Okay. Dramatic. Okay, so you set it to 2. Properties. Adjust the 2 to make the text outline bigger. Text shadow -2. Oh, hold on. The other guy is already speaking my language, okay? Okay, this is super readable on dark, not as readable on white. Okay, all right. We're gonna take this and we're gonna add in the background bullshit. Can we do this? Will this work? Boom. Nope. Why doesn't that add? Properties. Oh, I need to put the asterisk thing, I think. Boom, boom. Maybe this. Okay. No, oh no, wait, why is it doing the black thing over some text? Oh, shit is fucked. How did that happen? Don't asterisk the background? If I don't put an asterisk before the background thing, I don't think the background shows up at all. There is no background at all now. You're applying the same background to every element. Oh, so the background is being applied to the text shadow when I do that. That's what's happening. Okay, so how do I only apply it to like the font? Show the CSS? This is what I have right now. It's just this. Have the background CSS on the body. How do I do that? Could I put like star P or star? That's not going to do anything. I'm just typing random shit now. Okay, listen, we're close. I just want to apply this background thing to the put body before the parenthesis. I've already got body up here. Or is the body up here not doing anything? Wait, do I even need this body up here? Oh, body's not doing anything because asterisk is already specifying every element, right? So if I delete this here, and then if I add body here, it should work, right? Theoretically? Oh, okay. Right click, properties. Oh my god. Okay, this looks good on a white background. Does it look good on a black background? Okay. That's ultra readable. Okay. Our spacing is kind of off though. We had this stuff from before. I could probably bring this back, right? No, wait, hold on. We've already got font size up here. 30 is fine. I just need to get the line height into here, right? Can I do like, like this? Should work, right? I don't know what the line height defaults to, but okay, control this, boom, boom. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Can we change, can we decrease font a little bit and will it still be readable? If we go to 24. Why does someone donate a roaster in YouTube chat? Oh, sorry. Body. Oh, thank you, Tex-Mex, for the 20 bucks. I can tell you obviously can't code. You look silly here. Okay, and I can tell you're obviously a virgin because my mom kicked you out of her bedroom in 2 minutes. All right, this looks perfect. It still looks so dim on white. No, I think that's pretty readable. Maybe on a lower resolution it might not be. I could up the text like 2 pixels. I feel like this is really readable. Let's try it on Wikipedia background. Add border top right radius 5 pixel to body to make a nice rounded corner. Wait, what does that do? Hold on. Okay, chat is unreadable with Wikipedia in the background. Okay, what we could do is we could up the font size 2 pixels and the opacity by background is 0.7. We could up it to 0.8. Okay. This guy said add border top right radius 5 pixel. Where do I add that at? Here? That didn't do anything. To the body. I did add it to the body. I added it, this is what my code looks like right now. Background, semicolon, semicolon, border top right radius 5 pix. Didn't do anything. Try just border radius. Border top right. Well, if I just do border radius, isn't it gonna make the whole thing fucking weird? I don't think this border radius command is real. I don't think it does anything. I don't care. I'm deleting it. Fuck you guys. Play with font weight. The text is too thin. Font weight. I don't even know like what the syntax is for that. I don't care. I think it's fine. I think we look good. Okay, now you're trolling me. Font weight 600. Oh. Wait, did that help? Or am I psyching myself out? What does font weight 100 do? Oh. It does do something. He's not lying. What about 800? Whoa, okay, too much. Oh, shit. Is it too much or is it fucking perfect? Hold on. Little Comic Sansy. What about 700? Oh, uncivil law. What's up? Did you email me or message me? Hi, Dustin. I heard you're interested in talking to right-leaning lawyers about Trump and other law issues. Love to talk to you about all law-related stuff. How can I reach you? Uncivil law. Can you hop into Discord, buddy? I'll drag you up. Okay. This is Kino, okay? This should be super readable. We might be able to turn opacity down to 0.6. Maybe that's too much. Let's try it. Okay, type a bit. You said there's an event at Yale coming up. Is it public or is it only for Yale students? I'm not sure. It's Yale and Cornell, I think on the 6th and 7th. Try adding the border top right radius 5 pixel to your shit. Yeah, that didn't do anything, my dude. I don't think it's a real command. I don't even know what they're called. Oh, probably a real property? You retard, you have to add a border first. Well, I'm a libertarian. I don't believe in borders. Okay, opacity up to 0.7. Okay, I think this is fine. This is super readable on Wikipedia. Right? Yep. Super readable on Wikipedia. Super readable on dark backgrounds. It should be darker. Nah, I think this is good. Okay. We are in fucking business, boys. Wait, can you read this with text back here? Yeah, this is perfect. This is good. This is good. This is good. This is good. All right, we did it.
Receipt. Okay?
What happened?
You need to see your receipt. I need to see the receipt.
Yeah,
appreciate it. Thank you.
Good one. Should be lighter? No, shut the fuck up. It looks fine.
Receipt. Okay?
What happened?
You need to see your receipt. I need to see the receipt. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Damn, he got hit by the undercover Walmart cop. Blur the edges? Yeah, you guys fucked up. Okay, let's put the final finishing touches on our code. Okay, yep. Hold on. Every bracket on a new line. Tab everything out appropriately. Okay. There we go. Wow, beautiful. No, I don't want to save this. I don't know why I'm even doing this. Okay. Are you sure you want your blacklist publicly available on Obsidian? Yeah, sure, for people I won't talk to anymore. I thought about adding Alex Jones there, but I would talk to Alex Jones one-on-one. I just won't, it just needs to be in a better format, yeah. Also, realistically, I'm not probably going to be turning down conversation with Alex Jones. It's too, the memes are too high. You should update this. I have to, like, is there a way to auto publish? Sync. No, sync is, I'm sorry, that's not publishing. Sync is just for my different devices. General editor? Core plugins? Wait, how did I publish it before? Oh no, wait, there was like a thing over here. Publish. If you think about how it's super shady, the US still has a monopoly on stealth jet technology, even though it was created in the 70s. Weird. Do we? Doesn't really nobody else has stealth jets? Is there no way to like auto publish stuff? Read the chat. Publish and unpublished notes. To automatically select a note to be published. Do you not read? Do you guys not read before you send me stuff? I'm so curious because you'll post the same thing and then get mad at me. I've already clicked the link. I don't think this is doing what you think it wants me to do. Automatically select notes to publish. It's not automatically publish notes. To select a note to automatically select a note to be published, set publish true in the properties for the note. That's just marking things that will be published. I'm asking how to automatically publish something, not set something to be published when I manually publish it. Fuck. Obsidian, automatically publish / update notes. You can save the drive to Google document and make the drive folder available. That doesn't really work for famous people, okay? Okay, is there a way to have a note automatically update? This is what I'm looking for. No, this is not what I'm looking for. Can't wait for it to be exactly what I like. Are you retarded? What you just linked was not it. Okay, I don't care. I think you just said publish true in the properties, Obsidian. The way that this reads, okay, listen, unless I'm reading this incorrectly. This makes it sound like if you add this tag under properties, then it will automatically select that particular thing to be published when you publish. Because when you publish, you can click what you want to publish. So it seems like it would automatically mark it to publish, but it wouldn't make it automatically publish it. I don't think there's a way to do this automatically. Okay. Okay. Also, no, I'm in a good mood today. I got hot chocolate. Okay, we're going to try also, actually, hold on. We're trying one new rule. If you want me to click a link or you want to send a link, okay, it's got to go in Kick Chat, okay? I'm getting tired of people sending links on 50 million different fucking chats, okay? Mute links on means you can send links to other people. That's fine. Just don't send it to me. Oh, shit. I do have one thing, though. Is it possible to have a slightly smarter parser when the mute links command is on, e.g. the function of the command ideally makes it so that if someone tags me and then writes a link, they receive a mute. However, if they link something with the word destiny in it, e.g. destiny.reddit.com, and don't tag me, they still get auto-muted. Okay. Okay. Oh, wait, shit. Okay, wait. Somebody, okay. Oh. Oh, never mind. Makes sense. Isn't Alex Stein on the blacklist too? Yeah, he is. Didn't I clear everybody's blacklist and then he got back on it again too? I don't remember. He did something. What about Rolo? Nah, I'd bully Rolo. When you're community gaming, son, ain't nothing happening this season of Earth except aliens. Oh, fuck off with the alien shit. Why is CRP permanent, not indefinite? Because he's dead. Or maybe, I guess, maybe he comes back to life. I don't know. Put Ask Yourself on there too. I don't have Ask Yourself blacklisted. I just don't like have a desire to talk to him. But I don't think I don't think he's done anything to even come close to being like blacklisted. I don't think it's Isaac, right? I don't think he's ever done anything to like cross a line. I just like the debate broy stuff is a little annoying to me. But I don't think he's like a horrible person or anything that I can recall. I don't think he's ever done anything like that. Okay. How did he die? Supposedly sick in jail. Oh my god, this looks so much better now. Thank you. We should have just done the CSS ourselves in the beginning. I don't know why it took us so long to check this. Oh, I banned somebody from this thread earlier. Regarding your Final Fantasy tweet, did you not like Elden Ring's open world? I don't really care because Dark Souls has a dog shit story and dog shit characters, so nobody cares about that anyway. So that being open world, I guess is okay. Elden Ring was probably a subpar Dark Souls game though, but it was fun. Wait, hold on. I'm trying to think of it. Elden Ring is the one that had like 100,000 different bosses and like half of them were repeats, right? Elden Ring was a fun game, though. Elden Ring was cool. I'm not shitting on the game. I enjoyed it. Remember the D skip, soy skip? Yeah, Jesus. Cyberpunk and The Witcher clear all other games, I'm afraid. Bro, ever since my mushroom shit, I have a really hard time playing stuff that's like mind fucky. It freaks me out a little bit. I don't like it. I don't enjoy it at all. I get like weird death anxiety. Maybe Dr. K can talk me through that. After searching for a bit, I've concluded it's impossible currently to automatically publish. Rip the dream. Rip. The fuck is this? Oh, hold on. Leftists are bad people, and we should appeal to centrists instead. I mean, like, this is everybody's political strategy. The only issue is when you say centrist, it really depends on what you're talking about. Like, real life moderates and independents exist, but on the internet, people that are centrists are like 98% just conservatives in all but name. Have you ever done a deep dive into the Epstein victims? The organization allegedly trafficked thousands of children. I mean, children, girls and boys under the age of 16. I have not yet. Wait, is that uncivil law guy here? Did he ever hop into the disagreement room on Discord or anything? Do you see the Bamboo Unreal demo? No. Do you play Dragons, Dogma, Dark Risen? No. Do you don't like open world period or more how vast and empty it can be? I feel like Nier Automata did. It's somewhat open world nice, not too big nor small. I think that different eras of gaming just lent itself to kind of like different things. And I think depending on what you're looking for in a game, you just get different things out of it. Or you're looking for different things. All of these statements are very vague. Maybe because my chief form of media consumption growing up was anime and JRPGs. My draw to early RPGs was I really liked strong, character-driven stories. And for most RPGs, that was kind of the formula. You had your main character, you had a cast of side characters, and you would explore to some depth like the side characters in the course of the game. And then there'd be one linear story that you'd follow that would progress like the character arcs of everybody involved. That was like the standard formula for doing like all the Phantasy Stars, the Shining Forces, the Final Fantasies, obviously. Even the GTAs, kind of. But GTA 3 and onwards. I don't think in GTA 2, I don't remember if you had a strong character arc. I don't think so. But the only reason I don't like about, or the only thing I don't like about open world is the worlds end up feeling like very dead. Or I'm not much of a crier, but I can understand. I feel like there are no. Here's what I would say. I feel like there aren't very many epic moments in open world games because you don't have much buy-in to any of the characters. That's what I feel. Like, what are your big character buy-ins in any of like the Fallout games? Or any of like Skyrim? People will say Witcher 3, but I think Witcher 3 is probably one of the best open world games that I've ever played. So the Witcher 3 gets a pass because they do open world really well. Also, I haven't played it, but Red Dead Redemption 2 is also supposed to be really, really, really well done. So I would say that escapes my criticism as well. Red Dead 2 and The Witcher 3. Final Fantasy 16 is open world and has great moments. You don't play anything. Yeah, I mean, I tried to believe that, but the same people that say FF16 is really good also said 15 was good, and I hated 15. 15 was so... I don't know. I also don't know if I'm booming really hard, and I might be booming really hard, and I admit that. Okay, I might be booming hard, okay? But, I realized this when I rewatched Steins Gate. I think sometimes I appreciate, and maybe that's why I like superhero movies, sometimes I appreciate very clear, transparent arcs. Like for Steins Gate, having like a simple like romance arc in an anime or something. I was like, oh, this is actually really nice. I like this. It's cute. He's the guy who's trying to protect the girl that he loves and blah, 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 and that's cute. Rather than like every story has to be the fate of the universe is like tied into the microcosms of the microarchitecture of the new chips and the mind-fucking reality of like the 42 different dimensions of blah, blah. And it's like, I can deal with something just like a little bit simpler that is a little bit more tied to things that I can understand. I don't know. I feel like everything tries to be so complicated and crazy and multiverse and yeah, I don't know. So I feel like it might be, that's literally FF16. Like in Final Fantasy 15, man, why do I feel like I have no memory of even playing this game? I'm pretty sure I bought a PS4 to play this game. In Final Fantasy 15, don't you have a wife? I think you travel to meet her, and then does she die in like 5 minutes? Am I remembering this wrong? Did that happen? That you have a wife that you're gonna go meet, and then she dies in like 5 minutes, and then you go through the rest. It's like, what the fuck was even the point of that? I think you did Baldur's Gate 3, maybe. But again, the open world thing, I'm not as big of a fan. Like, I wasn't a huge fan of like Divinity Sin. It was good for what it was. That's just not my type of game, I should say, generally. Hi, what's up?
Hey, what's up?
Nothing much. How you doing?
I'm doing great.
Well, cool.
It was my birthday.
It was what?
It was my birthday yesterday.
Wow, how old are you?
I am 43 now.
Yikes, I'm 35. I'm in a whole different world than you, old man.
They say.
Did you do anything fun for your birthday?
I went to the gym and worked out.
Well, hey, good for you.
Yeah.
Well, what did you want to chat about?
Yeah, I just had heard that you were interested in talking with more right-leaning lawyers about Trump-related issues, and I love talking about all legal issues, so anytime you want to talk about anything legal, I'm happy to talk about. So I don't really know what your position is on particular things. I could sort of state my position on all things Trump up front if you like, or we can go about any way you want.
Yeah. Hold on. I clicked to look at your YouTube channel again. I see a picture of you. Now I have an image of I just came from Louisiana. Okay, so I'm feeling the conservative vibes. No, I'm just kidding.
Fair enough.
Let me prepare my mind. Okay, here's actually a real quick question. Okay.
Sure.
What is your legal background?
I've been a lawyer for 16 years, graduated from University of Akron. My background was in intellectual property law, patent law, computer databases, and search engines. I have a computer science degree. And I left about a year and a half ago to pursue full-time YouTube because I was bored and tired.
Okay, cool. All right. Where to start? Oh, man. For Trump-related stuff, how did you find my stuff, I guess? What was like, did somebody link you a clip of me saying I wanted to talk to people? Did you see a tweet of mine, or?
I forget exactly how it came about. I think someone had messaged me in my own Discord saying that you had indicated that you were looking for people, and I noted that you had interviews with Nick Rekieta and Good Logic, Joe Neerman. And so I thought maybe I could offer some different insights on the issues.
Okay. Yeah, well, fuck it. I guess I'm curious. Let's see if we can cover new ground. I'm curious. On the January 6th stuff.
Sure.
I'm of the impression that was an attempted, I'm using these terms like colloquially, so I don't know if I'd make the legal charge, but that for all intents and purposes, this was an attempted coup / insurrection / whatever you want to call it there, an attempted subversion of the peaceful transfer of power. And that this is maybe like a 2-month scheme, at least, that was kind of propagated by Trump and his team. Do you agree, disagree? Do you want to go deeper into that, or?
Well, I generally disagree. I do think that there were some people who were coordinated and planned. Mm-hmm. Some of the Proud Boys, for example. So there definitely was some evidence of some level of coordination by some people. Mm-hmm. But I think the Colorado Supreme Court did a reasonably good job at delineating the difference between a riot and insurrection in paragraph 183 of their opinion when they were discussing the issue, citing a treatise on the issue from Westlaw, where they said insurrection is distinguished from a riot and offenses connected with mob violence by the fact that in an insurrection, yes.
What can I Google real quick to bring up that Colorado opinion? I haven't read this. I'm assuming this is the one where they voted to kick him off the ballot 4-3 or whatever.
Yeah. This is the Colorado Supreme Court opinion. It's case number 2023 CO 63. It's a 213-page PDF. I can send it to you if you like.
I got it. Okay. And then what page on the document?
Sure. So I believe it's a paragraph 193.
Oh, okay. Let me find that.
$192 on page 103.
Gotcha. Okay. Is this the I don't know how the state Supreme Courts format their stuff. Am I reading? Is this like part of the majority opinion or the dissent?
Yes.
Or this is the majority.
This
Okay.
is the majority opinion.
Okay.
Yes.
Can I read these 2 pages? Is that cool?
Yeah, sure. Take your time.
Okay, I'm going to start with the engaged in. I'll just read out loud so we're all on the same page. Dictionaries, historical evidence, and case law all shed light on the meaning of engaged in, as that phrase is used in Section 3. Noah Webster's dictionary from 1860 defined engage as to embark in an affair. I think this is the first time I've seen the dictionary cited in a legal argument. It's kind of funny, but okay. Not to say it hasn't before. I just haven't seen that in any of the Supreme Court opinions. But Noah Webster, an American dictionary, the English language 696. Similarly, Webster's, blah, blah, I don't care about this. Attorney General Stanbury's opinion on the meaning of engage, which he issued at the time of the 14th Amendment, was being debated, are in accord with these historical and modern definitions. Attorney General Stanbury opined that a person may engage in insurrection or rebellion without having actually levied war or taken arms. Stanbury, blah, blah, blah. Thus, in Attorney General Stanbury's view, when individuals acting in their official capacity act in the furtherance of the common unlawful purpose, or do any overt act for the purpose of promoting the rebellion, they have engaged in insurrection or rebellion for Section 3 disqualification purposes. Accordingly, disloyal sentiments, opinions, or sympathies would not disqualify, but when a person has, by speech or by writing, incited others to engage in rebellion, he must come under the disqualification. Turning to case law, construing the meaning of engaged in for purposes of Section 3, although we have found little precedent directly on point, cases concerning treason that had been decided by the time the 14th Amendment was ratified provide some insight into how the drafters of the 14th Amendment would have understood the term engaged in. For example, in Ex parte Bowman 8 U.S. 75, Chief Justice Marshall explained that if a body of men be actually assembled for the purpose of effecting by force a treasonable purpose, all those who perform any part, however minute, or however remote from the scene of action, or who are actually leagued in the general conspiracy, are to be considered as traitors. In other words, an individual need not directly participate in the overt act of levying war or insurrection for the law to hold him accountable as if he had. Do I need to read further from here, or do you think that's sufficient?
That's good. And now if I could direct your attention back to page 98 and starting at paragraph 182.
Gotcha.
And
I'll go
read 182 and 183, and then we can discuss from there.
Gotcha. I'll go back to there just for the. I feel like for this definition of engagement, though, I feel like Trump, his cronies, and I think a lot of the, or at least the people that were in the Capitol on Jan 6th, I feel like they would fall under qualification from this. I'll go back and read the other thing, and then we can discuss this. You said 182?
Yeah, 182 and 183.
Okay.
On page 98 and 99.
Got it. So we've got, prior to this, the definitions of insurrection. In light of these and other proffered definitions, the district court concluded that an insurrection, as used in Section 3, is 1, a public use of force or threat of force, 2, by a group of people, 3, to hinder or prevent execution of the Constitution of the United States. Finally, we note that at oral argument, President Trump's counsel, while not providing a specific definition, argued that an insurrection is more than a riot, but less than a rebellion. We agree that an insurrection falls along a spectrum of related conduct. This thing, insurrection against the government may or may not culminate in an organized rebellion, but a civil war always begins by insurrection against the lawful authority of the government. Although treason by levying war in a case of civil war may involve insurrection or rebellion, and they are usually its first stages, they do not necessarily reach to the actual levying of war. Insurrection is distinguished from rout, riot, and offenses connected with mob violence by the fact that in insurrection, there is an organized and armed uprising against authority or operations of government, while crimes growing out of mob violence, however serious they may be, and however numerous the participants, are simply unlawful acts in disturbance of the peace which do not threaten the stability of the government or the existence of political society.
Yeah.
And then, but we part company with him when he goes one step further. No authority supports the position taken by President Trump's counsel at oral argument that insurrectionary conduct must involve a particular length of time or geographic location. Okay.
Right. So I think that these sections are helpful because they're trying to delineate different levels of evil, which is always helpful. If you want to think about it by comparison, just because someone kills another person doesn't necessarily tell you what kind of category of evil it's in, right? We delineate between like first, second, third degree murder, voluntary manslaughter, involuntary manslaughter, reckless homicide, and things like that. So we need to properly delineate where on the levels we're at, and I think that these sections in 182 and 183 are helping to do that because, as it says in 183, they say they President Trump's counsel is arguing that there's a difference between a riot, an insurrection, and rebellion in various degrees of bad. So we have riot, then an insurrection, then a rebellion. And then in 183, they cite this treatise from Westlaw, Insurrection, where they note the paragraph that I was reading earlier, that's distinguished from a riot and offenses connected with mob violence by the fact in an insurrection, there's organized and armed uprising, whereas crimes growing out of a mob, however serious they are and however numerous they are simply unlawful acts and disturbance of the peace. So for my money, January 6th as a categorical is the wrong word, as an overall arcing concept falls in the category of a riot. And I've called it a riot since it first happened on my channel. I've done like 52 different cases where I've looked at individual cases and reviewed their criminal complaints, and for the most part found the government's case to be satisfied. But what seems to have happened, it just doesn't seem organized and armed in any sort of sense that I can understand. As the Colorado Supreme Court would say, some people understood it as a literal call to arms, a declaration of war, but the only gun I'm aware of that any of the protesters brought to January 6th was one guy who was a DEA agent who had a gun on him. I'm unaware of anyone else who had firearms on them or otherwise was prepared to engage in an overthrow of a government using the kinds of arms you would typically associate with such an effort. It was much more in the spirit of an impromptu conflagration of disruption that involved a lot of people and a lot of disruption, but it was not globally organized, and certainly was not globally armed. People were just not armed. They weren't bringing the kinds of things you would think. So for my money, it falls much more into the mob than an insurrection. That's my view.
Okay. Let's start with a couple points. So here's the first thing I think we can move off of. I don't think the armed thing is important. I don't think you think the armed thing is important either. Do you think it is, or do you want to talk about this point?
Well, I think if you're talking about where they talk about in the definition in 183, where they say an act of where you're trying to an act that threatens the stability of the government, you would really think that people are going to bring weapons to effectuate those means. I'm not aware of a lot of acts of rebellion in history that are attempting to overthrow the government where people are not adequately armed to accomplish that task. So I think armed is kind of important, yes.
Okay, here's a question. Let's say that I knew that there was a state legislature assembly happening, or there was a session and I didn't want them to vote on something, or I wanted to prevent the new governor from, I don't even know how governor coronations work, right? But let's say I'm trying to prevent this. If I brought 5,000 friends, I got a lot of friends, okay? Big streamer. And we all go there and we just, we don't bring weapons, but we're just going to go beat the shit out of everybody. And we're going to try to do what we can to overthrow the state house and take it over and prevent, the new governor from coming in. Would you say that, well, I know it meets every single definition of insurrection, but they didn't actually have guns, so it doesn't count? Would we really make that argument here, or?
I suppose if you could, I think I appreciate your point. And if you could show that the 5,000 people were all part of a collective organization that were engaged in collection action for that purpose, then I think you'd be a lot closer to something like that. But I also want to but on the flip side of the equation, I also want to distinguish acts that have been committed by perhaps more left-leaning people for when, example, they've disrupted committee hearings on Congress, or they've gone into the Capitol building to disrupt processes, or attempted to disrupt the confirmation hearing of Supreme Court justices, or otherwise engaged in unlawful behavior. I don't want to merge all those actions into an insurrection either. So I want to be even-handed about it in my application.
Sure, that's fine. And I think being even-handed is good. And I think if there's a particular case we want to talk about, I think those are all super fair to bring up. I'm just refocusing then on the part for the guns part. I feel like the gun part is the least interesting and least important part of the insurrection thing. I think that when we talk about insurrection, Because it sounds like you agree with me that if I brought a bunch of friends, our goal was to, obstruct some government process. We were going to beat the shit out of everybody, and we were able to do it. I don't think anybody would look at that and go, "Well, they didn't bring guns, so like, was it really?" Much the same that if I showed up with like two guys, and we both had guns and we were just mad and we just went like a shooting spree, in a state capitol building, but we didn't even know there was like a vote that day. We wouldn't say like, "Oh, well, that was closer to an insurrection because they had guns," right? I just don't think like the gun part. I think when we say guns or armed, I think what we're really using this for is like a proxy for an adequate amount of violence to effect some insurrectionist end. I think that's kind of what we're talking about, right? So you'd think like, Chip, I agree with you. Typically, you probably need guns to do this, but not necessarily. I don't think it's like a necessary component.
I think then what you seem to be looking to is the intent to effectuate the disruption being the more important thing, rather than it being a spontaneous conflagration of people. So
Yeah.
a soccer riot is spontaneous. It can be quite disruptive, but it's not intentional. So the intentionality and purpose of it becomes the defining element. I think that's workable.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Because I'm sure we can imagine attempted insurrections with no firearms. I'm sure we can imagine state courthouse or federal courthouse violence with firearms that aren't insurrections. I just don't know if that's like a key distinguishing element. Okay.
I wasn't really happy when they were breaking into that federal courthouse during that summer when there was all those protests and mostly peaceful protests. There was one where they were attacking a courthouse and breaking in and causing disruption to a governmental building. So I wasn't happy with that, but I also wouldn't call that insurrection for the same reason. It's just a bunch of angry people who are just being jackasses.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, that might be the case. Again, we can look at any particular case and try to decide. So if we look at the intention of the people going to the courthouse, or I should say the Capitol building, what is the goal when a bunch of people are marching down there, sent by Donald Trump, saying we have to fight to take back the government because it's being stolen from you, all chanting 1776, which refers to a famous rebellion against the British monarch? Yeah. What is like the goal of that protest?
So this is where I don't know that there is a particular goal that can be defined. There is a quote in this opinion where a professor attempts to suggest that Trump's calls to violence are to be understood literally, even as other politicians who use terms like fight are not to be understood literally. And I find that to be a slightly disingenuous. It's like it's only literal when Trump does it is a little bit unnerving. I want to look at it in a even application. So for the same reason, I wouldn't say, when Hillary Clinton says we need to fight, or, anyone else says fight, I wouldn't say that's a call to insurrection. For the same reason, I just find it to be typical political vociferous language that isn't to be understood literally. People initially came, at least in large part, to attend the rally at the Ellipse. I don't think that, although I could be mistaken, I don't think that people who came to the Ellipse were aware that there was going to be a march to the Capitol. That seemed to be kind of a spontaneous thing to have their voices heard. So I don't think the vast majority of them went down with any particular intent to commit crimes. And I don't even think the vast majority of them who went down did commit crimes. To the best of my knowledge, the FBI identified something on the order of 1,200 people who committed offenses, but there were significantly more people at the Capitol than that. So again, it seems more of a mob-based thing that some people chose to go in rather than the intent of the crowd at large.
Okay, that might have been the case, but then again, I'm going to ask once more, and we can talk about the different. Well, actually, I'm trying to think of what. Well, here before we get, I'm going to get into this like different people using fight differently. Okay, but
sure.
What do we think we're protesting when we're marching to the Capitol after Donald Trump's speech? Like, what do you think is the protest for? What are we protesting?
Well, I think generally speaking, people were protesting the legitimacy of the election, which also is not necessarily invalid in some ways. Mm-hmm. Although we didn't, of course, see that in D.C. as much, in the result of Donald Trump's election, there were significant protests in multiple cities protesting the legitimacy of the Trump election, and people saying it was illegitimate, and to some degree continue to say it was illegitimate during his entire presidency. So I think people saying that we do not believe this presidency to be a legitimate presidency is neither unprecedented nor unusual.
Okay. I can work with that. I think that's okay. That they're protesting the legitimacy of the election when they go to the Capitol building to protest. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. When we look at the outcome of what happened from all the protests, we can see that there was violence, right?
Sure.
Even if there wasn't that much, there was some violence with, I believe, 2 people getting killed on the spot. I think a few other had heart attacks or meth overdose or something. But
I believe it was only the one who got killed on the spot. I believe the officer who had a heart attack, it was determined it was not caused by the incident.
Well, I wasn't even thinking the opposite. I was thinking of Babbitt, and there was another lady outside. So there was violence.
I'm unaware of the other lady, so I'll take your word for it.
Sure. There was violence. There were 2 people killed. We agreed that there was like violent trespassing or breaking and
Sure.
entering or whatever.
Sure.
And then the certification of the election was delayed by like 6 hours or something?
Yeah, a couple hours. I'm not sure exactly, but something on that order, yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So I guess here's like my question. I feel like from what we've agreed to, I think that these are all necessary and I think easily sufficient to define an insurrection. So we agree that initially a bunch of people went down. We don't need a ton of weapons to commit an insurrection. We just need sufficient violence to effect some outcome or goal. The intent was to protest the legitimacy of the election. And the outcome was the delaying of the goal was to cancel it. What was the delaying of the certification of the vote to prevent the peaceful transfer of power? Don't we have like every necessary thing here for this to be like by definition an insurrection?
I would disagree on the intent. I agree there's intent to protest, but I don't think the protest in and of itself is illegal.
I agree that protesting in and of itself isn't illegal, but if your
So
goal
I don't think there's intent. There's not intent to by the crowd from the start. There's not intent from the crowd at the start to that I can see. That's a readily apparent to effectuate violence. I think it's more of an organic thing that arose rather than what they designed to do as they were heading down that direction.
Yeah, but what was the goal of going down to protest when you're protesting the legitimacy of the election and you're chanting 1776? And you think that the election wasn't illegitimate. Like, what are you going down there besides to try to prevent the stealing of the election?
Well, I note that some people think this is whataboutism, but I'm just trying to apply an even standard because I want it to be the same across the board. So I want it to be fair. So in the same ways that when people were protesting the election of Donald Trump and went down to D.C. to protest to some degree, and there were protests in other major cities to significant degrees at times. What were the goals of those protests? I'm not sure there necessarily was any goal of those protests other than to protest and express their displeasure, which is certainly a legitimate end. So if and to the degree that those protests against Trump manifested in violence, that the violence occurred doesn't mean that was the intent. It would be more organic. Now, I have absolutely no problem prosecuting all these people who committed crimes. So everyone who committed a crime on January 6th should be held accountable according to law. And in my review of 50-something cases, I only found one case where I thought, yeah, the government didn't have it. So,
okay, yeah. I'm not even looking at like protesting the I'm not even looking at protesting the protests themselves being good or bad, or like protesting something good or bad. But I think that we can look at the intentions of a crowd based on like what they're protesting. And I think that's the issue that I'm looking at here, that I feel like we're divorcing when we compare like BLM or other protests to this one. These guys were very specifically marching to the Capitol building to protest the not Biden, not whatever. They were protesting the certification of the election because they thought that, like you said, they thought it was an illegitimate election. They thought the election was stolen. So if you go down to protest, or go ahead.
Do you think it's the location of the protest that makes the difference? The fact that it was the Capitol?
The location and the time, yeah, I think are key, of course. Yeah, for sure. I think they're like paramount. That probably the most important aspects of this would be the location and the time. Yeah. Do you think that location and time is an important factor in terms of like trying to figure out the intentionality of a protest?
I'm trying to think about what are comparables as I'm trying to apply an even standard. So I can certainly think of protests that have occurred at state capitals, protests that have occurred to go to the seat of government to picket and express displeasure. For example, when I was living in Virginia, when I did for many years, Martin Luther King Day is of course a federal holiday, but it's not a holiday for Virginia as a state law, or at least it wasn't at the time.
Okay.
And the state legislature in Virginia only meets for like 4 months, and they start the Monday before Martin Luther King Day. So as a result of that, it was very common for people to go down on Martin Luther King Day, because a lot of people have the day off, to go to protest, and a lot of people did, and I did every year to go to protest. I went to the seat of government, and I ran up and down the halls of the state legislatures to speak to my various representatives and make my voices heard, and then went outside to express my displeasure about things. So I don't think the fact that I went to the seat of my government and expressed my displeasure indicated intent other than to make my voice heard and to advocate for my causes.
What were you protesting for?
In that particular case, I was protesting for broader gun rights because I'm a Second Amendment guy.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that's comparable to protesting like electoral certification process?
Well, I don't see how the subject matter of the speech turns the difference, because the First Amendment protects all subject matter.
Well, hold on. That's not true. Wait. That's not true. First Amendment does not protect all types of protests or types of speech or whatever, right?
As to subjects, it does.
What do you mean by that?
As to topics of discussion, right? So if you're thinking, for example, like defamation and slander and biting words as exceptions to the First Amendment, then yes, but it doesn't restrict as to subjects or topics. So I can talk about anything. I might be restricted in some ways about how I go about it, but the topic itself. So I can't think of any subject in which I don't have a First Amendment right. If you can name one, like what can I not go to the legislature and demand that they take attention of issue X? Is there any issue X that I can't demand that they take notice of?
No, I can imagine you can.
Yeah, so there's no restriction on subject matter. That's my point.
I would definitely agree with that. I think that if the January 6th protests would have just been protests outside of the Capitol building and no trespassing or violence would have occurred, I think that'd be comparable here. But that did happen, and once crimes start to get committed, I think then we have to go back and we have to look at. I think that we can start to be more critical of the subject of the protests, right?
I don't think that quite makes sense. If my group that had gone down there to protest for gun rights had spontaneously become violent, which fortunately never happened, but if it had, then I don't think that changes the intention for why we're down there in the first place, or our ability to use sharp rhetoric. So as we're out there, protesting for our rights, I don't think the fact that violence occurs somehow goes backwards in time to change our underlying intent. If we'd gone down there for the purpose of creating disruption, if we'd gone down there for the purpose of engaging in physical violence, if we'd gone there with the intent of physical or other sort of desire, then I think the intent is what carries through, not the actions that emerge. The fact that actions occur turns it into a riot, not an insurrection.
Okay, let me hypothesize two different speeches. Okay.
Sure. Okay, go ahead.
Let's say here's some facts. Okay. We're gonna say we're investigating a situation and we don't know the initial speeches. Okay, here are some facts we're given. Okay, a group of 100 people, march to a state building. Okay, we're gonna say they're all pro Second Amendment rights. Let's say that they all, during the protest, end up entering the building. Let's say that violence ensues between protesters and police, and let's say by the end of it, 7 protesters and 1 police officer are killed, and then eventually everybody's cleared out. Okay? So so our facts are: we got 100 people march to a state building. They're all pro Second Amendment rights. During the riot, they're there to like protest for Second Amendment rights. Let's say that I'm going to add that here. Okay. Well, no, I won't add that yet. I'm sorry. I'll do the speeches. Okay. They all, during the riot, end up entering the building. Violence ensues between protesters and police. 7 protesters, 1 police officer are killed. Okay, those are 5 facts, right?
Sure.
Okay. Let's say now that we get video footage of the. Let's say that we get video footage of the leader of the rally speaking prior to the people leaving to go and march to the state building. Okay. Let's say that in one world, let's say that a speaker is like. Today in our state legislature, they're gonna ban Sonic stocks. Okay, we believe that it is our Second Amendment right to have these stocks. This is bullshit. We are gonna go and make our voices heard. Everybody pick up a sign. We're gonna march outside. Fuck these guys. Blah blah blah. Okay, that's speech 1. Okay, sure. Let's say that in another world we get insight into what's going on, and let's say speech 2 is today. There's a new governor who's going to be sworn in, and he is opposed to the Second Amendment. They're going to steal our firearms. The government is coming after our firearms. We're going to lose our Second Amendment rights. Okay? We will not stand for this guy to be in government. Okay? Today's when they swear him in. We're going to go down. We're going to protest like hell. We will not accept this guy as our new governor. Okay? Let's say that's the second speech.
Okay.
When you look at the 2 of these, and then both of them end up in violence, and both of them end up with a couple people killed, and they both end up delaying the certification process. In that world, wouldn't we say that, well, for the first speech, it kind of seems like, they protested, they were trying to make their voice heard, shit got rowdy, whatever. But for the second one, man, it really seems like their goal was to try to actually obstruct the certification or the appointment or whatever, not appointment, the election or whatever the fuck of the new governor. And they actually kind of succeeded in that end. At least they delayed it. Would you not weigh these things differently based on the rhetoric and everything going into it?
Well, if what you're alluding to is incitement, which seems to be what you're discussing, then I would go to Brandenburg as the test for incitement. And because it's a well-honed First Amendment law. So speech is not protected under Brandenburg.
Well, hold on real quick. So I'm not actually, I'm not even interested in the crime of incitement. Which I don't think Trump has even been charged with incitement, any of the incitements, any of the big cases. Yeah. I'm just saying that for the, in terms of like an insurrection, or in terms of like what the goal is and what the outcome was, would we not weigh the speeches and the rhetoric and everything going into these? Would we not consider the outcomes different based on the rhetoric and everything going in?
I understand where you're coming from, and I don't think it's wholly illogical. But my sort of natural inclination is to try to find, as best I can, a bright line between what's legal and what's illegal, because I don't really want to be squishy when it comes to the First Amendment. I have a pretty broad First Amendment view because I believe that people should be allowed to speak their mind, and they should be allowed to disagree with each other, including rudely and whatever else. And for that matter, I don't think there should be laws against hate speech. I don't think you could even define what hate speech is. And there are no laws against hate speech as such because it's undefinable. So I think the reason I went to Brandenburg is because I'm looking for a legal test that separates the legal from the illegal. So while I agree that they're in your hypothetical, the speech that is more inflammatory is certainly closer to the improper line. I don't think this should be a balancing test, or, if it's more inflammatory, then we don't need I don't think it should be balancing, which I think you're tending to suggest. if it's more inflammatory, then we don't need as much, or if it's less inflammatory, we need more. I think we should try to figure out from a First Amendment point of view what speech is protected and what's not. And as long as it's protected, as long as it's on the right line, then it can be as inflammatory as the person wants it to be because it's fundamentally protected First Amendment speech.
Okay, well, is there anything that would qualify for you as an insurrection that doesn't involve incitement to riot?
Oh, sure. Yeah. You wouldn't necessarily need speech at all if you could show the coordination in advance. You don't need the speech to be the prompt. It could be that a group of terrorists somewhere in some.
Why would you need, or
backwoods,
what would the coordination look like? And then I'll just, so that it doesn't, I'm not trying to trap you, because whatever coordination you give here, I'm going to ask why. My next question is going to be, why is Donald Trump sending 100,000 people to the Capitol to protest the certification? How is that not a level of coordination? That's what I'm going to ask next. So tell me what the...
There's coordination for a lawful purpose and coordination for an unlawful purpose. I mean, for example, you and I have coordinated in order to have this talk. So the fact we coordinated didn't make it illegal. So the coordination needs to be unlawful. That's like the difference between a conspiracy and just, going out for a meal together or something. So I think in the example of a non-speech, you'd be looking towards, a person who gets together, for lack of a better description, a group of militia people who go together with the affected intent to engage in violent disruption, which I think is true for the Proud Boys in December 6th, Oath Keepers perhaps as well. And you could also find other groups that are comparable in other situations. So
sure, but what about the fact that the majority of the people that were indicted, I think, is like trespassing and committing violence? I don't even think the majority of them were Proud Boys or Oath Keepers.
No, that's correct, and I don't think those people engaged in insurrection. I think they engaged in a riot, which manifested in trespassing and.
So if those people thought that they were going to the Capitol and they were fighting on behalf of Donald Trump, who was going to lose the presidency because we agree there was a rigged election, and they were chanting 1776, which is when we fought for our own insurrection and rebellion against the British, and they effected violence to achieve some end of delaying the certification of the vote, which they did. I don't understand what possible element we're missing here to make this constitute an insurrection. We have everything except for the fact that it failed.
Well, I'm not sure how much you think the situations are comparable or not, but wait,
before because everybody likes to make comparisons and jump to BLM and other stuff. I'm just, in this particular thing, what are we missing for this to be an insurrection? I feel like every single element is easily met. I don't know what we're missing.
I don't.
What part of an insurrection do you think hasn't been satisfied at this point? What definition are you working with for insurrection that hasn't been satisfied at this point? What are we missing here?
I just don't see the coordination in the sense that that would form a crime where we're in concert with each other in the normal sense.
But they're literally tens of thousands of people walking together down the street in a coordinated manner, coming from a speech from their leader to go to the Capitol building where the electoral certification is happening, to all protest at the same time and then all enter the building at the same. There's a highly coordinated. What could be less coordinated?
Well, see, that's where you're to my mind tripping up, because you're assuming that the intent to enter the building as part of the thing, and I'm not sure that's true.
I don't know if the intent, but I don't know if that intent has to be there, right? How one of the, I'm sure because you did crim law and you're an attorney, right? How some people think that premeditated means that you have to be at home and you've got to have your death note and draw out a whole plan. And if you don't do all of that, then it's never first degree murder, right? But that's not true, right? Premeditation
can form in an instant.
In an instant, yeah. So why would we say that there needs to be this intention formed hours or days prior to going to the Capitol if every single other element is met? You're going there, you're chanting 1776, you're waiting for Pence to unilaterally overthrow the election, you're protesting, and then there's riots, and then they're breaking into the building. Why can't all of the intent for that insurrection stuff develop organically alongside the riot? Isn't that what they're there to protest?
I think that's mostly right, but it's the problem is trying to delineate between the mob violence and the insurrection violence as we're trying to maintain these distinctions to the degree we want to maintain them.
I don't think we have to
What's the
delineate.
difference between a mob versus an insurrection versus a rebellion?
I don't think there needs to be any delineation. Like, for instance, in the U.S., here's my guess. I don't actually know this. I'd be shocked if I was wrong. But my guess is probably in any major rebellion or insurrection, not everybody is there to rebel or insurrect, right? I'm sure even in the American Revolutionary War, some people were probably just looters. If we would have lost, not everybody would be equally culpable. Some were probably just fighting for, right? Like, not every, but same thing with like a riot, right? Like, if there's my guess is going to be for any riot with 1,000 people, there's probably only actually like 50 to 100 people like fucking shit up. I doubt all 1,000 people are breaking shit, but you'd still call the whole thing a riot, right?
Yeah, I think that's mostly correct. I don't think mere presence necessarily means you're part of the riot, but yeah, to the extent you're engaging in unlawful acts, then you'd be part of the riot. Your mere presence there wouldn't make you part of the riot. I mean,
sure.
although it wouldn't necessarily be wise, I can go to a riot and just hang out. I'm not sure why I'm doing this, but I could.
Sure. To be clear, I'm not trying to say that if we're trying to go on the argument that every single person there was an insurrectionist, I wouldn't make that argument, right? I don't know if that's the case or not, but like this is kind of the sum of its parts, or the whole is greater than the sum of the parts is greater than any individual, or whatever, right?
So
the whole event itself was definitely an insurrection. Maybe not every individual actor was an insurrectionist, but that's my feeling, and I feel like that every element of this has been so easily met.
I think you certainly could make the case as to some individuals. I just have a problem with calling the thing as a whole an insurrection. But as you know, some people have been charged with seditious conspiracy and convicted, and I don't have any problem with that.
Sure,
so
but I'm
if
just
you
curious,
want to say that some people engaged in insurrection, I think that's fine. Because they went down there with intent, and the government has been able to prove they went down there with the intent to engage in violence, and it was coordinated and planned and so forth and so on. So that's fine.
Sure, but I just don't understand, like, why we wouldn't just call, like, what element is missing? What else would we need? So if we have some people that were convicted of seditious conspiracy, if we have, like, a lot of coordination, we've got a lot of violence, we've got a denial or an obstruction of a certification of a vote, like, what element are we missing where you'd be like, okay, well, now I'll call it an insurrection?
Well, if we're trying to I suppose it depends on one of two things. Are we talking about Trump specifically, or are we talking about the crowd as a whole?
I'm just talking about that event on January 6th, that particular
event,
yeah.
I think if I'm trying to categorize the event as a whole, then the fact that I can find people that engage in insurrection, which I'll concede for the purpose of argument, as I'm trying to talk about the crowd as a whole, I want to look towards, I suppose, for lack of a better description, the most common denominator. Because I don't think it's fair to necessarily say the crowd is tainted by the worst of its actors, If I go down to a riot and I break a window and some other guy murders a guy, I don't think that necessarily it's fair to lump me in with him. We had two very different sets of actions.
Well, but we wouldn't we? Like, if now I'm going to use your phrase, like being even-handed. I don't think we would ever say for a particular riot, we would never say, well, here's a riot. Actually, I know we wouldn't, because we made fun of CNN for doing this.
Mostly peaceful?
Yeah, those protests were mostly peaceful. But it sounds stupid to say that because, like, only takes a few people in a protest to make a protest a riot. Protest doesn't become a riot when every single person, or over 51% of the people, are rioting. You would say, if there's enough people rioting, oh, it's a riot, and that would be it, right? And if we're looking at the event on January 6th, we would say, oh, it's an insurrection. That doesn't mean most of the people there were engaged in insurrectionist violence. It just means that you had at least enough people there to enact violence, to try to obstruct an official proceeding for the peaceful transfer of power. They were marching down there ostensibly to protest the very thing that they ended up obstructing. Like, it just seems like a very clear, easy, shining line to draw from A, B, C, D, E. Like, every element is met, every threshold is crossed. It's like, so it just seems like very obviously, plainly laid out. I would just ask again, like, what are we missing? Is your argument, I guess to reframe what you said, you need at least 51% of the people there to call it an insurrection? Like, they have to be in the building,
I don't. You make a good point by comparison, and I think it was a solid point, because how many people do you need just to call it a riot? So let's go with what you say, basically. You just have a standard old protest, and then some people engage spontaneously in riotous behavior. So how many people does it take to make it a riot? That's a good question. I don't know that I know the answer to that question, but I think there is some threshold, which I'm not sure exactly what it is, because if you had, I don't know, if you had 100,000 people go down there and 100 people got into a brawl, I don't know that either you or I or the public at large would consider that a riot. So there is some sort of proportionality threshold. I don't think it's necessarily 50%.
Sure.
I'm not sure what it is, but you do raise a solid point.
And I would agree with you 1,000,000,000% there that if we were making these same arguments and the whole crowd marched down there and like 10 or 20 people were fighting with cops and, they got arrested, even if like 2 or 3 of them killed a cop and then cops killed them or whatever, I don't know if I would necessarily say insurrection, maybe not, I don't know. But I think that whatever threshold we were going to set, that threshold is probably way behind. Hundreds of people are breaking into the Capitol building. Congress is being evacuated. Calls are being made everywhere to bring in the National Guard to clear out the Capitol building. And is this the first time in all of U.S. history that the electoral vote certification has been delayed? Like whatever threshold we're setting for the violence being qualifying of an insurrection we're probably way, way, way after that point. That'd be my guess. Like, we're probably going to argue over, like, how much fighting with the cops outside needs to happen before we call it an insurrection, or does somebody need to break in, or how many people need to break in. Whatever we set it at, though, we're way behind people looking through the glass at where, like, statesmen are with the Secret Service, like, shooting them through the other side of the door, I think, right?
You raise a good point. I'm not sure it's you've given me something to reconsider. So you might have the better end of the discussion on this one, because you're certainly correct that what happened and sort of how it happened resulted in a manifest disruption to not only a legally required process, but a constitutionally mandated process, which incidentally, as a personal right, just pisses me off personally, because we're supposed to be the party of, Constitution, law, and order. And then I have a bunch of assholes who say that they're part of my political and legal delineation, who are engaging in constitutionally abhorrent content, and makes me a very grumpy person inside because it's making us all look bad. So, but you make a very solid point here that because of what manifested, to view it as an insurrection might be reasonable. So yeah, it's an interesting argument. And then you're just trying to say to yourself, well, does the fact that, assuming for the sake of argument, it wasn't planned in advance in some sort of collective, like we're going to go to some sort of, cork board and put up postcards with string kind of territory, like we're planning a job. If it's not coordinated in something resembling that sense, is the fact that it resulted in this disruption to the Constitution enough to call it insurrection. It's a reasonable point.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like all the elements are important. If it was just like a random protest or random thing, I think the time matters. I think the location matters, and I think that the events matter, because like what's being protested, I think is important. I feel like the process stuff is really important too. I think one of my annoyances, I don't know if you're a Trump guy or not, but one of my annoyances with a lot of the populist stuff is typically, I'm going to side with liberals or progressives when it comes to social values and whatnot. But at least prior to Trump, if I was going to defend processes, it felt like usually I was siding with conservatives, because there was it seemed like kind of there was a better respect for process and rule of law and whatnot. So I would be like siding with conservatives, fighting against progressives and liberals when we're talking about like packing the court, for instance, or stuff like that, where it's like, well, is this a good idea? But I think the disregard for process on the conservative side, just my feeling is that it has thrown everything into whack. I think Donald Trump had every right, I'm quoting Jack Smith basically, Donald Trump had every right to say the election was stolen, to feel the election was stolen, and to pursue that through the courts and everything. But all of the other pathways, like the Eastman-Pence plot, I thought was insane.
Yeah, to argue that Pence had the power to unilaterally overturn the election is one of the more insane arguments I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah, and then the whole, did you ever follow or hear any of like the whole false elector slate stuff?
Yeah, that was pretty stupid too.
Yeah. And then like there's like 20 other random things. Yeah, the DOJ stuff and everything. Yeah, I feel like yeah, I don't know. That really bothers me, I guess. And then it's scary that it's scary to let people see that stand, I guess. One of the things that's kind of frustrating to me is this combo will come out in a few days, but I had a talk yesterday with good old Benny Shapiro, and the argument that he made, because I was curious for it, because Ben Shapiro is a decently intelligent guy, big respect for process, loves institutions like I do, and says as much. And his argument was basically he's okay with Donald Trump being president again, even if he tried to overthrow the government, because at least he failed, so he knows that the guardrails work. But it's really scary if you have somebody that literally tried to overthrow the government, and I feel like Trump did. I feel like that's pretty obvious, I think. Those are other arguments we could have. To give that guy a second run at it is really scary to me, I think. Yeah.
He certainly isn't my first choice.
Who are you a supporter of in the nomination cycle?
I'd either pick Nikki Haley or Ron DeSantis.
Gotcha.
I kind of am partial to Nikki Haley personally. A lot of my fellow conservatives thinks that she's a neocon, and I can't even figure out what that means anymore. Apparently, it's just the disagree button. So,
How do you feel
but
about
I think
sorry, go on.
she did great as governor of South Carolina. She really transformed the state, and she did wonderful as UN ambassador. Well spoken. I like her.
How do you feel about I'm just kind of curious, I guess. Wait, neocon doesn't mean anything to you?
It's just I've had people try to define it, and it just feels like it's a I disagree button, like kind of like calling someone a rhino.
Gotcha.
Just means whatever they need to mean at the time.
Okay. I feel like for me, neocon, the big difference between Bush era conservatives and then the Trump era conservatives, I feel like the two huge disagreements are over big businesses and foreign policy. So like a Bush era conservative would say something like Facebook and Amazon are amazing because these, well, I'm ignoring all like the social media police or whatever, but just like they're huge American businesses that are innovative, that are dominating the world, that employ tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands of people. These are amazing at Walmart, right? That neocons would champion that. And neocons would also say things like, we need to be a staunch ally of Ukraine. We need to defend democracy. Israel is an important ally, this type of stuff. This would be like a neocon position. And then a Trumpal position or like a populist conservative position or post-Tea Party position would be like big businesses are leeching from nice small businesses. They're scamming all of us because they're ran by the billionaire elite class. And we need to stop dumping money into shitholes like Ukraine and Israel. And we need to spend that money on our own population and stop worrying about the rest of the world because it's just causing us terrorist attacks and making us waste money on other countries that we don't need to spend money on, basically. I feel like those are the two huge differences between like the conservatives of 10 years ago versus the conservatives now.
Well, in that distinction, then I'd definitely be more aggressive on foreign policy. So I'd be more of a war hawk because I think that as von Clausewitz once said, war is politics continued by other means, and I think that's roughly correct. And I think we have a place in the world to effectuate change with force as needed. I probably am a little bit more tempered on big business is necessarily always a force for good. I definitely think that I support, for example, anti-monopolistic law, Sherman Antitrust Act. So to the extent they're engaging in antitrust or other improper business dealings, we need fair business dealings. It needs to be a fair exchange. I also tend to oppose any sort of corporate salvation or corporate, funding. I was not a particularly happy camper, for example, when they bailed out all the banks in response to the crash, because it's like, well, you guys got yourselves in this mess. You can eat it now. You can take the bad side of your own mistake. You took all those wonderful benefits when you got them. You didn't mind that. So, but now you want our protection because it all went to hell. It's like you should eat it. So I have perhaps a more moderated approach.
Sure. Do you I disagree on the bailouts, but principally I agree with you. The only issue I would have is I feel like the bailouts were probably more for the American public than the actual big businesses themselves, because I think if those banks would have failed, the executives and everybody probably would have walked away fine, right? Because they made their money, they got their severance packages. But I think that the U.S. economy might have come crashing down if that had happened.
I feel like there's got to be a better way to go about that objective rather than just giving the monies to the banks and bailing them out because they're too big to fail. There's got to be some better way to do it. Maybe we basically turn ourselves into the creditor of last resort as we force them into disillusionment bankruptcy. And we're going to help them unwind their business so that doesn't all go completely to hell, but they can't be a business anymore because they suck. but these businesses still exist. They got nothing. Their executives got, all these wonderful awards and bonuses and stuff for basically crashing the whole economy. It's like what happened to Lehman Brothers should have just happened to everyone. Why are these companies allowed to continue to exist? They took all this risk. They thought they were smarter than everyone else. It all went to hell. It's like, take accountability. Take the benefit and pain of your decisions. And the U.S. government has to figure out a way to help people. There's got to be a better way than you just give banks all the money ever.
Yeah, I agree with you in principle. It can't be private gains and social losses.
Exactly.
I agree with you.
That's not capitalistic. That's not capitalism.
That's pretty bullshit. Yeah.
That's just not capitalism. The principle of capitalism is you get to go out in the world and rise or fall by your own merits, and whatever be will be. And it's like you can't have capitalism where it's like, yeah, all the banks are great because they're doing great work, and look at how they're rising, and then suddenly they make bad decisions like, well, now we're gonna bail them out. What? This isn't capitalistic. This isn't BS.
Okay, final question for you. Actually, I'm curious. What did you said that you did copyright law and stuff?
Principally patent law. Yeah.
Okay, I'm just
for inventions, computer database inventions.
I'm curious because
I used to be a programmer.
Yeah. You said you're the comp sci degree. For antitrust in the U.S. right now, antitrust is enforced by the FTC, right? It's not the FCC, right? It's the FTC. What is the argument that the federal? I should just read this. I'll research this someday because I always ask this question. I never get good answers. How is it that some companies are allowed to buy other companies? Like, why is Amazon allowed to buy literally anything? Or why is Activision allowed to buy Blizzard? Why is Microsoft? Why was Facebook allowed to buy Instagram? What is the argument given? I guess that these things don't fall under antitrust, like prohibition. Like, you're not allowed to do this.
Yeah. So the basic principle, at least in the idea, is that in a capitalistic system, you can rise as big as you want as long as you are not using that power to prevent newcomers from coming into the market. So you rise by your own merits on a level playing field, and you can't then change the playing field to protect yourself. So I don't really believe in protectionism. To sort of answer your question about why Facebook or Amazon or anyone else is allowed to buy people, the thing that the government is supposed to look to and the DOJ looks to is whether or not it will leave sufficient avenues open for other market participants, or whether or not it is unduly restricting the market. And where they choose to draw those lines sometimes is questionable, but that's the idea.
Yeah, I feel like in the little bit of reading that I've done, I feel like that's the bullshit part, is where they draw the line. So like there might be like 5 mobile game MMORPGs, and one guy steps in to buy every single mobile game, and the FTC looks at it and like, well, you can't do that. And the guy's like, oh, but look at all these other apps that people use on their phone. Like, they only use gaming apps like 10% of the time. And they're like, oh, okay, well, in that case, you can do it. It just seems really silly to me. And then I also feel like this gets into like finance and business startups and all that. So it's not directly related, but like I feel like from a capitalistic point of view, I don't like the corporate culture in the United States where the goal is to like found a successful startup and sell it to a huge company immediately and then cash out in a year or two. That just seems super fucking cancerous. I guess. I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, I suppose if you are such a person and you want to take advantage of, assuming you've generated something of value, and someone's willing to pay you for something of value, it's like, well, I got mine, so I'm happy. I don't know. You should be allowed. The alienation of your property is pretty fundamental to capitalism. It's like, I should be allowed to sell it.
Yeah, I know, but I feel like the idea of like having people that want to have successful businesses and run them and compete with others is a healthier mindset for a more competitive economy than if we make a really good app and we do well, maybe Amazon can buy us. I feel like that's cancer. I don't think I like the super business idea in the United States. It works well. I think if you wanted to be like really pedantic and you wanted to have like a really well actually debate, you could argue to some extent that, look, socialism actually does work. Instead of the government running everything, it just needed to be Amazon. Because in some ways it is nice that I can order every fucking thing I might need in my life off of Amazon. But in other ways, it's kind of annoying then that now like Amazon has huge problems, especially if you've ever bought anything and you see all the dog shit products and everything on there. But there is no realistic competitor. And realistically, nobody is going to compete against them or come up to compete against them because they've bought 50 50 billion other businesses and hired every fucking talent. And I don't know. It's just annoying. Yeah.
At least for the moment, that's true. But I wouldn't get too black-pilled about it because businesses rise and fall. You know, the companies that were, you know, in the S&P 500 100 years ago are basically all gone.
Is that?
Sears
Do you think
at
that's
once
true?
Yeah, it's mostly true.
I think that something that was kind of scary is, or something that I wonder is, do you play video games at all or no?
I do. I've been playing RimWorld a lot recently.
Oh my god!
And I've also been thinking about it getting into Kaizo Mario hacks.
Oh, I haven't played that one. I think I've got almost 1,000 hours in RimWorld. Oof, what a game.
Yes.
For a while, like games come and go, like every like 2 to 3 years, I think, right? Like a game comes, maybe people play for a little bit, and then a new game comes out, and you kind of move on. But then we have like this concept of like an infinity game, right? How long has League of Legends been a hugely popular game? Over a decade, right? Over maybe 15 years. Or like people look at like, oh, you know, nobody's around forever. Look at the rise and fall of things like LiveJournal or LiveBlog or Zynga or MySpace. But then you look at like Facebook, and it's like, well, Facebook is, how long has Facebook been around for? Like 15 years, 20 years maybe?
I'm sure, as you're aware, Facebook has been having problems. Their future is by no means guaranteed. Not for the least of reasons that they burned so much money on the whole metaverse thing, was basically $2 billion set on fire. That didn't help.
Yeah, but I mean, when the problem is, I think in the finance world, it's a little bit different than the normal world. In the normal world, when we say like, oh, people are having problems, we mean like, fuck, I'm going to have to sell my house. I feel like in the finance world, when people say, oh, Facebook is having problems, what they're saying is the average user acquisition is decreasing because like 4 billion people are on the Meta platform, and there are literally not enough human beings now to grow their stock of people. So they're missing like quarterly, aims or whatever. I don't know if Facebook is going anywhere anytime soon, or Amazon. I could be wrong, but I get scared because like the longevity of these companies is way longer than we thought they ever would be like 20 years ago, right? Nobody thought 20 years ago that you'd get these super giant companies online that would last for over a decade or longer, and just have their hands in so many different things.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I'm not necessarily opposed, incidentally, to reconsideration of where we draw these lines when it comes to monopoly law or other things. I think there's, again, I take a more moderated view than, your classic idea of at least how you delineated it from Reagan. Big business is inevitably good. So I would not be opposed to reconsideration of the laws, as it would affect our ability to ensure that small businesses are allowed to thrive, because you never know where the next innovation is going to come from. I like those like old photos of Amazon.com when it was literally just Jeff Bezos, working in a cubicle, and it was Amazon.com, hastily written on some sort of paper or something that was just hanging above his desk. Yeah. I was like, it was just a guy with a dream once long ago. And who knows where the next dream is coming from.
Yeah. Well, right now, I mean, I guess that's my thing, is that like, it feels like 20, 30 years ago, the guy with the dream's goal was to run the biggest company in the world. But nowadays, the guy with the dream just wants to sell his startup to the biggest company in the world. That's what it feels like. But I don't know. Maybe things will change. We'll see, I guess. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Anything else you want to chat about? Or wait, hold on. I can give you roles. If you ever see me screaming, or if there's ever like a law thing you want to argue with somebody about or come in and fight about, you can always hop in this channel. You should be able to see it now, and you can shout at me or other people or whatever. So.
Ooh, I get a channel? Exciting.
Yeah. Destiny's Room. Good luck.
Aw. Yeah, so I noticed that you were covering Epstein. My view is basically he didn't kill himself. My view is I think there's like multiple different scenarios. He just killed himself in the first instance. He was basically allowed to kill himself because the guards kind of looked the other way. Someone actively killed him, and he's still alive. And of these scenarios, I think that he just offed himself is the least likely.
Gotcha.
So I think he was an intelligence asset, and I use that word very deliberately, as opposed to an agent.
Okay.
Because I don't know if he was necessarily an agent of anybody, but I think he was an asset of somebody. And I think it's just the whole scenario of what happened to him just strikes me as truly incredulous. At the MDC where he was being held, they hadn't had a prisoner off himself before
like 20
Epstein.
years, I think.
It's like 25 years. Like, they have an incredible track record.
Yeah.
Epstein first tried to kill himself once, the tapes of which were conveniently lost/deleted despite a retention order. So they were just magically deleted somehow despite a retention order. Then he goes over to segregation for mental health. Then, in fairly quick order, he's then sent back to his cell. He's supposed to have a cellmate, but then somehow magically doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
The cameras are conveniently not working. The guards are asleep at the switch. And I'm saying to myself, this is some BS.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm not a conspiracy-minded guy, but come on. This is a lot of stuff that's happening.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree. I just read a lot of preliminary stuff yesterday, and there is a lot of weird stuff. Can I ask you a personal question? I'm just kind of curious on this because it's something that I have to wrestle with as a content creator a lot. So sometimes weird things happen. And how do you personally try to figure out, like, when something is obviously a conspiracy? I'm sorry, I'm using a literal sense. Like, there was a plan, something happened, people concocted to do something, versus when it's like, man, that is pretty unlikely, but I guess maybe that is how it happened. And the example I'm going to give here is, I'm so sorry, all my examples are so politically loaded. I don't mean them to be that way. But I genuinely believed that the intelligence agencies, and just accept what I'm saying here as being truthful, okay? Even if you disagree, because there's a reasonable argument here. Right? I think the intelligence agencies really did think that that laptop story with the Hunter Biden laptop, that was a Russian propaganda story, because that was a wild story. If we're being honest, okay, even though now it
is a wild
like,
story.
Yeah, it seems like
ridiculous.
it's true. Yeah, it seems like it's true. It does seem like that really was his laptop. But like the idea that like a blind computer repair shop guy had a laptop dropped off by Hunter Biden and he happened to contact Rudy Giuliani, that is an incredible story, right? But rather than saying that, like, well, that was definitely a conspiracy because that is wild, it's a wild story. It's like, well, damn, maybe weird fucking shit can happen sometimes. Like, maybe it does. Do you have like a personal sorting mechanism through, especially when you get these cases like for Ray Epps? I don't think it's as weird as the Epstein stuff. I don't know if you ever Epps. I'm sorry, but like for the Epstein stuff, where there are a lot of like pretty stupid coincidences. Like, these guys were sleeping the whole time. They didn't monitor him. The one tape that was working is unusable. The 2 cameras are out. How do you get from, man, that's really fucking weird, and I guess there's just a lot of unlucky shit here, versus there's probably something going on here. I actually think there was some kind of plan or plot. How do you bridge that, or how do you jump that bridge in your mind, I guess?
I'm not sure I have a systemic answer for that question.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not sure I can give you a good, satisfactory answer.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose it's just based on the evaluation of the available information and the totality of circumstances, which isn't really a great answer as I try to go towards a principled policy. I want to apply things evenly standpoint because I'm now doing things in an ad hoc manner, which isn't ideal.
Sure.
I suppose with respect to the laptop story, the problem, at least to my view, was that there was some indications of credibility. For example, that there was a signed repair order from Biden that brought it some credibility, and also the fact that the media suppressed the story from a reasonably reputable source and prevented it from circulating seemed questionable at best. So I don't know if I have a good satisfactory answer to that question. I suppose I go with the idea that I assume malice rather than or assume ignorance rather than malice. I assume that people are just being stupid rather than malicious as a general rule. But it just seemed, and also like other things with respect to Epstein. For example, it was Acosta, I believe. Is that who a guy was who was the, was that his name? Who was the U.S. attorney at the time in Florida, who later joined the cabinet, who basically gave this ultra sweetheart deal to Epstein. Like,
I haven't dug into that yet, but
something.
the 2008 deal looks on its face to be really stupid to me. I need to dig into the
Yeah,
details
so
of that,
they go to Epstein's place. They find him with all kinds of CP, which he has thoughtfully cataloged with dates and names and like everything. It's basically very well documented CP. They find all this stuff. they wanted to charge him on the state level. The U.S. attorney gives him this unbelievably sweetheart deal that Epstein, or at least Ghislaine Maxwell, later tried to argue immunized her because of how broadly it was written. Where he basically pled guilty, they gave him probation, which he never reported to, and no one cared. And they had him absolutely dead to rights on all this stuff. It's like, why would the U.S. attorney make that deal and basically make the state charges go away? And he was quoted, the U.S. attorney was quoted as saying that he did it because it was over his pay grade. Like, what do you mean? You're the U.S. attorney. What do you mean over your pay grade? There's not a lot of people that outrank you, man.
Sure.
So
yeah, I would have to end up looking. I'll end up looking specifically into that detail of like what that case looked like. I feel like a lot of these come down to. Did you ever follow the Bill Cosby stuff?
Sure. Yeah. It was a very
saying,
interesting case on the Pennsylvania Supreme Court decision
yeah.
about whether he should be retried or not. It was an interesting discussion.
Mm-hmm. If you're saying, for instance, that like they had Epstein dead to rights, then everything becomes very suspect. Like, why the fuck are you cutting deals here? But like I know, for instance, for like the Cosby thing, I think Cosby's conviction ended up getting thrown out because some of the testimony they relied on, I think in a prior case, they'd agreed to never use, basically. There was, okay, well, fuck you too. I think I disconnected.
I'm back. I'm sorry. I made a mistake. Clicked the wrong button.
Yeah, but I was saying that like for Cosby stuff, his conviction got tossed because prior testimony was considered inadmissible, which on its face seems kind of bullshit. But then when you dig into the earlier case, it was because the testimony from that one woman was probably reasonably decided to be pretty unreliable. That like in front of a jury, they probably wouldn't accept it that much, and the chances of that, going to trial and securing a conviction was highly. It was questionable. It was in the air whether they would. So that's why they went with that plea deal. So I can understand that. But I'm curious for the details of the Epstein case, how dead to rights he was and everything. Because if what you're saying is true, yeah, everything about that deal seemed pretty stupid. Yeah.
Yeah, and he was just living way beyond his means, and no one seems to have in the press asked like the necessary follow-up questions, like how did he get his money? What did he do? People have said he's a traitor. Who did he trade with?
Well, what was Epstein's businesses, or how did he?
Well, he was supposedly some kind of hedge fund manager, was supposedly what they said, but that leaves a paper trail because you're buying and selling a lot of stock. Where is the paper trail? Who is he buying from? Who is he selling to? Where are the records of all the stuff? No one in the press seems to be asking any of the relevant follow-up questions. Where did he get his money? Who is he? Weinstein Eric Weinstein has commented that he seemed like a manufactured person. He met him in person once, and he seemed just like a creation of someone's imagination, a synthetic person. Because he didn't act the way that an ultra-rich person should act. He seemed like he was not that way, and he would do these bizarre things like use an American flag as a table cover and other things that just seemed off. And he just seemed like no one's asking these questions. The press doesn't want to know. The fact that the press is not asking the questions about where he got his money from and all the rest of it, where the trade records are. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Who did business with him?
Well,
Conspiracy. I'm doing my whole X-File routine over here.
Yeah, I'll check it out. I guess we'll see what I find about him.
Yeah.
All right.
But normally I don't run to conspiracies, but that's certainly one I believe in because it just seems there's just so many details at so many different points in time where it's like something is not adding up in this equation. But I've enjoyed talking with you. It's been fun.
Yeah. If anything else ever comes up, or if you hear anything, or people tell you to jump in for whatever, you can always hop in the room and yeah.
All right, cool. Well, hopefully we can do something again. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah. Have a good one. Bye.
Or bye-bye.
Damn, he just bounced. Epstein spent his whole life scamming and basically faked his way to the top. Yeah, that's what his story kind of seemed like. I could totally understand. There are different like levels of wealth and money you could get up to, and maybe I'm only saying this because I'm not a billionaire yet. So maybe I won't. Maybe I just don't understand this now. But I feel like you could scam your way up to having hundreds of thousands of dollars. If you start working with businesses, I bet you could scam your way through millions of dollars and maybe $10 million. But I feel like scamming your way up to being a billionaire, is that really possible? In 2017, a former senior White House official reported that Alexander Acosta, the U.S. attorney for the Southern District of Florida who had handled Epstein's criminal case in 2008, had stated to Trump transition team interviewers. What does this mean? Oh, because they were interviewing him to be on the... Okay. I was told Epstein belonged to intelligence and to leave it alone, that Epstein was above his pay grade. Chief executive of collapsed crypto fund Hyperverse does not appear to exist. Exclusive. Stephen Reese Lewis was introduced to investors with an impressive list of qualifications and achievements, but no organization site can find any record of him. Oh no. How much money did this thing raise? It owes creditors $58 million, and its liquidators referred Zhu and Lee to the Australian Securities and Investments Commission for alleged possible breaches of the Corporations Act. I feel like we're working our way towards, you guys all watched this movie, right? What is this fucking quality?
Everything is voice coded, so if you need something, just ask. Lights? What do you think?
What a great movie. I'm not gonna be able to watch this because it's gonna fuck my shit up. They go to have sex in this movie, and they're like in the future. And in order to have sex, I think they put on like helmets and they like have VR sex because it's like better than whatever normal sex or some bullshit. And he's like, "What the fuck? We just need to do the real thing." I feel like at some point, people are gonna stop trusting so much of this shit on the internet. They're just not gonna like. There's just gonna be a bigger value for. I don't know if it's gonna be real life interactions or phone calls with human beings or what. But I have very little sympathy for people that are falling for like buying into crypto schemes online. Like, you're so stupid. Do you see what came out about Stephen Hawking and the midgets? Nope. Why don't you have a jukebox in your apartment? You're rich as fuck. Do it. If I was going to do something to be a rich person, I kind of want a house. I've wanted a house. I want a house because it'd be nice to practice music. Practicing guitar. Oh, I finally started playing my guitar a little bit. Practicing guitar and playing your headphones in is just lame, okay? I got an amp. I want to hear the fucking noise. And if I had a house, I could buy a real piano. That'd be cute. I want a nice, like, baby grand piano. You get a really nice piano for, like, $5,000 or $10,000. And you can practice your sax? Fuck saxophones. I want to learn the goddamn guitar. And you can keep your orbiters locked in their quarters? True. Kick out Rachel and Nathan, tell them to fuck off? True. God damn it. It's fucking Lycan again. Hi. Are you and Brittany on good terms? Which I feel like I know like 10 Brittany's. The Brittany from Politically Provoked, I think we're on okay terms, but that platform is way too wild for me now. Brittany Venti, I think we're on good terms. Brittany Simon, that bridge is destroyed, most likely forever. House in a cheap city or in a cool city? I feel like I have no strong feelings about this, and if you all post your places to move, then fuck you off yourself. I feel like if I was gonna move, if I had to decide today though, I'm becoming more partial to the Tampa area. My biggest worry moving from Miami is now I'm really spoiled being next to huge airports. I really like being near big airports, and moving next to Tampa, I'm worried about like downgrading airports, but apparently the Tampa airport is like the nicest in the country.
It's
so
amazing. I've flown out of there 50 times.
yeah. But otherwise it would have to be in either Alaska, no. Florida is where I'm at now. Nevada, fuck no. South Dakota, no. Tennessee is really beautiful and cheap. Maybe, but probably not. Texas has Austin, maybe. Wyoming, fuck no. Wait, I thought Washington didn't have... These states have the highest combined state and local sales taxes. Wait, why the fuck did I think Washington had no income tax? Or is that sales tax? States with no income tax. Oh, and then Washington would be a consideration, because I know a lot of people that live in Seattle and Portland. Aren't some of these tax states balanced by very high property taxes like Texas? No, people say that are retarded. Don't worry about them. Texas has power issues. It's not worth moving here. Oh, yikes, true. I could just get like an Elon Musk generator, right? Are you buying a house? I probably wouldn't, no. Or the other thing I've also considered is, since Nathan is turning 13 in 2 months, I've debated going back to Nebraska for 4 years and living there through his high school years. Might be interesting. Oh, man. I mean, I have to live in Nebraska until I'm 40. What an age. But living in Nebraska, oh my god, it's so horrible for so many reasons. The airport and travel is dog shit. I don't know if the internet would be reliable. I would kill myself if I got Cox again. Holy fuck. And then I'd have to figure out, yeah, there's a lot of logistics, weird living situations there. I'm not sure. Yeah, who knows? We'll see. Why not just rent a house? I don't know. I don't need like a whole ass house. I don't need a 2-bedroom apartment. It's like in using an actual molcajeti. Molcajeti?
Yes.
Buy something that will field the pedophile allegations. I thought about that. Like if I was a cool dad and I hosted parties with Nathan, I could have like a bunch of 13-year-old girls running around in the background. Oh, who got attracted by that?
I'm not watching the stream. I have a question.
What's up?
Hey, question.
Yeah.
If you weren't making money like you were, and you were just working some regular job in Nebraska, and you thought it'd be somewhat lucrative for you to do, would you ever consider doing sex work?
Am I like making a ton of assumptions here, or
Well,
like that I could make money off of it, that people would want to buy?
Yes,
For me?
like you had the inclination that you could make like middle of the rock. I'm not even be top 1%, but let's say you can make $6,000, 6 figures.
Yeah, for sure, absolutely, hell yeah, I'd do it.
You would? Okay. There's no reservation beyond like the money aspect for you?
No, but I feel like I clear a lot of the hurdles that like people worried about. Like I'm not part of a community that would be judgmental for it. I'm not like super close to my family. I don't think they would disown me. And even if they did, it's like, you know, I think those are the two big ones.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have any reservations in regards to the idea of just having your sexual experiences online?
No, I don't give a fuck.
You don't care about that at all? Okay. And hypothetically, let's say your child, son or daughter, wants to do it. Do you feel similarly like that? You'd be incredibly supportive?
I mean,
let's say they
I'd hope they could do more with their life than that, but
yeah, let's say they didn't have any financial issues because you're willing to provide for a lot of stuff, and they're willing to accept the money. Like they just want to do it. Would you be supportive of them doing so?
I mean, if that was literally like their best course of action, if nothing else would happen. But I mean, I'd hope they could like go to college and get a job and be like a fucking engineer or something, or do something more than that. That'd be my hope, right?
When you say more than that, what does that mean? You don't feel like sex work is real work? Sorry, I don't.
Well, I
mean
mean,
to
it's like a lowest common. Fuck. I have a thing that I can't clear to my throat. It's gonna drive me crazy. I'm gonna sound raspy for a bit. I mean, there are more. There's like a bucket of things that everybody can kind of do, and then as you become more educated and more specialized, you get into contributions where like only you can do these things. And I feel like for at least for my child, I would want him to become like as specialized or move into that direction as much as possible, such that you're offering like a unique skill set or a unique contribution to the world. I feel like sex work is kind of on the lower rung of things you can offer to the world.
Okay, but I feel like most people are not offering like a really unique skill set. Am I crazy in saying that?
Yeah, most people aren't. I wouldn't want my kid to be like an electrician or a carpenter either. I'd hope he could do something more. But yeah.
Okay, so for you, your kid being like a trade worker is like unbecoming or like not good.
I don't think it's like unbecoming. I'm just saying I think you hope that your children could like accomplish more or aspire to more. I mean, that would be my hope. But I mean, like whatever ends up working. I mean, people can find happiness in a lot of different ways. But yeah, it just depends. Yeah.
Okay, so let's say that there's a normie and they could do well on OnlyFans. You'd be supportive of that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. What would be any reservations you'd have beyond the career path? Is there something that would make you like, nah, I don't think I'd want this for my child?
I mean, as long as they're not like breaking any laws, and as long as they feel like they're respecting themselves and they're not compromising their personal integrity or health and safety for a particular thing, I'd probably be roughly supportive.
Okay. Very fair. And I guess the last question I had. When people have reservations in regards to sex work, what are some of the things that you've seen that people are not okay with? Obviously, like there's a lot of social stigma, shame, but like what are some things that you've seen? Good or bad arguments?
Good or bad arguments? In terms of like why not to do it?
Yeah.
I mean, bad arguments are going to be anyone that I think like presupposes some moral feeling, because it's obviously if somebody disagrees with you, you're not going to convince them on the sex topic thing, right? Like arguing with people that it's immoral if the person's not like religious or doesn't share your faith is going to be a waste of time. So those are dog shit arguments, I think.
What about feelings?
What about feelings?
I feel like a lot of people have weird feelings when it comes to sex work that aren't necessarily related to inherently shame, but just their views on intimacy and whether or not it should be private and whatnot.
I think that if you want to go into sex work, I think what you need to do is the person needs to be willing to grapple with the realities of what it means to fuck people and fuck people on camera, because I feel like a lot of people don't grasp those two realities very well. Like sex is a pretty intimate thing. It's a pretty unique experience. It involves like a high level of vulnerability and trust with another person in an unprecedented hormonal state. And you need to be willing to grasp with that first before you make any decisions past that. And to pretend like it's not that, you're probably setting yourself up for massive disappointment or failure.
So when you say it's intimate, it's because you're being vulnerable and because it's such a like visceral reaction to it, both like emotionally and physically.
Yeah, for sure.
Fair. Yeah. Okay. I'm inclined to agree with that.
Yeah. I think that there are people that, I think that a lot of people have jumped into a lot of like casual sex environments and stuff thinking it's no big deal. And then they end up getting burned because it kind of is a big deal. I mean, sexual engagement with people is it is a unique thing. It's a very unique thing. And there's a lot of unique stuff that goes along with it. The hormonal states, the vulnerability, the trust, like there's a lot of stuff that goes into that. And people treat it, I think, too much with kid gloves sometimes. But I mean, like, that's just a reaction and a response to the, retarded religious people that say that sex is the holiest act in the world and you pair bond with one person for your entire fucking life and anything outside of that is degenerate and horrible and bad for you and blah, 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 blah. So the sexual quote unquote revolution or rebellion we see right now is a response to the over stringent conservative standards in the past. Hopefully we wind it back a little bit and settle out into some realistic world where people can have healthy and good conversations about what it means to sexually engage with people and have casual sex partners so that people can figure out if it's good for them or not. I find too many people choose one or the other as a response to people that they don't like in their life, and then they end up regretting it later on. I've known people that have jumped into casual sex and have felt like really gross and used and unhappy with it after a couple years of trying it. And I've known people that, take way too long to get into casual sex because they felt shame about having more than like one partner when they were 27. So yeah, people just have a really hard time honestly engaging with the topic because I think a lot of people don't actually care about sex. They care about like all of the moral loading and everything that goes into it way more than the act itself. Like a religious person doesn't give a fuck about sex as much as they do about like the moral arguments in the family building and blah, 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 blah. And then like a, third wave feminist or all these really far left woke people don't care about sex. They just like the freedom of women to fuck whoever they want with no consequences and blah, 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 blah. So it's like, I just feel like it's so dumb. There's no good conversations about it, I feel.
Yeah. Yeah, I think on this point we probably agree. I think a lot of people who treat sex flippantly aren't actually engaging with the fact that it's affecting them a lot of times. Like, I know some people who don't generally get affected, but my experience with most people is that generally over time of having sex, relationships, hormones, all these things get involved, and the dynamic between two people just changes as a result of it. So it can be this flippant thing that has real no meaning, and at the same time is deepening your relationship with somebody over time. I feel like those two things are kind of counterintuitive. And like you said, it is vulnerable. At the end of the day, you're doing something in front of somebody that you generally wouldn't do in front of most people. Obviously, for people who do stuff online, it's a bit different. But yeah, I just think it has a lot more implications than a lot of people want to admit.
And then I wish people... Go on.
And I was just saying, like, I think when I was asked recently, like, okay, well, why is it something that you keep private? And as I was thinking about the answer, I was like, it is very much what you said. It feels vulnerable. It feels like, oh, I'm doing this thing with you that I don't do with anyone else. And so for that reason alone, that's why I prefer to keep it a private thing. But yeah.
Yeah.
You were going to say?
Where did that question get asked from? I feel like I saw that happen.
No, you didn't see it happen to me, but I got asked privately.
Oh, I feel like I was watching something where somebody mentioned something about sex not being a big deal or something, and then somebody said like, "Oh, well then why do you keep that private? Why don't you just show everybody then or something?"
It might be Lav. Lav might have said something like that.
Maybe.
I don't know.
I wish I could remember where I saw this. I don't know if it was on stream or off stream. But yeah, I wish that like one thing that would be interesting is if we had better conversations about maybe it was Lav to Kelly Jean. Oh, maybe it was. I feel like if people had better conversations about this, I think you could have like better rampings like up and down to different things as well. That would be interesting to help people explore if it was right for them. So for instance, like if sex work, like if we had honest conversations about what was involved in sex work, I bet you could have better conversations about trying to figure out if it was okay for somebody to do it or not do it. Like there are ways to ramp up and down to like full on getting fuck boy girl content on Pornhub that aren't just like, well, try it and see how it goes, Like maybe, thank you, I love you. Like maybe that involves like taking sexy pictures of just like parts of your body without your face being included, posting it under a different name, and then you can get like feedback of like, well, somebody's saying something mean about you. How does it make you feel? Like there's probably ways to like ramp up and down on some of these things to figure out how you feel rather than people just being so ideologically dug in that they're either saying like go full and do it or do nothing because it's evil. But we never really have any of those conversations because everybody's like moralizes the fuck out of it so much. So
yeah, I think one of the interesting things about having spoken to sex workers in private is just because there's so much taboo surrounding the topic, there's actually no real good like information out there about what it really entails. And one thing that really shocked me is that a vast majority of it is incredibly emotional for the Johns or the people who are paying for these services. I had a stripper tell me that when she does private dances, like when they do like the 1 hour sessions, like they spend a lot of it just talking. And I was like, imagine paying $1,000 an hour because you saw some girl rolling up and down on some pole, and then you get behind the curtain, and then you really just want to speak to them and talk to them. And I was looking at Amaranth's sales for how much she made. I think it was something crazy like $57 million in 3-4 years. And the majority of her services that where she made most of the income was from messaging.
Although it's hard
So
to know like what the messaging is because we don't really know.
Yes,
Yeah.
it might be like, oh, you want to see my bathwater or whatever. But the
Yeah.
fact that it's even a substantial portion
Mm-hmm.
of it is actually really interesting. And a lot of sex workers have told me like a lot of people are just looking for an emotional thing. Like even people who escort, yes, generally sex is part of the trade-off, but they do spend a considerable amount of time forming an emotional connection with these people. And I think that's why a lot of these Twitch streamers who are like booby streamers or whatever are so successful, is they spend a lot of time. Yes, they might hook the people in with sex per se, but the emotional connection that they start building with these women from seeing them so often and fantasizing about them and then interacting with them is really what keeps them in emotionally. And I think that's what drives the sales to go up. Because if it was just a sex thing, then the most desirable, physically attractive woman would always be getting the most amount of money, but that's just not the case.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily disagree. It's also important that like different people engage with different sex workers in different ways. What a worthless statement. Fuck. Based on like what type of sex worker and what environment we're talking about. So for what you're saying, when it comes to like escorting and stuff, I've heard that a lot. That a lot of women that do escort, the emotional or like GFE, whatever, for an escort is really, 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 really important. I've heard from some dancers that some men like to talk or they like to feel close and hang out, but in that environment, it's going to be a bit more sexual. And then for OnlyFans, depending on the type of content you sell, it's going to be way different. Or like a Pornhub subscriber is just looking at your porn videos. They're not like messaging at all. It just kind of depends. But yeah, people, even labeling it just like sex work, it's more than that and less than that at the same time sometimes, depending on what level you're talking. Because yeah.
I wonder.
What?
Well, if I spend all my time, like, yes, there's definitely, I think what you said is true in regards to like certain forms of sex work will involve more sex than not. But just the fact that it's a substantial part of a lot of the industry tells me that what a lot of these Johns are looking for, sometimes it's sexual fulfillment, sometimes it's like the fulfillment of fantasy. But they essentially, like, there's a huge element of desire in being seen by the opposite sex that goes well beyond sex. That is pretty like evident all forms of sex work. And that, like, for example, when they're throwing money at the person, yes, it's for their sexual gratification, but it's also a thing of like, I want to be recognized by this woman, and I want her services as a result. And I feel like the emotion really is the underlying factor beneath most of the sex. Do you agree or disagree? I'm not even saying they're lonely per se. That's not exactly what I'm getting at. I'm saying there's a sense of emotional fulfillment that they need from these experiences for it to really matter.
I think it
It's
probably
rarely-
depends on, it just depends on what you're looking at or how they're engaging it. Like if you subscribe to some girls' OnlyFans, probably not. But if you're paying to like DM them, probably. If you're paying for an escort, for sure. If you're throwing money at a stripper because you want to see her do like a trick or something, or you just want to lap dance, that may be one thing. But if you're throwing money at her because you know that she'll come around and talk with you while you share drinks, then maybe, yeah. I think the emotional part is probably, I just don't talk to a lot of sex work consumers, so it's hard to say. But I'm sure the emotional component is a lot of it for some people, yeah.
You don't feel like he's like that for OnlyFans? I feel like for OnlyFans, one of the places where I feel like it's the most like that. Am I crazy?
The problem with OnlyFans is nobody actually knows like what any of the fucking numbers are on fucking anything, and people just like assume whatever the fuck they want to make whatever argument they want. So when you're talking to people that are highly critical, for instance, Gisticle is a really good example in my chat. These people will say that OnlyFans is a platform where 99% of the people that are engaged in it are trying to make the girls their girlfriends because they're obsessed and they have no other person to talk to in their life, and the women are all like being abusive and exploitative of these poor men that are lonely and vulnerable and seeking relationships and blah, blah, blah. The reality is I don't know like what the delineation is on people that engage with like the percentage of people that engage in OnlyFans for like the girlfriend experience versus just like subscribing or DMing to get off. And I don't know of the people that engage in it for the...
Literally everything he just said is a straw man and not true. Anyway.
It's
bye.
everything I just said was true. And he was spamming it in chat so much when I was debating Airdead on it. But yeah, fuck, you just derailed me, but yeah.
You were saying the delineation between the percentages of people who want an emotional connection, which
versus people that are just like looking to get off. I'm not sure. Yeah.
It's hard to say, but it does seem to be a substantial portion. I think on that we can both agree.
No, I don't know.
You don't know.
No.
In general,
like a study could come out tomorrow that says that like 5% of the people there are like looking for that big emotional connection on OnlyFans, and I'd be like, okay, it makes sense. Or a study came out saying like 65% of people are looking for it.
No.
Oh, okay, maybe.
Not OnlyFans. I'm talking about sex work in general.
Well, sex work in general includes OnlyFans. If we're saying like any real life event, especially for escorts or whatever, it seems like that connection is pretty important for escorting. It's particular escorting. It seems like it. I don't know if it's the same for like, what are they called? Rub and tugs. Like if you go to like those places, like are those people looking for emotional intimacy? Probably not, right? Or do you think they are? Or
I don't know how it works at rub and tugs, so I mean I could just go
like
based
you
off
just
what I've
go in,
heard.
and you get jerked off, and then you leave in like an hour or whatever.
Yeah, so I mean, with the Asian ladies, I wonder. That's a good question. Probably not. It would seem so, but I don't know. I've never spoken to people who are customers, and I've never spoken to people who are providing the services, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, the reason why I say that is because I had one vision of escorting before, and then once I learned more about it from escorts, I realized like, oh, everything I thought I knew about it is completely wrong. So it could be the same for rub and tugs.
Yeah. Do you enjoy having sex? Is it like a fun experience for you?
That's a good question. So I had to think about that over time.
Damn, really? Why? Walk me through your thought process.
Because there's a difference between the compulsion to have sex and accomplishing that and actual pleasure per se.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Like I've always had the compulsion for it. Like I've always
Well,
felt
when
like
you're having sex, is it like a fun? There's like a fun, cool, like, oh, I like this. I want to do this again.
Hmm, I think the compulsion is probably really stronger than the gratification. I think there have been times in my life where I've had very gratifying sex, but as I've gotten older, I think like generally that's been more linked to who I was having it with and my relationship with them more so than the act itself. And yeah, that's what I would say.
Do you? Why do you ever masturbate?
Uh, boredom.
That's it. It doesn't like feel good. You're not like, oh, this is like fun. I enjoy it.
It's boredom, bro. Like I'm not gonna lie to you, it's a compulsion. It's boredom. It's like a little dopamine rush. I don't really think that's pleasure. That to me is not like. I guess you could define that as pleasure, but I'm gonna be honest with you. Like I notice this, I don't masturbate unless I got a lot of free time, and if I don't have free time, I don't even think about masturbating at all. So how much can I really enjoy it if it's just a time filler? That's like watching an anime and seeing like those shitty filler episodes and thinking like, oh yeah, this is great. Like no, it's not great. You're just watching it because it's part of the next episode. But do I enjoy it? No, I don't think so.
Do you think
And I wager that's probably true for most people. Like every time I meet someone, they're like, "Oh fuck, bro, I'm addicted to porn." I'm like, "No, bitch, you got too much free time." I guarantee you, when you take a camping trip, you don't even think about fucking porn at all. You don't have a porn addiction. You just got too much free time. And when you have free time, you don't like being alone with your own thoughts or being quiet. So you just look for a dopamine rush. So some people, it's like they play a long podcast because they just hate silence and then they're just doing other things. Some people is like they read a book and they do something else, and then other people is masturbation. But you're not addicted. You got too much free time.
gotcha? And I'm just curious. So for like a relationship, what do you think is like an ideal amount of sex?
For me, I would say maybe like 2, 3 times a week. I'm probably good with that. Like especially once I've settled into the relationship over some time, then yeah.
That feels like kind of a lot if you're kind of indifferent to it, or is it just like an emotional relationship bonding thing for you?
I like physical proximity, so I'm always liking to be close to my partner. I like touching, like not all the time, but like if we're gonna be close, I like to be close. And generally, once I get to that state, I just get horny, and then I don't know, and I'm like, well, the compulsion's there, and I love this person, so why not? But I'm somebody who likes physical touch, so because I like that, I think it just naturally leads to a lot of sex as a result.
Do you feel Do you enjoy dancing?
Oh yeah, yeah. Dancing is like completely different. Though.
What do you mean by that?
It's like
let's say that I just do a big rant at you. When you go camping, motherfucker, you're not thinking about dancing. You're just dancing for a dopamine rush because you're bored. What would your counter be to that? Yeah.
I am. I'm thinking about it all the time. Like when I travel, I literally look up dance spots in whatever city I'm going to so I can go out dancing. I'm constantly making it part of my life anywhere. Like even right now, I'm going to be traveling to Asia for a little bit, and I'm looking at cities that have a lot of dancing. For me, it's like completely different. And this is what it's akin to. And I know everyone can understand this if they do it. But like if you work out, you have a really good workout. You come out of it steamed out, all physically exhausted. You feel cleansed. You feel amazing. That's how I feel when I leave a dance event. So yeah, it's different. And I know people when they travel, they still like to work out because they need that experience. That's not the same to me as masturbation. I think you probably have the same experience maybe with streaming. I don't know. Or maybe like a really good debate.
You think so?
Because I know when you travel, you like to make that shit part of your schedule. So if you're traveling, you like to travel for work. For you, it's like a compulsion, but it's also something I think you thoroughly enjoy to have like meaningful debates.
Okay.
Do you see the difference between that?
Versus the meaningful debates versus like sex, or
Well, I don't know what your relationship with sex is, but like maybe masturbation would probably example. Like, do you find masturbation super gratifying?
hell yeah.
Interesting. Go on.
What do you mean? It's a good time.
It's a good time. Well, obviously we're talking about different forms of pleasure, right? There's like the difference between like having a burger you're indifferent about, having a really nice meal that's completely great. Like food is food, but not all sex is the same sex. You know what I'm saying? Like you can go to a spot where you eat at and it's just you're indifferent about it, and you can have like an amazing restaurant experience. So I'm asking you, is there any tiers to sex or sexual experiences for you?
Yeah, of course. But I think I don't think you're lying, right? I think people have just like different experiences. I'm not saying that like my view is better than yours or whatever, but
Yeah, I want to know your view. That's what I'm saying.
I don't know. I really like sex. It's just like really fun to me. Sometimes there's like a girl I know that lives. I finally know a girl in fucking Florida, but she lives like an hour and a half away. But if I got nothing else going on at night, if I've done all my shit, I'm just like, ah, fuck it, I'll drive over and spend the night, just to fuck for a few hours. I don't know. It's super fun for me. But I kind of grew up assuming that everybody was like that. But now I'm seeing, especially after going through the red pill arc, that people have way different views on how much they engage sex for sex sake versus like the other peripheral things around it. Which is interesting, I think. Yeah.
I'm curious for you, are there any forms of pleasure that you'd rank above sex?
Yeah, one thing. Yeah, I obviously I super love music. I am very much like improvisational when it comes to music, and if I can find somebody else that can like jam with me on that, like give a set of chords and just like play for 30 minutes or whatever, that type of, if you're really connected to the person you're playing with, that is a very, very, very nice experience for me. I don't know if the best sex is better than like the best like musical session with somebody, but those two things are pretty similar, I think. Yeah.
Well, it's interesting though. Like, what makes the best sex? And I'm curious about this. Is the after effect of it, like, or your afterthoughts of it, important? Is it just how it feels in the moment? I'm curious for you, what makes the best sex the best sex? And let me just preface it by saying I've had times where like the body parts just fit. Like for whatever reason, I was very excited physically, and everything was working well. Busted a bunch of times. It was very easy, seamless. But after the fact, I didn't feel amazing about it because I really was like, I don't really care about this part, whatever. Maybe that is considered quote unquote like technically the best sex, but for me, it wasn't like a very great experience. In that I did away from it thinking like, wow.
Yeah, there's a lot of like peripheral things that can make sex good. Like maybe you're really attracted to the person. Maybe the inside of their vagina just feels really good. Their mouth is the right size or some bullshit. Like there's a lot of stuff like that.
Yeah.
I think the best sexual partners, it's hard to explain when I say this. I think you either know or you don't know, and then it's hard to understand otherwise. But the best types of people to be physical with, this includes cuddling as well, is some people kind of just like do what's in front of them, and other people are very intentional with the way that they move. And people that are intentional with the way that they move, those experiences are always like a billion times better than people that just kind of like do what's in front of them. Like it's the difference between like you go to have sex and your bodies are there, and then the person like grabs your dick and they just like kind of stroke it for like 20 minutes, or they just like get on you and they move for like 20 minutes, and there's like not very much thought going into what's happening. There's not very much intention in how they're moving or their actions or the impact on you. I think it takes a relatively high degree of empathy. It takes a good degree of like self-control. It takes a good degree of like physical adeptness, like you have to be able to manipulate and move parts and everything. But I think that the intentionality aspect with the way that a person moves their body, I think is for me what makes it like the best type of sexual experience. It's just in terms of like a pleasure level, yeah.
Let me ask you then, if you just had a one night stand, for example, and it was that physical experience, do you think you'd rank that higher than with somebody who you had that experience with consistently? I don't think you would. I think generally part of what makes it the best is like the consistency aspect of it, the kind of trust that you have with that person, all these other like different emotional factors that are not necessarily inherently physical.
It's hard to disaggregate because all of my long-term partners are doing that thing that I really enjoy, that intentional aspect. So like let's say that I was dating somebody that I had really, really bad sex with because we just didn't click, or I felt like they weren't intentional, they didn't learn anything or whatever, after a year, and then I had a one-night stand with somebody who was really amazing, because they were very intentional, very empathetic, I think I would rate that one night stand higher. Yeah.
Gotcha.
But but I'm probably not going to date a person long term that we just don't click with sexual. Like sexual chemistry and romantic chemistry are like two of the most important things I have when ranking like partners in terms of thinking of like, could I date this person or not?
Got you. And considering all this, when you think about all that, you feel like that's equal to you jamming out with somebody and making some good music?
It's not equal, but it's like there's a lot. I guess now I've never really thought about comparing those two things before, but there's a lot of like crossover in terms of like if you're improving, it requires you to be adept at the form of whatever you're talking in, right? Like when you and Melina were dancing through like steps, like there's a particular pattern or rhythm that you have to understand. And when you're engaged in that pattern or rhythm, you have to be able to do it with another person there. So you have to be in time with each other. There's like a vocabulary back and forth that you're able to speak to one another in music. There's going to be like some creating space for the other person, taking space for yourself when necessary. So I guess in some ways, I guess it's pretty comparable. Or maybe I'm generalizing it so much that all forms of like art or sports or dance or whatever are like this. But yeah, I guess it's pretty
No, you described dance pretty well. That is very similar to what it feels like when
Sure. I mean, dance and music are going to be very similar because they both occur usually with music. Obviously, music and dance obviously does, and then in time. And then I know you can do like freestyle improv dance. You can do like more rigid set dance. Like, yeah.
Yeah, no, all that stuff is true. Yeah. Well, I just want to bring this stuff up to you, but I appreciate you taking the time.
Yeah. Somebody said you just made a video on this. What were your strong feelings on this?
On sex, no, I think we covered. There's a parent, basically like a father and a daughter, who run a short form podcast on TikTok. And the daughter told the dad that she wanted to start up an OnlyFans. And they had a conversation on camera. It was actually pretty interesting to watch, and a lot of people felt some way about the parenting style. People were really against it. Other folks are really for it. I think it might be interesting for you to watch. It's only like 6 minutes, so it's not too long. But yeah, it was. We just talked about that. So
interesting. That type of interaction that you're talking about. That's the reason why I'm known as the incest guy. I don't know if you ever saw the original video, but I think it was like 8 years ago or something. We read a post on Reddit where like a mom and a dad were very open with their daughter sexually in terms of like they could answer any questions and they helped the daughter, blah, blah, blah. And I think at some point the daughter asked like, oh, would you guys buy a sex toy for me so I don't have to like masturbate with my hairbrush? And they're like, well, sure, we're sexually positive. Why not? And they did it. And then I think at some point the daughter asked the dad and mom if they could show her how to use it. And then I think the dad was the one that posted on Reddit is like, is this like appropriate? Or this feels like we're crossing a line, or I don't know how to say no because our daughter says that it shouldn't be a big deal because we're open and we're not like actually fucking each other. And I thought that conversation was really, really, really interesting. And then after that, people were like, oh, you think dad should fuck their daughter? They're like, okay. But yeah, it was the same type of thing that set it off. Yeah.
Hey, listen, when it comes to daughters, fathers, and all things related to sex work, it turns into brain rot like super fast. It's like, it makes me think of like the pedos and kids conversations, immediate brain rot, instantly. So yeah, you being called a incest guy makes perfect sense.
Based, yeah.
Yeah. How do you feel about that? Would you promote any kind of incest?
If I had siblings that I wanted to fuck, I would more, but unfortunately.
All right, I'm gonna stop before something gets clipped.
Okay.
All right, buddy. Always a pleasure.
Be careful.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, I have to go brush my teeth now because Lycan fucked me. Do you hate all your siblings? I don't really hate any of my siblings, okay? We just have issues sometimes. But no, I wouldn't say I hate them. But also I grew up with them. Wanting to fuck somebody you grew up with is really fucking weird. Like I would say my little sister is probably conventionally attractive, I think, decently. But like, ugh. That's disgusting. But she's not disgusting. She's a fine person, but yeah. Okay. I need to go brush my teeth. 1 sec. What are they doing up there, bro? Are they building a new unit? Destiny doesn't watch Pornhub. I think the reason why people fantasize, this is a total theory. I could be totally wrong. The people that fantasize about fucking siblings, I think are only childs that have seen other people with hot siblings. I remember, bro, because I went to an all-boys high school. If you had a friend and he had a sister, oh no, man. That sister, there were going to be so many comments made. And I even remember, like, people would ask, we must have been retards. I think even I asked this question, but I had a sister. Why would I even ask this? You'd even ask, like, you ever think about, like, fucking your sister, bro? Because there would be guys who would have sisters who were fucking hot. And you're like, bro, you must. And the guy would always be like, no, what the fuck? She's my sister. And we'd all be like, what the fuck, dude? But I don't even know why we'd ask that. Because, like, obviously, like, yeah, you. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, bro. That's just, listen. You know that's not true given how absurdly popular incest porn is and how relatively uncommon only children are. Maybe, but I don't know. But like, so for instance, like I read a lot of, I'll masturbate to a lot of written porn, okay, on Literotica, okay? What a great website. And one of the most popular sections on that site is incest. And incest porn on that site is kind of hot. But it's not my sister. I don't know why. I don't know what the difference is. Like, I guess the idea of it is hot, but if you actually have a sibling, it's fucking disgusting. Or you would never imagine it with your sibling. It's a taboo. I don't think that's the only reason. I hope not. That's so cringe. Why do people like things just because they're taboo? That's the cringiest thing in the world. Okay, step I can get, not actually blood relation. Blood relation doesn't actually matter when it comes to attraction. It's that stupid, I don't know what the fuck it's called. NXDace is so good on Literotica. Yeah, except they haven't posted a story in like 20 years. Fuck that person. That's absolutely not what I'm looking for. Oh, the Westermark effect? There's a hypothesis. I don't know if it's actually true or not. But it's the idea that if you're reared with somebody, like you're raised with somebody, that you don't have like a sexual attraction towards them. So like if you get a step sibling when you're like 3 or 4, like I don't think you're gonna grow up and want to fuck the step sibling because you're raised with them. It's like gross. But oh, I think there actually might be other I think there might be another supporter for this. And isn't it the idea, can somebody tell me, are you more sexually attracted to people that are genetically highly similar to you if you've been separated at birth? Am I making that up? That like if you and a sibling get separated at birth and you meet later in life, you can have like intense sexual attractions towards these people because you're so genetically similar? Because I think, isn't there like an ideal amount of incest that happens in like the lion world where your goal, because you want to propagate your own genes, but fucking your siblings is bad, so you have a preference for fucking like 25% like cousins or something to propagate your own genetic material or something. I feel like we did that in the Sapolsky lessons or something. Yes, it's third cousins. Maybe it's third cousins. You should just be fucking siblings, but our DNA is so complicated and fucked up that you can pass on too many bad things. There's like a lot of error correcting that happens in the process. So you have to have like new DNA. The real question is, would you fuck a clone of yourself if you could? Sure, why not? There's everybody Quove Studio talking about why people will choose partners that look like them, but I can't remember what the data said now. When I say you should fuck your siblings, what I mean is you would imagine that like the best way to propagate the same genetic material would be to have an attraction to siblings, right? Because that's literally the same genes. Like imagine passing on your genes and your other genes passing on your genes like over and over again. You'd think that'd be the best, but for survival of genetic material, but it isn't because of all the errors and autistic shit. I should say downy shit actually, but. All incest literature / porn to me seems to always be about the secret relationship aspect. Yeah, that's actually true. Do you think you could fuck a cousin? I guess. I don't give a fuck. I got like, because half my family's Hispanic, I got like so many cousins. Some of them are hot. I've never seen them. I wasn't raised with them. Sure, why not? I don't give a fuck. But anybody, what is a cousin again? A cousin would be your parents, siblings, child. Is that a cousin? Do I even, hold on, let me think. Do I have cousins? My parents, it would be an aunt and uncle's children. Rob didn't have any children. Did my dad have siblings? He must have been an only child. I feel like I would know, right? So then my Sassy doesn't have any kids. Okay. An uncle with children. Would I bang those children? Probably not. But I'm just not. They're just not my people. They're just not my people. But you know what? If they were, yeah, fuck it. Who cares? Who cares? Yeah. Listen, if I didn't see you growing up that much, then you're fair game, okay? So be warned. Be careful. What about nieces? Nieces is siblings' children. A nephew is siblings' children? That seems like too much. Although, I don't know. My brother's like 50 years old. I don't know. How old is he? Let's go check. Let's go. You know what? Let's go take a look, actually. Let's see. What do we got going on over here? Definitely not this guy. Hold on. He might have me blocked on Facebook. Listen, I used to fight with my family on Facebook, okay? Fuck. Wait, holy shit. Hold on. These are not first stream conversations. Okay, listen, we're suspending this conversation, okay? Don't worry about it. Bum, 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 bum. I don't even know what my family is over here. I think they're like Filipino. I don't know any of my family, bro. It's not on my. It's like my. I feel like I shouldn't be unleashing my whole family tree online. Okay, never mind. Fuck you guys. Or revealing. Oh, look at the babies. That was not in the context of the last conversation, okay. Okay. Hold on, I need to go brush my teeth. Wait, fuck. I need to stop eating these. God damn it. Why did he bring me a snack? I should have said no. Guacamole is really calorie intensive, isn't it? We got ripped off the Epstein stuff so much.
Alyssa was like, hey, I want to talk to you about something. I want to tell you something. Promise you won't get mad. And I was like,
is this his
stop
daughter right here?
there. First of all, never going to make a promise like that because I might get mad. And second of all, let's just have the conversation on the show. And you were like, not so sure you want to do that.
I think it'll be helpful for other people to listen to because I know the difference in our relationship versus the mass majority and the reaction most people would get, I feel like, and it can create toxicity. And I feel like you're going to have your own opinions, and that's what I'm also here to listen to, is also hear you out and hear your opinions. But I feel like you're going to have a healthier reaction than most parents might, and it could be helpful for other people to listen to, including parents.
Are you moving out of state? Oh, God. Get to your offensive statement.
It's not offensive. So I've kind of joked about it before starting an OnlyFans, but it's also not what you think either. I would be taking a more model route in that way. But I also do feel like we obviously...
Wait, was this face that red 5 seconds ago? My God.
OnlyFans, but it's also not what you think either. I would be taking a more model route in that way. But I also do feel like we obviously have a little bit of a presence together. So I want to get your opinions and thoughts. And I also want to tell you, but I also feel like I have assets that I could capitalize on. And
call them assets.
I'm a businesswoman. You taught me to be a businesswoman. And I have my boundaries as well as my own adult. There are a lot of things that I won't do, but there's also, you know, some modeling I would love to do anyway. So there's that.
First and foremost, you know, I love you. I respect you. I raised you to be independent, to be, like you said, to be business-minded, to be logical. And I guess the biggest thing is you being safe. Like having a daughter already, knowing that you're highly likely to be assaulted or hit or groped or something like that. That's already on a father's mind when he has a girl. So there's that protection part of me that's like, I don't want you to be opened up to even more people stalking or chasing you or doing stuff because I have bail money. Like I'm willing to straight up go to prison.
I know.
That's already a problem that we have to deal with. And then on top of that, you being like, oh, here's a booby. Now, just a lot of what I'm feeling is like protection. I don't want you to do something that's going to make something harder on you later in life. Like when I was 19, I thought I was going to be one thing and my life completely went in a different direction. What if when you're 37, you decide to run for president or run for some kind of office, or you want to be taken seriously as an actor in some major, or you want to be an outspoken, activist in a certain thing, and this comes back to haunt you. Maybe society will grow up and that kind of stuff won't affect you negatively, but I'm concerned with your safety. I'm concerned with your future, and I don't want you to do anything that's going to harm future you. My fear is that you would do something now, get money now, and then when you're in your 40s, you look back on it and go, man, I really had an opportunity to do something bigger with my life. And because that stuff exists on the internet, now I'm prohibited or restricted in some other aspect of my life. I raise you to respect yourself and to be safe. And I mean, you're a grown woman. You're going to do what you're going to do. Doesn't feel great, but I love you. I respect you. And if that's what you want to do, then, I mean, I support you in whatever you want to do. I just really want you to be careful. with,
Well, that's why I have
everything that I just
boundaries.
said, not only your
Yeah.
safety, but
Yeah.
your future opportunities. Like,
How is she really
if you're gonna do
18?
something-
Somebody said that. Did she just turn 18?
like to have to do it in a way that's classy and respectful of who you are, and not ruining future opportunities.
Yeah, and that's where like I have my boundaries.
I don't own you. I don't control you. You're not mine, but I care so deeply about you. Like, there's not another single human on this planet
Okay, I was
that
saying
I
19.
care to protect more than you.
Mhm.
And so it's just a safety thing. I appreciate you telling me.
Yeah.
And us talking about it. I'm glad we're close enough to have this
I'd
conversation.
rather you know than
It's not up to me. You know what I mean? You don't need my approval or blessing. I mean, you know, I trust you to handle yourself. Like, my job as your parent is to teach you how to live without me. Like, I know it sounds morbid and screwed up, but I don't want to be on my deathbed in my 90s and having you being like, Dad, don't leave. I don't know how to do taxes. I'm like, I want you to be like, I got this. Let go. You're fine. I want to
Feels wrong to have this convo on a podcast. Why?
peacefully, you know, pass into my death knowing that you're going to be fine. So I've given you those tools up to this point for you to just handle your business.
a lot of people are going to feel like this is like because I don't respect myself. And I feel like the one thing that I do want to make clear is that this is because I respect myself. I want to just do it the fastest way possible so I have more time to do things like rescues and charities and help my family and my friends that need help.
So this is really my fault because I failed to become a billionaire
Absolutely your fault. Absolutely.
before you became
Yeah.
an adult. If I'd been a billionaire, you'd be like,
Yep.
there's no point.
You didn't realize that your child was going to be just like money hungry and business drawn.
Well, there you go, dads.
And here I am.
Go get your bag so that your daughter doesn't have to. You have to know that whatever you're about to do has a timeline.
Oh, absolutely.
There's a shelf life is what we would call it in the
It's a
industry. Well, no, it's going to end. Like you can't be like, oh, I made all this money this month. It's going to be like this for the rest of my life.
No.
You have to, like, please promise me that you're going to put back money,
Of
that you're going to
course.
save, that you're going to
Of
invest. Like, that we can have a financial planner and advisor you can talk to.
I have a financial business advisor who already wants to help me. And I know I'm going to invest and save. And also I want to get into stocks too.
Okay.
And and when I have some money, I'm going to buy a house.
Maybe
You're getting jealous of all the money?
I want to buy a house too. Maybe I'll start OnlyFans. Is there OnlyMans?
Dad.
Can I be OnlyMans?
Oh my God.
Let me know, ladies
Only man?
or dudes.
You did not just say only man.
Would you sign up for that? Look at that. Bam.
Onlymans.
Look at that.
You did not
look,
just say
look, look at that.
only.
Wait, hold up. Bam. $5. Alyssa, please be careful out there.
That's why I have boundaries. Is because I don't know 30-year-old me. Like I know me and I feel like I'm going to still be okay with it, but I also want to make sure I have that room to change if I feel like I want to.
I love you and respect you and support you through all of it. So
Yay.
please be safe. Like I'm here for you, like through the process. If I don't know anything about OnlyFans, but if something goes sideways with them and there's like a business issue or a contract, I don't want you to be like, I can't ask my dad about this because it's OnlyFans. Like when I say support, I mean I'm going to show up and create space for you throughout this process. So like,
Okay. That would be helpful because you're definitely helpful when it comes to business and numbers. I want to help puppies.
like you could help animals with your clothes on. I hear those places exist.
Dad. I got to put the link in my bio now, don't I?
I love you, Talissa.
I love you.
Be safe.
I will.
Damn it.
I'm always safe. And I always
Y'all
have...
know watch for my OnlyMans drop. Comment below if you'd sign up. Why not? You stay away from mine, I'll stay away from yours.
No, only man's dad?
Whatever. Maybe I'll just be walking around just being like, hey, honey, don't worry about that. I'll take care of the dishes. Maybe they just want to hear that. Just an only man.
A lonely man.
A lonely man.
Lonely man.
I raised you to make good decisions, to respect yourself, to respect other people, to make the best decisions that you can in the time that you have for yourself.
Mhm.
And if you feel like that's what this is, then you need to do that.
Mhm.
Like I said, I just want you to be
Safe.
I just want you to be safe.
I'll be safe. I'll be safe if you be safe.
All right.
Without only man's.
No, I'm doing
You're
it.
going to do it?
Maybe.
Good heavens.
Maybe I'll have to have a podcast where I have to reveal to you that I'm dropping my
You don't need to tell me. I'll probably...
Oh, no, I'm dropping it.
I mean, it's nice that they can have the conversation. That's nice. I feel like the dad could have given a lot more perspective or potential pushback, but I don't know if this is like edited or cut. Or I'm sure they'll have like a deeper conversation on it, I guess. But I don't know. Would you let your daughter create an OnlyFans? No, I mean, like I said, I think you kind of like hope, you aspire that your children like go big into some like highly educated, highly specialized field, like change lives. But I mean, if that's the only option available to them in terms of like making a fuck ton of money, and if they can make a fuck ton of money for it, what pushback would you give and why? Well, if you want to get into not safe for work content, you have to strategize around it significantly. Like there's a lot of like if you start posting, like full boy girl content, right? As a beginner, like you're limiting the potential growth of your stuff. Like, you have to expand other platforms before getting into not safe for work content because it can inhibit expansion later on. There's like a whole bunch of like strategizing stuff that goes into doing it that you probably need to talk about, but yeah. Also, her saying over and over again, like, I have boundaries, that's kind of true, but if she is truly only 18 or 19, those boundaries can change significantly when you start to make a lot more money, and people's minds can get really fucked on that, even in conventional careers. Feels like OnlyFans are not safe for content. It's just a really lazy career path that is not sustainable in the long run. Sure, but that's true of like every low-level like service job. But I mean, you can make a lot more money doing this depending on. Plus, the work is more fun and you can control it better. Don't want to blow out your puss too early. I don't think your puss gets blown out, my dude. How many of them make 100K or more over a couple years, though? It has to be a small number. Probably is a really small number. Not very many are that successful. But if she's already got a social media following, she could flip that into huge money, right? Just depends. How about the argument that it could come back to haunt her if she wants to get taken seriously later? I mean, maybe, but I mean, like, that's true of a lot of things in life. The question would be, like, is she gonna turn into the type of person that would want to be with a person that would judge somebody that harshly for doing, like, OnlyFans? I'm guessing right now at 18 or 19, the answer would obviously be no. Would she change that significantly in the future? I don't know, maybe not, but it's kind of hard to plan your whole life around like potential hangups that people that you might not even care about in the future might have, and then live your whole life around that right now. It's a pretty tall order, I think. Her brain is not fully formed and she is making a bad decision. It's not 18-year-old men joining the military riding a motorcycle without a helmet. They do not consider the consequences. Oh, it's like 18-year-old men joining the military or riding a motorcycle without a helmet. I mean, those two things can end up in death, right? Your brain's not fully formed until you're like a little bit past 30, I think. But I'm pretty sure most of it's there by the time you're like 16, 17, 18. Most of the parts around the 25 number is not true. Don't cite that. That literally comes from nowhere and it means nothing and it's not true. There's no basis in science for that. Your brain finishes forming when you're 25. But also the biggest things that you lack when you're growing, like from that 18 to 30 age or whatever, the biggest issue that you have with your brain is inhibition anyway. It's not like long-term like planning or making choices like that. It's usually like spur of the moment inhibition, I think, is the number one thing that people with less developed brains have issues with. It feels like she already made up her mind and wants to do it either way. Don't think anything Dad could have said that would have changed her mind. I think it's about the money, though. Girls at that age are usually after male attention. Is that true? I feel like as a girl, by the time you're 18, 19, you already have like all the male attention in the world anyway. The 25 number isn't true. What's your basis for saying that? I don't know. There was some researcher like a long fucking time ago where he was like studying like brain development and he went into like 25 and then that's where the study cut off. And then people were like, oh, look, your brain stops developing at 25. It was just, there's like no basis in science for it. I'm pretty sure it like continues into your 30s or at least early 30s. But the idea that your brain like stops at 25 and that's fully grown, it's like I don't think there's any real scientific basis for that. Is that really substantiated that OnlyFans destroys your later career prospects? Feels like a point with not much evidence given. Yeah, that's also not really, there's no evidence for that as well. Although I think a lot of that are holdovers from millennials that are my age and older and Gen Xers. Something that used to be true was like a nude leak of somebody was literally the end of the fucking world. The idea that like a nude picture would be leaked or even taking nude pictures was a really, really, really big deal because it was really hard to do. You'd have to get like a camera, you gotta get the pictures developed, you gotta buy Polaroids. It was like a whole thing. But now I feel like every motherfucker in the world is like sending nudes and shit. Even in conservative relationships, like people will send nudes to each other on phones and stuff, so. Destiny, so you saw one article or something that said the 25 number was wrong and that's your entire basis? No, my basis was that the basis for the 25 number is bullshit. Not that there was an article that said it was wrong, but that the basis for the 25 number is bullshit. Just like you have to drink 20 glasses of water today is also bullshit because the basis for that was bullshit. It was an arbitrary threshold for measuring dehydration in children with absolutely no mapping onto actual health outcomes or anything at all. The answer for how much water should you drink in a day is you should drink enough water so that you feel like you're not thirsty anymore. And when you go pee, it's like generally like light yellow. That's like the only marker for hydration that matters. The idea that you need to be downing like 50 ounces a day or 20,000 cups or 40 million liters is all bullshit. People say that is bullshit. There's no scientific foundation for it whatsoever. As long as your pee is like generally light yellow, you're fine. Anyone else is bullshit. It's the same thing with the brain at 25 thing. They come from like one study or one thing that one person said that gets misinterpreted and becomes like an old wives' tale that's told throughout like all the rest of the future of humanity or whatever. I think the effect on careers is probably more in the lack of soft skills. This type of job doesn't really develop any soft skills that translate to other jobs. I mean, like, the soft skills you develop in any job can translate to any other job or not. That really just depends. You can work a lot of jobs and get fuck all out of it. But, yeah, I don't know. It just depends. How does Vyvanse affect the way you hydrate? Oh, well, on Vyvanse, or at least for amphetamines, I think you have to intentionally drink water because you won't feel thirsty. So that's a bad thing, yeah. If you're taking medications, it might alter anything I'm saying. What do you think of the idea that doing something easy to get money early on in life can lead to a shitty character later in life, i.e., people benefit from doing shitty fast food jobs because of the struggle? If so, does this apply to OnlyFans? It could. It could. But guess what? Most people that came from hard backgrounds that had to work really hard to become successful, most of those people don't become successful, and most of them are losers and assholes too. So, I mean, like, what do you want to say? Like, sometimes people repeat stuff that sounds good because we like to think that there's like some kind of nobility in suffering. There's not all the time. Most people that suffer suck. They're shitty people because suffering makes you a shitty person. Because why wouldn't it? Suffering sucks. It's not gonna make you a good person. You know what makes people good people is generally softer lives, really nice parents, high socioeconomic backgrounds, good schools and good teachers, families with moms and dads that are loving their children. Like, that's generally what makes good people, right? Now, if you put people in really fucked situations, okay, out of 1,000 people, 1 or 2 might come out that are exceptionally good. But here's a couple problems. One is that's statistically improbable, so it shouldn't be a good way to create good people because for most people it fails. And 2, who's to say that those people became good people because of their backgrounds? What if they would have had a better background? You know, maybe they could have been even better people, right? Maybe. Do you not agree that exceptional people have come from exceptional circumstances? Yeah, that's what I just said. Isn't part of what we say to go to college so you don't go down the same path of hardship? I think college is good because it makes you a well-rounded person. It makes you have to study more, blah, blah, blah. Like, I want Nathan to go to college. Elon Musk came from nothing and became a nuclear physicist. Not sure why he gets so much hate. Did Elon get a degree in nuclear physics? Is that true? You got a BA and a BS, and does that mean 2 different degrees? You got a Bachelor of Arts degree in physics and a Bachelor of Science degree in economics from the Wharton School. There you go. Do some research finally. I don't care about cultist content of losers asking for a salvation and you're preaching. Well, loser KD423. Thank you for saying that. I forgot that I was streaming today. Just to you and only to you. You're the only person that matters in here right now. You, your sensibilities, your desires, The things that you want me to do are the only things that matter right now. Nothing else in this world is important. You are the main character. I'm not even a real person. I exist in your screen just to entertain you. As soon as you turn my stream off and walk out the room, I cease to exist. I'm only here for you. Also, what's the best website to buy bulk ammunition from? Somebody tell me. And I'm going to go brush my teeth because I need to do this 1 second. All right. How are we doing? Palmetto State Armory is decent for ammo. Oh, they make all the, like, the clone guns, right? Check ammo seek. Oh, I think I used this site a long time ago. What was the name of your range pistol that you liked the most again? There was one range pistol I shot that in our shooting adventures, it was super good. Oh, they sent us pictures that they took. I think I tweeted one of them. Look at my good friend, Turkey Thomas. Look how badass he is. He's got that cigarette in his mouth. I think these are PSA guns. Justical says that Superman is a boring character. Can you steel man why he's dead wrong? Superman, who cares? How tall is Turkey Tom? I think it's like 5'10", maybe 5'11". Never seen you wear jeans. Oh, a lot of what we do for these guys involves like a lot of holster stuff, so you have to have jeans for a belt. Wow, Jokey, thanks for the $10 confirmation that Epstein was indeed murdered. Who shoots 10mm ammunition? What the fuck? Quick seek. Where is it? Am I? Oh. Show more pics? I don't. Are there any other good ones? I don't know, it's just pictures of us shooting guns. What do you find? Wasn't there a way to sort this for like price per bullet? Am I crazy? Start Hunter x Hunter last night? No. That won't happen until I have a certain friend that'll come over. Oh, it's already sorted by price per bullet, I think. I have to like look up like what the good. I don't even know who sells bullets anymore. Back when you used to buy it in bulk, you'd buy I think like I would always just buy Federal because it was always good shit. Oh, they still have Federal bullets. Is this still what people suggest? Or are there like other? Because sometimes when you buy the shitty ammo, you run into like the primers suck or they accidentally download CP on your computer. Like dumb shit happens when you buy stuff like this. Gotten a lot of trouble in the past. The ratings on the right are a good sign. Shipping rating or what rating? That's just for shipping cost. Share error. left Destiny. Oh. Is this just for the retailer? Burst round ammunition. Or... Okay, never mind. I don't care. I'll do this off stream. Fuck it. What do I have links open for? Have we done anything productive on stream today? I don't think so.
How y'all doing this morning? Good morning. I'm a little nervous. I'm used to having a
Why was I linked this?
rock and roll band behind me when I have a microphone in front of me.
Musician Jason DeFord, aka Jelly Roll, speaking to lawmakers on Capitol Hill today about fentanyl, something the country music star knows well.
I was a part of the problem. I am here now standing as a man that wants to be a part of the solution.
Now, he's sharing his lived experience as a former drug dealer.
I brought my community down. I hurt people. I was the uneducated man in the kitchen playing chemist with drugs I knew absolutely nothing about, just like these drug dealers are doing right now when they're mixing every drug on the market with fentanyl, and they're killing the people we love.
He's urging Congress to pass legislation that would stop the flow of fentanyl in the U.S., imposing sanctions on Chinese suppliers and Mexican drug cartels who are bringing it into the country.
I truly believe in my heart that this bill will stop the supply and can help stop the supply of fentanyl.
The artist rose to fame singing hits like Son of a Sinner.
These back roads got me. These pills pretend to be my friend. I'm done for the last time.
Tackling his own past of addiction and time in prison. That vulnerability,
You're awesome. Thank you so much.
striking a deep chord with fans.
Why do you think you mean so much to people?
I represent over...
This is where my sociopath side comes out. I understand, like, I guess stories like these make people feel good because you can, like, relate to the guy, but, like, no offense, like, if you sold drugs, you're probably, like, the least important person in the entire, like, schema of drug issues in the United States. Like, you don't matter. You could have died and literally anybody else probably could have sold or made these drugs, right? Like, do these people matter at all, these, like, drug middlemen?
I represent the guy that wasn't supposed to make it, making it. And I think that's how we all feel sitting at home, right? Is that there's like this glimmer of hope.
Just want to say, you rock, man. Much love, DG. Thanks, the Smokestack Relics.
When a guy like me makes it through the cracks.
His songs about drug addiction, like She, drawing...
Do you think women's health is less researched than men's health? I have no idea. I'm not sure. In some ways, maybe yes. In other ways, definitely not. I'm sure there's a lot of research on like childbirth and stuff that's pretty unique to women that isn't involving men, but I'm sure like more men are probably research subjects for things like military stuff and whatnot. I don't know. I don't know.
On his troubled childhood.
See the sunrise in her eyes before the cold November rain.
First topping record charts as an emerging artist.
Shaking notice.
Jelly Roll has since racked up 3 CMT Music Awards. And last November, he won the Country Music Award for New Artist of the Year.
There is something poetic about a 39-year-old man winning New Artist of the Year. I don't know where you're at in your life or what you're going through, but I want to tell you to keep going, baby.
Jelly is using his newfound fame to raise awareness.
His point is that the end dealers like him are cutting drugs with stuff like fentanyl. Okay. Well, what's the point? Or what? Yeah?
As the fentanyl crisis grips the country. Since 2019, fentanyl poisoning has become the leading cause of death for Americans, age 18 to 45. According to the CDC, over 150 people die every day from overdoses related to synthetic opioids like fentanyl. That's more than 50,000 victims each year, and that number is predicted to go up.
No, there's 100% a data gap. Men are used the most in medical tests. A lot of drugs are tested on men alone, despite them having different effects on women. Listen, I'm going to give you my intuitive feeling on that, and if I'm wrong, go ahead and point that out. I would be shocked if any drug the FDA approved in the last, like, 50 years was only tested on men. That'd be wild if that was the case. You're telling me there are FDA drugs that get through phase 3 trials, that get fully approved by the FDA in the past 50 years that are only tested on men? Only?
Raging epidemic, leading many families to pay the highest price. Amy Neville lost her 14-year-old son, Alexander.
He was gone, he was blue and not breathing, and you can still see him lying on his beanbag chair.
And Dr. Laura Berman, who lost her 16-year-old son, Sammy, to the drug.
This was murder. This was fentanyl poisoning. He did not mean to take fentanyl. He did not want to take fentanyl, but what he took was counterfeit, and it was fentanyl.
For Jelly Roll, his mission is to prevent another family from losing their loved one to fentanyl.
I'm surprised I didn't get killed, to be honest. But even deeper than just my own personal struggle with addictions.
A kid from the streets of...
Okay, whoo! If there are any big drug people in chat, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, okay? Let's understand something real quick, okay? Okay. All right. Let's say that I buy a drug, okay? I buy a drug. Here it is. Okay. Let's say that this drug is MDMA, okay? So it stands for some bullshit methamphetamine. What? We don't actually need to know, but methylene dioxymethamphetamine. There you go. Okay. Wow. So scientific. Okay. Okay. You have some drug. Okay. MDMA is here. Makes you feel really, 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 really good. Okay. So effects might be empathy, cuddling, whatever bullshit. Right. This is the drug we have. Okay. Let's say that I buy. I'm making all these numbers up. Okay. Let's say that I buy 1 kilogram of this drug for. Let's say that I buy this drug for 1 kilogram, we'll say for $1,000. Okay, boom. Okay. Now, let's say that I can resell this drug if I do it by individual pills or whatever. Let's say that I can resell this drug for $2,000. Meaning, I take this, I put them into capsules, I divvy them up to my dealers. You know, if there's other people involved, they're going to take a cut, blah, blah, whatever. Right. So I have a drug. Okay, and it's where am I at? Select, boom, boom. Okay, sorry, fuck, I fucked this up. I've got a drug. I buy it for $1,000. Okay, and then I can either press it into pills, do something else, and I can sell it for $2,000. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of cool. I can make $1,000. All right, but. Okay. What if? Okay. What if I also got something, I don't even know all the compounds and everything here, okay? But I think baking soda does nothing, right? Like if you eat baking soda or if you like put it in a pill or whatever, is this just like what do they call these compounds that are inert or whatever? Is baking soda one of these or is it something different? Some type of like filler material, basically. Let's say that I buy a bunch of this shit, okay? We'll say I buy 1 kilogram. Somebody said people use baby powder. Okay, I don't know. A base, okay? 7 pH thing, whatever the fuck, right? Let's say that I buy this, and let's say that this costs me, for a kilogram of this, let's say I can buy this for like $10, okay? Now, what I could do is I could mix these two things together, okay? I could mix these two things together, and now what I've created is 2 kilograms of MDMA from only 1 kilogram of MDMA. I mix them together, I sell them to people, and now, instead of making $1,000, right, with $2,000 profit, now I could make, because I'm selling it for $4,000, my profit grows to $3,000, okay? I've tripled my profit, okay? I've tripled my profit. When somebody says that a drug, I believe this is correct, okay? We're going to talk about cutting and lysing. When people cut drugs, what they're doing is they're diluting what you hope is like the molecular weight of the drug. That if I buy 100 milligrams of MDMA, I'm getting 100 milligrams of MDMA. What you're actually getting is like 50 milligrams of MDMA and 50 milligrams of some bullshit filler that, you know, you'll still get high, but it's not going to be that good, right? As if you had like the pure shit. This is called cutting, okay? The point of cutting is you buy some inert bullshit that's cheap, you mix it with your primary drug, and now you've got like a diluted bullshit that you can still sell and make a lot of money, okay? Now, there's some issues here. There's some issues here with cutting that should be immediately and totally obvious. One issue, we'll go to the main issue, fuck it. The main issue is that if I buy some MDMA from you, if I test it, I don't know if you can test for filler actually, but if I test it and there's a filler that can come up on a marquee reagent kit or some bullshit, or if I do it and it just sucks, right? Let's say that I get a press pill, I take it and I suck. This is supposed to be 100 milligrams of MDMA. This sucks. I'm like barely fucking rolling. I'm not gonna buy from you anymore because fuck you. Why the fuck would I do that? So we don't do this, okay? Let's say that now we've got an issue, okay? I think there's, okay, listen, I'm not a super drug person, it's just peripheral information. So if I'm wrong, somebody tell me, okay? So instead, now we have an issue where if we cut things, okay, if we dilute our initial product, people aren't gonna buy from us very much and people aren't gonna be happy with what they get because now you're fucked. Well, there's another thing that you can do on top of cutting, which is, I think cutting is usually talked about in terms of diluting a product with some bullshit base that does nothing. Then you can lace it, where you add in another product that, if it doesn't simulate the feeling of this drug, it's at least kind of close, but it's usually a lot cheaper than this drug. I don't know what gets you. There's a lot of exotic research chemicals that can emulate like MDMA, but they might be way more potent and they might be way cheaper. So what I could do is I could buy a bunch of certain research chemical. Maybe this research chemical is $100 for this, okay? And we mix them all together, and now we've created 3 kilograms of MDMA, and it's not really pure MDMA. So you're saving a lot of your expensive cost here, all right? But it's not like dog shit. It still feels good because you're adding in like these other bullshit stimulants, these other research chemicals that are like, they get pretty close, but they're a lot cheaper. So you're making a fuck ton of money selling a diluted but also boosted product, right? So this part here is called cutting. You're adding some bullshit base to extend your product. And then this here is lacing, where you're trying to up the effectiveness of your drug by adding something highly potent that's hopefully cheaper than the original drug, okay? So this is like cutting and lacing, okay? Now, my understanding is the issue, I'm not gonna be able to tell you any of the specifics here for drugs, because I don't do downers, because those are for losers, and they're boring drugs, and they kill you, sometimes. The issue is that there's a drug called fentanyl, okay? What is this? It's an opioid-based thing, right? Fentanyl. Synthetic opioid drug. This is like ultra, ultra, ultra potent. The problem with fentanyl is I believe fentanyl is super fucking potent, but I think it's also pretty fucking cheap given how little of it you need to make somebody feel good. So I think that when you're selling drugs, like, I'm pretty sure you could throw fentanyl into... can you cut cocaine with... Hold on. What drugs most commonly found with fentanyl in them? Heroin, cocaine, and methamphetamine, and made into pills. The thing with fentanyl is that because fentanyl is so cheap and so widely available and is so fucking potent, people will cut other drugs with fentanyl in order to save a lot of money on their drugs, boost the potency of their shit. But because it's so potent and because it's so accessible, easily available, and blah, 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 it's very easy for like an amateur person to accidentally put too much fentanyl in a particular product, and now you're dead. Yeah. So I think this is the issue. When you're talking about like cutting, lacing, cutting something is you're usually diluting it with bullshit. Lacing means that you're adding something back in or adding something to something to make it way more potent. But sometimes the things that you lace something with could be, if you fuck up even a little bit, depending on the drug, usually, take everything I say with a grain of salt, usually it's not as big of a deal, kind of. Like, people will talk about like heroin is so scary and meth is so scary, and it's like, yeah, they kind of are. Fentanyl, though, is really scary because I think fentanyl can kill you with a really low amount, even if you're young and healthy. Fentanyl can kill you. And usually with other drugs, you have to fuck up quite a bit to die. But with fentanyl, you don't have to fuck up that much to die, which is why fentanyl is so scary. Oh, fuck. I don't know if these... I've seen this picture before. I should verify this is true or not, because I never trust government anything on drug shit because they're so fucking retarded. Let's see. This is talking fentanyl. Jeez. Okay, so if I'm correct... Oh, fuck, I forget my abbreviations. How many micrograms is a milligram? How many micrograms is a milligram? Damn. Is that right? Holy shit. Okay. So if you want to roll really well, everything I say is just a guide, okay? Keep in mind, everything I'm saying is a guide, okay? 100 milligrams of MDMA is a good roll. If it's pure, you test it, make sure you're not doing dumb shit. 100 milligrams of MDMA is a good roll. That's a... let's see what they say on their thing. Yeah, okay. 150 plus is getting into heavy things, okay? If you're very brave, maybe 150, 200 milligrams of MDMA, okay? That's like a capsule. I would show you, but I'm not going to get federally fucked because I don't have any of that in my apartment because I would never do drugs. But Yeah. MDMA is, yeah, you put it in a capsule. I wonder if we could see like a capsule of MDMA. Fuck. This looks like, but you don't have like fingers here to measure it. These are like almost half empty. These look like they could be capsules of like MDMA though. Yeah, but you can see these are like, they're not very tightly packed at all, right? But, so you might be doing like 100 to 200 milligrams of MDMA, right? But like the heavy range here, I wonder what the OD threshold is 100 micrograms. So that's 1/10 of 1 milligram is, at least what Psychonaut Wiki rates. I've never done fentanyl before. I don't do any of these loser drugs. All the opioid drugs are not for cool people, okay? You're already in like the heavy dosing range. I wonder what the overdose range is for somebody that doesn't do opioids. Does it say up there? You can use LD50. Oh, I bet it should list it on this, doesn't it? Oh, it doesn't. LD50 fentanyl. So the lethal dose 50 for pure fentanyl is 2 milligrams for a typical adult. 2 milligrams. So when you're buying drugs from people, and you're getting drugs from people on the street, and even the people that work above them, if you're buying things like cocaine, have you done cocaine? I haven't yet. If you're buying things like cocaine or other downers or uppers or whatever the fuck this is mixed into, you're relying on them having paid really close attention in chemistry class. You're relying on their tools. Remember that stupid shit you learned in chemistry, like significant figures? Well, now they're really important, okay? Like this number here, okay? These two numbers are worlds apart. These two numbers are very, 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 very different. And you hope that whoever is cutting your shit is being, or lacing it really with fentanyl, is being really, 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 really precise in terms of how they're measuring their stuff and doing this right. Because if they're wrong even a little bit, you could die like instantly. Yeah. What's the LD50 of drugs like coke or meth? Damn, what is the LD50? Why is it so much cheaper than the others? Remember, how fun a drug is or how good a drug is has nothing to do with how expensive it is. It just has to do with like the process to synthesize it, create it in a lab, like the equipment you need, blah, blah, blah. Fentanyl, for whatever reason, is just really easy to make. I don't know why it's easy to make, but it must be if it's so fucking cheap. LD50 methamphetamine. What would the amphetamine, if I had to guess, for pure meth, it's got to be like, I have no idea. I want to say a gram plus. I might be way over though. Or it depends on body weight too, right? No, actually methamphetamine wouldn't depend on body weight, right? Oh, this says per kilogram. When I got my wisdom teeth taken out, my dentist gave me like 2 micrograms of fentanyl. That shit was super fucking potent. Yeah. They even cut fentanyl now with stuff called xylazine. There's documentaries of it on YouTube. It legit puts holes in your body to the point they have to amputate your limbs. Okay. People are saying the precursors to fentanyl are easy to smuggle and make it here. Between that and its high concentration, it's so cheap to produce. You're looking for meth, not MDMA? This is meth. For the average human, that would have been 3 grams. Yeah, okay. Do you think that prescription pain pills are easily accessible, or is it easier to get street drugs? I have no idea. I don't have enough experience buying drugs to be able to tell you that. But yeah, anyway, yeah, be careful with illegal drugs. You should be aware that certain drugs that you buy there are some drugs that have a very, very, very high propensity for being cut or laced with really bad shit. Because the original drugs are really cheaper, and the stuff you can lace them with is easy. Like, I think, like, I don't know what emulates weed, and I think weed is pretty cheap. I don't think you run into a lot of like laced weed or cut weed. I don't know if that's possible. Sometimes I'm wrong. But I know, like, for instance, MDMA is a relatively difficult to synthesize drug, and it's like there's a lot of RCs and other amphetamines that can kind of sort of simulate MDMA. So MDMA is almost always cut with other shit. So like testing that drug is really important. I know cocaine, there's huge variances in terms of good coke versus like dog shit coke cut or laced with other stuff. K2 and Spice, fake synth weed. Okay. Delta 8 is a knockoff weed. Gotcha. Yeah, but that's also why I always say that you should buy testing kits, buy like an extra pill or buy an extra hit or a bump or whatever the fuck you're doing. I don't know why I just feel this. I can't tell you which ones to buy for. I don't know what to buy for like fentanyl and shit, but I know that there are sites to sell. Fuck, what do I? This is what I always get for MDMA shit. I don't know if marquee reaction is just like the name of the test and different people sell it, or fuck, I can't even find it online anymore. Oh, it's because I'm clicking the sponsored links like an actual boomer fucking moron. Whatever, these sites suck. But yeah, buy testing kits. Figure out a good one. Test your drugs. You'll dump your shit in here. Look at the colors that it turns. It'll tell you. It can at least. It's not. I don't think any of these like home testing kits are going to give you like purity percentages, but at the very least, you can test for. Would you call them contaminants or things that you don't want to show up, right? Like I think for the marquee for MDMA, it's supposed to be dark, dark, dark purple, but if it shows up as like red, that means that there's some other amphetamine present. And if you're wanting pure MDMA, then there shouldn't be any of that. But yeah, okay, there you go. I work in an inpatient pharmacy, and we dispense dozens of vials a day of 2M. It's so cheap in comparison to morphine or codones. Okay. In the UK, MDMA is often laced with something called PMA, which is like a super strong version of MDMA with a lower LD50. Okay. Promoting health and safety. Oh, Dance Safe. Oh, maybe these guys sell shit. I don't know. Should get a sponsor from these guys. AK asked if you could message him. He wants to set something up if you don't mind. Who's AK? You should watch a short video on how to make some of these drugs. Cocaine is funny as fuck. Okay. Oh, DJ Ack? Why would I message him? He can just DM me, right? Oh, this was the name of that pistol that I shot. That was really good. This is a good range pistol. It just looks ugly as fuck. I hate this brown color. How much does this cost? View models. Both discontinued. Wow. P320 sucks ass. Damn, we got strong feelings in chat. I think I have appreciation for like the full like metal bodied firearms. Like, the Glocks are reliable, which is cool. But the, that one pistol that I bought is so nice and so much fun to shoot. I love this gun. I'm so glad I bought this, even though it was kind of a waste of money. No, it's not a waste of money. I'm rich. This is such a nice gun, but only 8-round magazine. It was so nice, and it looks beautiful. Fuck yes. This one was really fun to shoot at their range, though. Do you think revolvers are cool? I don't know. Maybe I should buy one and try it. We shot a 1911. Yeah, I did a couple days ago, but I don't care. Would you ever build your own AR? Yeah, someday we'll get to it, okay? Right after we watch Hunter x Hunter, and right after we take physics online, and right after we do... oh yeah, the first link we clicked today, at the beginning of the stream. What would you say to a conservative who thinks illegal immigration is the biggest problem and that Biden is letting in millions of migrants? Biden is literally not. I don't know where this... That was one... We didn't get to talk about immigration at all. I tried to find information about, like, the Democrats opening the borders. Is this, like, a total fantasy point? Or, like, where do conservatives even get this fucking idea from? It looks like Biden is enforcing the border policy harder than Trump was. Even the Cato Institute seems to say that. Where is this idea that, like, the Democrats open the border? I don't even know, like, what that comes from. Is it just tweets, or... You're an idiot. Why are you trolling right now? Okay, why not just say where it comes from then? What's a good first gun to get? Like, would a handgun or a shotgun be a better first choice, and what brand? I mean, I think, like, starting with a handgun is probably fine. They stopped Title 42, and Title 42 was denying asylum during COVID. Sure, but Title 42 can't be used anymore because COVID was over, right? Puggy Gups linked. Johnson, suburban mayors to talk state of Chicago migrant crisis. This doesn't answer my question. I'm asking what is different under Biden versus Trump? What's changed? Has anything changed at all? We have illegals coming, but I mean, they've been coming for 60, 70, 80 years. Like, what? I can't find anything. Kamala told them not to come. Do not come. No, that's wrong one. How do you spell her name?
I want to be clear to folks in this region who are thinking about making that dangerous trek to the United States-Mexico border. Do not come. Do not come. The United States will continue to enforce our laws and secure our border. There are legal methods by which migration can and should occur. But we, as one of our...
Why are illegals bad other than the optics? I mean, well, I mean, for a large variety of reasons. One, just in general, you want to be able to track and account for people in your country. It's important for census purposes. It's important for taxation. It's important for services. It's important for everything. You need to know how many people are in your country. Number one. Number two, you want people to be paying taxes. So they need to be registered with the correct agencies. You know, they need to pay the IRS. They need to have social security numbers. Number three is you want to know who's coming into your country, right? Like, if it's a whole bunch of people that are fleeing here to go and work at McDonald's, okay. I mean, that's still, there are problems. But if there are also more nefarious characters crossing, that's not good. 4 is it's an additional strain on Border Patrol where you wouldn't want them to waste their time doing this. Like, if I'm paying money for people at the border, I don't really want them, like, kicking back, like, fucking families or guys coming over trying to work. Like, I want them looking for drug dealers, okay? They need to be looking for the Fast and Furious guys crossing the border. Not you know, Pedro and Juanita bringing their children over to find freedom in California or some shit, right? It's like a stereotypical Hispanic name. I feel like my family doesn't have very many. Cecilia and Marisol, I think, is my mom's name in Spanish? Cecilia. Iselina. My sister's name, or my... Ruben was an uncle I had. Roberto. I can't roll my R's, so fuck that. Damn, we need some more. Jose and Maria. Oh, Maria. Fuck. Obviously. Cecilia and Marisol are common names? Oh, okay, well, whatever. Did you watch your Channel 5 video? No, I don't watch Channel 5 videos. How long is this going to take, actually, so that I know what every single person is going to be asking me? How long is this video? Okay, 60 minutes. We'll watch this, okay? 50 million people listening. Look at a Red Bull.
Hola, mi nombre es Andrew Callahan y estás mirando Canal 5. Hoy estamos en la frontera, en una ciudad que se llama Gringo Pass, muy cerca a Mexico. I'm a gringo myself, trying to pass the time and figure...
Vosh's gun is cooler. Hold on. Vosh will never have cooler guns than me. What is this firearm? I think the gold-plated is gaudy as fuck. Is this a 1911? What is it? Looks like an idea. I don't know. You know what I should buy? What license do I need to ship guns right to my house? I always have to ship them to like a gun dealer, which sucks. I want this gun. The Cowboy Bebop gun. Supposedly it's kind of a dog shit weapon, but... Damn, this looks short. I wonder what... Get a USP. We should just buy all the anime and video game guns. I said this at one point in time. Why didn't we do it? Okay.
Figure out what the heck's going on. I've been hearing a lot about the border crisis.
The surge at the southern border.
10,000 migrants a day.
Border crisis this, border crisis that.
More barbed wire on the border.
The border.
That's could you do a deep dive on all the immigration crisis? Basically, all my parents talk about. I read some CNN articles, and it does seem a little bit out of control right now. Okay.
They say is closed, it's not.
But as you can see, there's not diddly squat happening behind me. And that's all by design. A few weeks ago, Arizona decided to shut down this particular point of entry because it was being overflowed with migrants who were seeking asylum in the United States.
Derek, there is no traffic here.
However, I have a sweeping suspicion that despite this actual vehicular passageway being closed, there's still a lot of migrants nearby who are attempting to enter the U.S. using different means than a vehicle through an official port of entry. Let's go do some investigations.
I began my investigation by attempting to breach the east side of the port of entry, walking carefully through the Border Patrol parking lot with confidence and purpose to avoid suspicion. We see one of their helicopters fly by, but aside from that, there's absolutely no one around. Or so it seems. As I continue to walk, I notice a suspicious white box truck in the back corner of the parking lot. It appears to be blocking something, but I'm not sure what. In order to get around the truck without raising suspicions, I feign interest in a local stray dog, who I can see frolicking in the distance behind the truck.
Oh, perrito, perro, amigo, ¿qué es tu nombre? Perro, ay, perrito, ¿tienes hambre? ¿Eres una treat? Look.
As I suspected, there they were. Hundreds of migrants, seemingly of African origin, lined up against the border fence, hidden from the cameras by Border Patrol. Then, to my left, I see Spanish-speaking migrants, who were already being processed.
What's up? Hola. ¿Qué es tu nombre?
Roberto.
Mi nombre es Andrés. ¿Dónde eres?
De México.
¿Cómo fue tu vida en México?
Pues que por los carteles nos sacaron.
Sí.
Nos sacaron de las casas.
¿Qué ciudad de México vives?
En Veracruz.
Sí.
Sí, muy peligroso. Entonces que gobierna el cártel de Jalisco.
Sí.
Sí, pues te piden cuota y como si no tienes dinero, ¿de dónde le vas a dar?
Sí.
Y pues te sacan de tus casas.
Authorities in Veracruz have found 34 bodies wrapped in plastic bags in refrigerators. The Navy says the suspects are part of the so-called New Generation Gang.
Que somos el grupo Matacetas. Y estamos amenazados que no podemos regresar.
¿Y estás con tu familia aquí?
Sí, con mi esposa y mi niño.
¿Y qué quieres hacer en los Estados Unidos?
Pues quiero ir a trabajar.
Sí. ¿Qué tipo de trabajo prefieres?
Pues no sé, su tío ya dice que me va a acomodar donde él trabaja.
¿Es tu primera vez aquí en los Estados Unidos?
Primera vez.
Sí. ¿Y qué piensas?
Pues hay que ir a probar a ver cómo nos va.
¿Y ahora estás con la amiga aquí?
Sí, está.
¿Ellos van a deportar o no?
Pues no sé, creo que nos van a dar paso para adentro.
¿Hay una ciudad que piensas que vas a ir?
Pues él está en Los Hills, California.
Sí. ¿Tienes familia en California?
What do you want? Hello, Khan. You're in. I dragged you up. You were in the disagreement room.
Ajá, su tío de mi esposa.
Best of luck, man.
Sí.
Gracias. Sí.
Roberto's ultimate destination was Lost Hills, California, a small working-class town outside of Bakersfield, where the primary industries are pistachio farming and oil field drilling.
Hola, ¿qué pasa, mi amigo? ¿De dónde eres? ¿De Sinaloa? ¿Puedes decir tu nombre?
Bien, Alberto.
Sí. ¿Cuántos años tienes?
12.
¿Y qué piensas sobre los Estados Unidos?
No sé.
How much did that toy rifle on the wall behind you cost? Why do you keep calling it a toy rifle? This is a very nice shotgun. Fuck you.
Pues quiero ir a estudiar allá, quiero cumplir mi sueño. Estudiar, es mi sueño aquí en Estados Unidos.
Sí. ¿Qué quieres estudiar?
Quiero estudiar ingeniero de la agricultura.
Sí.
En las parcelas, en eso de los riegos y todo.
Okay, no offense, but I'm sorry. What is this person 8? I want to say agricultural engineering. Loser, nerd, whoever answers that. What? All right, Steven, I've noticed conservatives bringing up the border more and more. Any idea if you're going to dive into that subject anytime soon? I'm going to dive into your mom.
Sí. ¿Sabes inglés o no?
No.
¿Quieres aprender?
Sí.
Sí. ¿Cómo fue tu vida?
What? Hello? Okay. One day, Con, you're going to figure your mic out, and we're going to be...
Hold on. Sorry, I'm on mobile and my shit's fucked up. I'm trying to...
Jesus, what are you watching my stream on one phone and talking on Discord on the other phone? What the fuck is your setup right now?
Every time you drag me in here, it switches to my Bluetooth. So I'm trying to fix that.
It switches to your what?
Damn it.
Okay, you can figure it out. I believe in you.
En Sinaloa.
Pues hay mucho movimiento de eso de las drogas y todo.
Sí.
Muy feo. Pues la
Okay.
droga, la violencia
Hello?
y todo eso.
Hello.
Gun things. I don't know if you're on something else yet. That gun you were looking at, that it wasn't Trigun, it's the Cowboy Bebop gun, the Jericho.
Yeah.
That gun is kind of trash. It's also a little too much expensive for what it is. There's a gun that looks very similar, and the Jericho is based on it. That is really good. It's called the CZ Shadow 2, or the CZ75B, which is cheaper and better.
Okay, if I was going to buy a gun because
Also
I like an
prettier.
anime, why the fuck would I buy a different gun that's not from the anime?
Because it looks just like it.
I don't want it to look
almost
just like, I want to be
identical.
the same one. Almost identical?
Well, then get a Rhino, a Chiappa Rhino.
I don't know what the fuck that is, but okay. What else? Second
That's
thing.
that's the Trigun. That's the Trigun revolver.
Oh, shit. Wait, what's that one called?
The Chiappa Rhino.
Chiappa Rhino?
Chiappa. Yeah.
Oh. Okay, I'll think about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you are looking for a
This is supposed to
a
be the
handgun
disagreement
to
room.
carry or like a
I don't need a handgun to carry. I carry a Glock 17.
Disagreement is that you should not buy a SIG. You should not buy a SIG. That's the disagreement.
What's
SIG
wrong with
is trash.
SIGs?
They're bad. They're too expensive. Their bore axis is way too high. They have worse aftermarket than a lot of other guns. SIG tries to sell you all these expensive like mod packs for them that are fucking stupid.
Okay, well,
I can go on.
tell me why you only buy Glocks and the shitty fucking polymer frames that melt if you
I
put
would
them in the microwave.
I would anything with a fucking polymer frame. I only carry steel or allied frame guns like
Oh,
CZs
wow. Well, aren't
or
you
revolvers.
Cool? Okay. Well, what brand do you
Yeah.
think is the best one? Push.
CZ.
Cringe.
CZ.
What's
If
the
you're going to
best?
carry it, it's a PO1. If you're going to keep it by the bed, it's a Shadow 2 or a 75B.
How much do these cost?
It depends. So CZ has distribution problems because they're weird and Czechoslovakian and stupid. So whenever they put out a big order of them, you can find them at local gun stores or like used on websites like Texas Gun Trader if you're in Texas for like 600, 650. But if you find them online at like Delunga Armory or something like that, they can be like 750 to 800. It just depends on how patient you are looking for one. But they're well worth that. They shoot better and they operate better than like $1,200 handguns. CZ shooters routinely make 1911 shooters cry and wet their bed.
Okay, if I look at competition shooters, what are they shooting with? Or is it like dictated by the competition?
Yeah, well, it depends on the, it does depend on the competition. Generally, competition shooters are going to be shooting high-end race car 1911s if they're stupid, or if they're really smart, they're going to be shooting CZ Shadow 2s. You can ask any like US PSA shooter ever, and they will tell you that the Shadow 2 is a really, really good bet. If you want like the best like pound for pound dollar value gun for competitive shooting.
Okay, fine.
And in fact, CZ just made a carry model of the Shadow 2. It's like a compact version of it that's pretty cool, and it's optic ready, so you can put your red dot on it.
Wow, what kind of optics do you have on this?
On the PO1?
On your Shadow 2.
Oh, I don't have a Shadow 2. I had a couple before when I shot USPSA, but I sold them since then because they're too heavy to carry, and all I'm doing nowadays is carrying mostly. But you can put all kinds of shit on it. I had a Venom on mine.
Why don't you carry a Shadow 2?
They're just too heavy. I conceal carry now, and it's a full-size handgun.
Oh, okay.
So I carry a CZ PO1.
Gotcha. What's it like being, you know, what's it like being 5'4"?
5'4"? Oh no, I'm 5'11".
Yeah, right. Okay. All right. Well, listen, I love you. Thanks for the suggestions. Although you abuse this channel, so if I'm close to banning you, so get the fuck out of here.
Oh, okay.
Bye. Love you. Okay, real quick, what do you want? Tier 5 subber. I don't know why I keep dragging all these freebies when they abuse the channel.
I was just wondering when we're actually gonna figure out why Epstein killed himself, or if it was the Clintons.
We're getting there. You're right. Okay, let me get through these links real quick and we'll get there, okay? I'm gonna skip this video
Alright,
just for
thank
you. Bye. An entitled fucking prick. Okay, links. What did we open for today? Me after 30 seconds of making out. Especially with your mom. How I look staring at my OpGG for 3 hours after I end stream every day. I love how every tweet I've seen from Dante's GF is her and him, but every Dante's tweet is him giving a speech on how much LP he lost. "18 months ago, I almost died from heart failure. The pain of having to look into my family members' eyes and seeing them filled with sadness was brutal, but not as brutal as my lost streak yesterday. 100 LP, Masters 1 to Diamond 2 in a single run. 19 hours, 29 games, 8 wins, 21 losses. What the fuck? Can't control who you are friends with. Oh. Who had decided to be friends with none of your business? If you see me palling around with Destiny, it's because he's my friend and you're not. So you don't get you say who I get to be friends with. Holy shit! I just had a fucking stroke. Can't control who you're friends with, but as a black man, I would not feel safe in anything Destiny's involved in. What? The fuck? Hassan's video on the Houthis is terrible and full of lies. Oh, I believe you. But we're on Epstein right now. Okay. Jesus Christ. Holy effort post, bro. Oh my god. I'll have an upvote for that, my child. Maybe we will read this later, actually. Fuck. Texas blocking federal agents from processing migrants in Border Town Park.
Is blocking federal agents from processing migrants in a public area of Eagle Pass, just a mile away from the U.S.-Mexico border. The move is the latest escalation between the state and federal government over the nation's immigration policy. Texas's Republican Governor Greg Abbott deployed National Guard troops to the park. They are now preventing U.S. Border Patrol agents from entering and patrolling the area. The federal government previously used the space to hold migrants in a staging area before further processing. CBS News immigration and political reporter Camilo Montoya Galvez joins us now. Camilo, how is the state of Texas able to do this?
This really is an extraordinary standoff between Texas and the Biden administration. Texas National Guard members, as we speak, have been deployed by Governor Greg Abbott to take control of this public park in Eagle Pass, Texas, where Border Patrol had been holding migrants in a staging area, as you underscored. And right now, Texas National Guard soldiers and vehicles are actively denying Border Patrol agents, as well as federal National Guard members, access to roughly 2.5 miles of the U.S.-Mexico border. According to federal officials who spoke with CBS News, this means that Border Patrol agents cannot access this area, allowing to process migrants, including those who may be in distress, who are experiencing a medical emergency, for example. They cannot patrol that area or conduct surveillance as well. These are, after all, federal responsibilities. And in terms of the legality of these actions, that is still very much an open question. Governor Abbott has previously said that he has the authority to take sweeping actions to deter illegal crossings, but this is certainly his most drastic move yet to challenge the Biden administration's authority on immigration.
Well, how is the White House responding to this, Camilo?
Well, the White House actually issued a statement just recently, Elaine. I want to read that to our viewers and our audiences. The White House is accusing Governor Abbott of trying to interfere with immigration and border enforcement, saying that the governor is continuing his extreme political stunts that not only seek to demonize and dehumanize people, but that also make it harder and more dangerous for Border Patrol to do their job. So this is clearly the latest escalation in this feud between President Biden and Governor Abbott.
We fundamentally changed immigration enforcement in the interior. For the first time ever, our policy explicitly states that a non-citizen's unlawful presence in the United States will not by itself be a basis for the initiation of enforcement action, Mayorkas said. What is this? What is your take on illegal immigration? I mean, I think illegal immigration is bad. I mean, everybody should be against illegal immigration, but I think we should dramatically up the amount of legal immigration we allow to the United States. Like, illegal immigration is just bad because of security concerns, but like, they don't have a deleterious effect on the economy. They don't hurt native jobs or wages. Like, it's basically a boost for the country in almost every way. It would just be better if we could legalize it so that we could just spend border enforcement dollars, like enforcing important stuff at the border, not like trying to keep people out that just want to come here and fucking work or whatever. It's fucking retarded. It's a waste of time. It's so stupid. But Republicans and Democrats will never agree on that, so. Changed. What was this quote? As we shape the work of immigration customs reform, the agency in charge of deportation current rules direct ICE agents to arrest migrants who recently entered the U.S. illegally, non-citizens convicted of serious crimes, and those who threaten national security. They generally exempt undocumented immigrants who have lived in the U.S. for years from arrest if they have clean records. Fundamentally change immigration enforcement in the interior. The Migrant policy explicitly states that a non-citizen's unlawful presence in the United States will not by itself be a basis for the initiation of enforcement action. That's probably. I feel like this is just them talking shit. I don't think that, like, I doubt they changed this much. I don't think generally, like, ICE is going after, like, illegal immigrants if they think you're, like, an illegal in the United States, unless you're doing some other crime or some other fucked up shit. I think that's probably been normal. That's probably been the case for, like, decades, would be my guess. What is this?
الحمد لله الذي أيد المجاهد الطائع والعالم السامع ومن عن الحق يدافع.
God damn it.
الحمد لله الذي أيد المجاهد الطائع والعالم السامع ومن عن الحق يدافع. الحمد لله الذي أيد المجاهد الطائع والعالم السامع.
Administration, the Justice Department specifically, Elaine, has also alerted the Supreme Court of these actions by Texas and Eagle Pass, so we should expect a prolonged legal battle on this matter as well.
That was going to be my question. I mean, what does this signify about this fight over who is responsible for the nation's immigration policy?
Well, Elaine, I think this really illustrates that Governor...
Okay, based. Update on Shapiro debate post from Lex. Grandpa Lex here. The debate between Destiny and Ben Shapiro did not happen. It never was going to happen. So top secret government social experiment to see how much deception humans are able to withstand. Just kidding. The way it was recorded went great. I think it was 2 to 2.5 hours. I will not edit out any of it. Unfortunately, I'm traveling, so I won't be able to publish it until somewhere between the upcoming Thursday to Monday, January 18th, 22nd. Sorry for the delay. P.S. Dexter sends me 30 minutes before the debate with, oh shit, is this today, to mess with me. Consider the above cruel opener. Oh. I might have done that. As post payback. Oh, whatever. Where are we at? What else? Oh, same thing. And then this. Facts. I think there were like a couple strange things. Wasn't there, am I making this up, or was it just a fucking meme that I fell for? Wasn't there somebody that posted on Reddit saying, like, I swear I'm not racist, but I feel like I hear Jews in my basement, and my apartment building doesn't have any units beneath mine? Like, a day or two before those tunnels got uncovered? Am I crazy? It was a Twitter post. It was fake. Was it fake? Oh, it was fake. Fuck.
Numbers were to remain steady, would now enter the United States. That means that aside from Title 42, which again was only in application temporarily, under Title 42, 565,000 people are turned away. All those people would now enter, which means a grand total of 365,000 people who are actually removed or departed voluntarily because, for example, they realized that they're going to be dinged on a criminal background check. Now, we get to the people who were added to the docket, and what happened to the rest of them? So, of the people who were processed under Title 8, that was 1.9 million people, only 365,000 of those people were actually removed. Every other person entered the United States. All of them. That means that you are talking about, just from this chart alone, 2.4 million people in 2023 who entered the United States. The vast majority of those people are here illegally. They do not have asylum-protected status, refugee status. That refugee or asylum status has to be proved in a court of law. But those people have not proved anything in a court of law. Instead,
wait, does he think that they're like, they've just entered and now they've got like free reign in the U.S.? 2.4 million people in 1 year? There's no shot that's true. I don't believe that. Maybe we'll dig into that more later. Okay, last link before we get back to our Epstein stuff.
It's kind of like on my pod we have just my co-hosts, and then we have a producer who like runs the cameras and everything.
Who's that?
But the cameras
Destiny?
are stable. Destiny.
Is that your co-host?
No. No, not at all. No, it's
wait,
Will
can you
and
explain to me who Destiny is?
he's like
an intellect.
Who is Adam Friedland? I see people bring this guy up all the time. And I mix him up with the Adam and Sitch. It's not that Adam, obviously, right?
Actual debater?
I wouldn't say he's an
comedian and former Cumtown guy. Oh.
He's like an
intellectual.
Aha! A fellow N-word enjoyer, I see. Hello, Adam.
No, it's
wait,
Will
can you
and
explain to me who Destiny is?
he's like an
intellectual debater.
I wouldn't say he's an intellectual.
He's a modern, but his whole thing is that he's like, how about you come over and debate my ass? He's like, why don't you come? Yeah. Why don't you come down this ring and debate my ass?
Like, I saw a thumbnail on Twitter, and I think it like perfectly explains like what he does. It was I mean, he's insane. His subreddit will go crazy after this.
Really?
Now that you mention it, yeah, they like cyber stalk me.
They hate you.
Yeah, like an
I don't know
sport.
who he is, and I'm more on Destiny's side than Hassan's. I just want to say.
He's a center left podcaster.
I'm center left. Okay.
Yeah, no, for years, like he wrote like a manifesto about being able to say the N word as a white guy, and like debated
A
it.
manifesto.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Like,
A manifesto.
Straight up like a manifesto.
Maestro.
And then for years they were like, Hassan is friends with the guys on Cumtown, and they say the N word all the time. It's quite. It's like they always look
all
for.
the time.
Yeah, all the time. They look for hypocrisy. Like that's their thing. They're like.
yeah.
Like, isn't that hypocritical?
Oh, those kind of guys.
Yeah,
it's
those.
Reddit. So it's just Reddit.
Oh yeah, no, it's the
just
most Reddit person. But the thumbnail I saw was like a perfect example of how like what his content looks like. No, not this.
What is this?
No, this is they're debating
Glenn?
January 6th or something.
This isn't even my thumbnail, dog. The fuck?
Crass and Steam Brothers against Glenn Greenwald, Alex Jones, and
is that real?
I don't even know who the
that looks so fire.
No,
We gotta go to that.
No, the thumbnail I saw on
I
Twitter
gotta
was
go
like
sell fake Molly in the parking lot for that.
yeah. The thumbnail I saw on Twitter was like debating my ex-wife on whether she was faithful or not, and it was like that's like the perfect depiction of like the type of content, and it like everyone
Wait,
takes
is that
it.
real? Is that real? He
Yeah.
really did that? He debated his ex-wife?
Yeah, it's like, but like his fan base takes it so seriously.
Why does he just lie? I love how this is. I am making my way here, guys. We will do this. I want a fan base where I can just lie about shit. Just like, how many, 10, 15,000 people, or I guess it's a son, maybe 8 or 9,000 people watching now, are like just watching you lie in real time, still lying.
They're like, yeah, this is like, this is exactly what Socrates would have done, type of shit.
Yeah, the manifesto.
Yeah, he would write like
He's an
modern day
intellectual
Plato.
titan, yeah.
Modern day Plato is reading Wikipedia pages and like debating the.
Wait, it is the thumbnail August made? Oh well, fuck you, August. If that is a thumbnail though, that's super banger.
faithfulness of his ex-wife.
Yeah.
After their public divorce.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Yeah, I felt really bad for the guy that got caught with the porn in his tab of the deep fake.
Oh, Atrioc.
Yeah, I felt really
He's
bad
actually.
for that.
It's
His
like
wife had to be sitting there, and Nick and I watched that video like 10 times. That's kind of when I found out Twitch wasn't video games. I was like, what is
Wait,
it?
how long ago did this breakup even happen? No, it's a Twitter meme? Wait, did you guys troll me? Last night on Destiny. Oh, you guys are trolling
I
me.
thought it was a video game. I was like, I thought Hassan was doing Nazi zombie Call of Duty for the kids.
No, there's definitely Big A.
Damn,
so
this
that's Atrioc. He's a
nice guy?
He's actually a nice guy. Like, I mean, you know, sometimes nice guys do really fucked up shit. You know, he's atoned for it, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah,
His
but
wife had.
I'll tell you this much: like, now that I brought him
but
up,
that's what I mean. It's just like the fact that his wife was sitting there, but it was an apology to the audience, right?
Yeah.
It wasn't really an apology to his wife.
Well, it was
It
also
should
it
be
was
to
also
the
an
other
apology-
lady and to his wife, right? Isn't it?
It was an
his wife?
apology to his audience and also like.
What are these thumbnails? Say the N word. What the fuck? Based?
It was a public apology to all the girls that were on the AI porn website.
To every single girl.
Well, kind of.
So
Yeah.
you can do the whole list of every girl.
Is this my like gooning levitating pose? Destiny crashes panel to confront Lab and Catnip. She removed me. Is this about Melina or is it about somebody else? Why are you watching your own videos, little bro? I don't know. Sometimes I click to read the comments. I feel like you guys trolled me. Destiny reveals the flaws that ended his marriage. My God. Oof, that clickbait almost fires Karantos. Okay, bored. Leftists are bad people. We should appeal to centrists instead. Okay, I don't know why I have this. Don't care. All right. Welcome to the stream. We're now starting for real. How come you watch a lot of those like 70 to 100% of the way through? What? Watch what? On my channel? I'm probably, because everything is muted on this monitor, I'll probably open a video here and then read the comments and it just plays while I read the comments. Be my guess. Or I just watch myself. When girls come over, I make them watch old videos of me constantly while I fuck them in the ass. In the mouth. How are you going to just ignore Puggy Gups' 4,000 immigration sources, though? What my question was, here was my question. My question was, did anything meaningful change under Biden versus Trump in terms of immigration policy that would be causing like a migration crisis or anything? That was my question. When I get like 50 different like news articles that are like, oh, like the ICE said this or blah, 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 like I don't care that much. I'm just looking for like, was there like a huge policy change? What is the government doing meaningfully different? That's what I'm curious. Title 42 is not what we're talking about. Title 42 was only allowed the expulsion of migrants because of like COVID shit. That's not relevant. That got, I think Biden even tried to use it again. I think the Supreme Court shut it down. So that's what I was looking for. Yeah. If you have links to that, that's cool. But I don't just like random stories of like Texas is fighting the federal government on immigration. Like, none of that is relevant. Like, yeah. You know, if you debate Shapiro on Trump versus Biden and immigration policy effects, you'd get absolutely destroyed. I don't know. We didn't get to immigration because we were talking about other shit. It would have been fun to, but I mean, it's not like Biden or it's not like Trump did shit on immigration, right? He couldn't pass anything either. Like, his rhetoric will encourage more people to come. No, I think illegal immigrants always come more under Democratic presidents versus Republican ones. That's just, I think that's just always been a trend. Hold on. Wait, what is Pisco's opinion on the Epstein shit? That's what I want to know. That's what I want to know. Do the UFO conspiracy stuff? No, that's so boring. Please. We're not doing like... I want to do politically relevant shit, not like Bigfoot, flat earth shit. Biden's border crisis is the worst in American history. Senate Republican conference. His policies continue to make it worse. Okay, here we go. 4 pages. Under Joe Biden, America is facing the worst border crisis in our history. President Biden has undermined America's border security and the integrity of our immigration system at every turn. Biden's border policies are creating a growing national security crisis and threatening the safety of Americans across the country. Okay. Under Biden's immigration policies, illegal border crossings have soared to all-time highs. This doesn't say anything. This says nothing. This says nothing. Title 42 ending. Nothing. Democrats. Nothing. Okay. Biden administration has undermined America's border security and integrity of our immigration system at every turn. Okay. Biden created the border. Okay. First 100 days of office, he took more than 94 executive actions on immigration. Those included stopping the construction of the border wall, attempting to halt deportations for 100 days. Which ones? Control F. Halt. Okay, Control F. Deportations. To protect certain national groups already in the U.S. from deportation, the most significant was its March designation that Venezuelans were eligible for temporary protected status, making an estimated 323,000 Venezuelans in the United States eligible for work authorization and protecting them from deportation for at least 18 months. It also designated Myanmar, also known as Burma, for TPS. Why also known as Burma? Is that another name for the country? Formerly Burma. Oh, didn't know that. Okay. Are you just done with Israel-Palestine? Sure, unless somebody wants to debate it. To terminate TBS for 97% of recipients, legal challenges block those terminations at the end of its administration. Trump doesn't as well for deferred enforcement departure. TBS offers more stable status. Biden administration. Okay, this is suspending new enrollments in migrant protection protocols. Terminating asylum cooperation agreements with Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador. Wait, I thought he extended these. Control F. Asylum. I thought that there was a United States asylum processing. Fuck, what were the countries? Was one in Honduras? Honduras. Maybe it was other South American. I thought we opened places where in a couple of in 2023, the U.S. Senate would open centers in countries like Colombia and Guatemala to deter migrants from asylum seekers. Did these actually open, or? Good. Oh, so they were opened. Oh, so the safe mobility officer up and running in Guatemala, Colombia, and Costa Rica. The officer registered thousands. According to the State Department, the agency has given no number on how many migrants have actually qualified for resettlement in the U.S. or other countries. Okay, so ending prompt asylum case reviews for non-Mexican. Now he's going even further. Right now, the Biden administration is actively eliminating almost every tool in our guys to secure our border. Biden's new fiscal year 2023 budget proposes cutting border security funding. The Biden budget increases non-defense spending by nearly $100 billion, while defense spending is also as legal border security. The president a cut for border security. What is the spending cut? What is the number from what to what? Why aren't any of these things listed? Why are these written so shittily? What are we cutting from what to what? Why wouldn't you just have the number written here? He's ending Title 42. I'm almost positive Title 42 got shut down by the Supreme Court because the COVID emergency was ended. Okay, I'll look at this later. I can't trust anything written by a Republican. I'm sorry, I have to read it myself. This is like the most dog shit fucking thing I've ever seen edited in my entire life, or written in my entire life. Okay. Okay. Shh. Epstein. Americans are angry about immigration. It's time to face a difficult fact, understand why it's happening, and deal with it. The image above is a cartoon released around 1850 by supporters of the Know Nothing Party, a short-lived American political party created to oppose immigration in the mid-1800s. The name is supposed to indicate that the party was a secret society, not that its members were a bunch of ignorant fools. Thoughts on the latter point, you can draw whatever conclusions you like. The Know Nothings represented one of America's periodic anti-immigrant backlashes. Others included the nativist backlash in the 1910s that led to the restrictive Johnson-Reed Act of 1924, 1990s. I think the U.S. is always an open, inviting, immigrant-friendly place. Think again. Usually it is. Every backlash so far has eventually faded, and a permissive immigration system has returned. Our leaders, from George Washington to Jefferson to LBJ and Ronald Reagan. Why does LBJ? Why does the Lyndon fuck get his name abbreviated so much? Have almost always been a pro-immigrant bunch. Immigration is deeply ingrained. Unfortunately, now appears to be one of those times. Anti-immigration sentiment collapsed during the Trump years, but has come back roaring under Biden. And although Republicans, as you might expect, have driven much of that shift, you can see it among Democrats as well. 90% of Democrats say immigration should be decreased, compared to only 12% who say it should be increased. Jesus Christ. It's a pretty salient issue, too. Along with the economy, the cost of living, and poor leadership, immigration is among the problems Americans consider most important right now. And the issue is pushing Americans toward the Republican Party. Here's NBC News from October. Keep reading with a free 7-day trial. What? I can't read the... Okay. Well... Okay. On November 19th, 2019, federal prosecutors in New York indicted MCC guards. We already read this. Bail was set for $100K. They claimed they were scapegoats. November 2018, court proceedings against Epstein's cellmate, Nick Tartaglione. We learned how to pronounce this guy's name yesterday, and I've forgotten. Tartaglione? Federal prosecutors reported that surveillance footage from outside Epstein's cell during the July 23rd incident had disappeared. Tartaglione's defense I'm not pronouncing his names, who claimed the footage showed him saving Epstein's life, hoped it would illustrate his character, as lawyers had requested that the footage be kept on July 25th, 2 days after the incident. Judge Kenneth Karras requested that the government determine what happened with the footage. Several days later, federal prosecutors reversed their statement, claiming they had found the missing footage. But in January 2020, they admitted the footage had been permanently deleted because of a clerical error. On July 2nd, 2020, almost a year after Epstein was arrested, the FBI arrested and charged Maxwell in Bradford, New Hampshire. These charges included enticement and conspiracy to entice minors to travel to engage in illegal acts, transportation and conspiracy to transport minors with intent to engage in criminal sexual activity, and 2 counts of perjury. Federal authorities have expressed concerns that she might also commit suicide in custody and have reportedly implemented additional safety protocols. In an August 2020 interview, President Trump said that he wished her well and again questioned whether Epstein's death was a suicide or homicide. 2020, associate Jean-Luc Brunel was arrested and charged with a rape of minors by French prosecutors. He later died from an apparent suicide before his trial could proceed. Damn, a lot of suicidal people. Okay. When you're at Cornell? I don't know. It's like the 6th or 7th. I don't have 100%. I'll let you know when I get it scheduled. Love you, buddy. One, two. Homicide, suspicions, and conspiracy theories. Can I increase your volume a bit? Which volume? Okay, this music is not... I don't like these chord progressions. What? Dude, I hate the Discord friend limit. Holy shit. Okay. Okay, fuck this thing. Okay. How did this ever make it to my playlist? Okay. Because of violations of standard prison procedures and Epstein's knowledge of compromising information about famous individuals, his death spawned skepticism and multiple conspiracy theories. A Rasmussen Reports poll conducted shortly after his death in August of 2019 found that only 29% of U.S. adults believe Epstein actually committed suicide, while 42% thought he was murdered to prevent him from testifying against powerful people with whom he associated, and 29% of people were undecided. By November of 2019, a Business Insider poll found that those who believe Epstein was murdered outnumbered suicide proponents 3-1. A 2020 poll, don't care. Because of Epstein's connections to many wealthy and political people, wealthy and powerful people, there was speculation that one or more co-conspirators or participants in his sex crimes might have arranged for him to be silenced. At an August 27th hearing, Epstein defense attorney Reed Weingarten expressed significant doubts that Epstein's death was due to suicide. According to Weingarten, When attorneys met with their client shortly before his death, we did not see a despairing, despondent, suicidal person. Epstein's brother Mark has rejected the possibility of Jeff's suicide, claiming, I could see if he got a life sentence. I could then see him taking himself out, but he had a bail hearing coming up. He also claimed his life may also be in danger if Epstein was indeed murdered. In a press conference about 2 months after Epstein's death, de Blasio declined to endorse Chief Medical Examiner Sampson's conclusion, saying, something doesn't fit here. It just doesn't make sense to the highest profile prisoner in America. Someone forgot to guard him. Former U.S. Attorney, immediately after his death, online conspiracy theorists falsely claimed that the images of Epstein in transport to the hospital were actually that of a body double. They relied on purported differences between the body's ear and Epstein's ear in a juxtaposed photo. Fact-checker Snopes pointed out that the image of Epstein was 15 years old, that it was more plausible that these discrepancies are a result of aging. Yeah, right. In popular culture. Huh. Is that a coffee in your coffee cup holder? No, it's hot chocolate. Okay. I'm trying to think of how we... The fuck is this? Okay. A chatter wanted you to see this relevant to Epstein.
Are misconstruing the acts of the office with respect to that particular paragraph. One more question.
Richard Lardner from the Associated Press. Mr. Secretary, were you ever made aware at any point in your handling of this case if Mr. Epstein was an intelligence asset of some sort?
So there has been reporting to that effect, and let me say, there's been reporting to a lot of effects in this case. Not just now, but over the years. And again, I would hesitate to take this reporting as fact. This was a case that was brought by our office. It was brought based on the facts. And I look at that reporting and others. I can't address it directly because of our guidelines. But I can tell you that a lot of reporting is just going down rabbit holes. A few more questions.
Did
60 minutes overtime.
Oh, this is specifically about the autopsy. I think that, okay, I think this would be the most interesting way to do this. Okay. Leading theories. Okay. Epstein killed himself. Someone murdered Epstein. Or what would be the best? I think that the murdered Epstein one, I don't think anybody actually believes that. That's the retard theory. I think the strongest conspiracy is the idea that conspiracy to encourage and allow Epstein to die. I think this is like the strongest one, the third one, right? Like if you believe in the Epstein didn't kill himself meme, this is the one that you're actually believing in, right? Yeah. Okay. This is what we have. So we'll have like the theory, then we'll have the evidence in favor, we'll have difficult facts, these are the three things we would need, right? People still think he's alive. That one's retarded. Don't care about those people. Okay. Evidence. Okay, so the theory is Epstein was a high-profile, successful man who was looking at a difficult court battle, seeing no realistic way for him to make bail or escape prison without serving the rest of his life there. Epstein decides to commit suicide. Evidence in favor of this. How do we weigh different types of evidence? What are the different types of evidence? You got like direct evidence. You've got like criminal law types of evidence. 21 different types of evidence. How cringe. Admissible, inadmissible. Wow. Yeah, that doesn't. We've got direct evidence, circumstantial, statistical evidence, real evidence. Individual physical evidence involves pieces that are unique to a person, such as DNA or fingerprints. Class physical evidence relates to a certain segment of the population, which professionals are not. Oh, these aren't like 21 different types. They're just like different names of random things, but these could all overlap. What? Hold on. What? Why do people do that? Hello? What? Hello? See, Zaddy, you keep going to the other thing. I don't know why.
Oh, hey.
Okay, what?
So I was disagreeing. Oh, all right. I have your, here, I have a lag, sorry. Yeah, I disagree on what was just on your, stream about the music. You're a music major, aren't you?
Yeah, or I was.
Why are you playing the most basic, like, diatonic chord changes ever? Like, what? Have you heard of vaporwave?
No. Is that what you want to
Oh,
come
you
in here
haven't
for?
heard
You baited me into...
I wasn't baiting you. I just couldn't believe, like, how...
Are you
how much music you were
ZZZZZ
playing.
Zaddy in chat?
Oh, yeah, I'm Zaddy. Yeah. Hi.
Why? So you came in here to disagree with me over my music song?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Have you ever heard of Cum Wave?
No, but that sounds awesome. It sounds better than what you were listening to.
It is.
Okay, I just implore you, if you get a chance, look up Vaporwave. It's like 80s smooth jazz inspired, really nice chord changes.
Gotcha.
It's non-lyrical.
All
It's
right.
great.
I'll look it up. Bye.
Awesome. See you.
Hello? Okay, so evidence that Epstein killed himself. Evidence in favor. Some say the autopsy supports suicide. Epstein clearly had a good reason to want to kill himself. No direct evidence of any foul play. No testimony or indirect evidence of external pressure for him to kill himself. Is that evidence in favor? Is it clearly a good reason to kill himself? No direct evidence of any foul play. No testimony. Okay. Difficult facts. Some contest that the autopsy was indicative of homicide. 3 broken bones. Oh. Hi. Be careful. Don't die. Contest the autopsy is indicative of homicide. We have the broken bones. Facts. No prisoner had committed suicide for, what was it, like 25 years? Committed suicide for 25 years. Camera malfunctions and footage and lack of footage availability. Guards falling asleep, not checking in appropriately. There was at least one other big thing that was weird. Oh, taken off suicide watch after only 6 days. Was supposed to have a cellmate, didn't on the night he suicided. You should have done a Bayesian analysis before reading about it. Oh, we could go full autismo, I guess. And what, like start with like, what's our prior assumption? And then we can like plus and minus the evidence. Actually, fuck it, wait, why not? Let's do percentages here. What would our prior assumption be for man in jail? Well, how much do we include in our prior assumption here? High profile billionaire in jail kills himself because of huge child pedophile charges or whatever. What would we say? Like, should I start looking at stats now for that? Do you plan on debating someone on this? Is it just for, I don't know, just for fun right now. I think it would be quite high. My guess is the percentage chance would be pretty high. I'm gonna guess 20% chance that he would kill himself. Or at least attempt suicide. That'd be my guess. For an ultra-rich person, no shot? Really? Well, how many wealthy people have committed suicide, rape charges, I guess? I don't know. How many billionaires even go to prison at all? Has there ever been another billionaire charged with something like this? Okay, listen. It's really hard for me to talk about certain things about work because if you haven't worked, okay, you don't know, and then it sounds like I'm making up a bunch of cope, okay? But sometimes there are things that happen that are so common and you guys don't believe it, okay? Somebody in chat said, imagine being a security guard and falling asleep. It doesn't make sense. It sounds like a movie. I'm gonna be totally honest with you. I slept on some grave shifts, okay? There were times where I would tell my employee, I'd have one employee, I know it's a slow night, but listen, I need to go into the office and I need to work variances, okay? It's going to take me 2 hours, all right? I need you to watch the front, knock on the door if you need anything. And I would just go into the office and sleep because I had to try to go to school the next day, okay? There are absolutely people that work graveyard shifts that sleep on the job. It definitely happens, okay? Now, how much is happening in prisons? I'm not sure, but on its face, I would believe that people are falling asleep on the job, especially for fucking security jobs. But... Okay, John McAfee and Bernie Madoff. Did McAfee kill himself? I don't even remember. Is he dead? I feel like I would have heard about this. Why did you name these people? Died. 75. Spain. Did he commit suicide? I don't fucking remember. Control F. Death. Cause of death. Suicide. Oh, he did. Found dead in his prison cell hours after the Spanish National Court ordered his extradition to the U.S. on criminal charges filed in Tennessee. Huh. Bernie Madoff. Madoff's son even killed himself without getting charged, so of course Epstein did. Wait, but it doesn't look like Madoff didn't kill himself. The Enron dudes had a lot of suicides. Is there like a thing that, like a study on this? How frequently do wealthy people charged crimes commit suicide? Nearly a fifth of state and federal prisons and a tenth of local jails had at least one suicide. National study of suicide on all people with a criminal justice history. Damn. Does it... I wonder if there's... Okay, we won't worry about this. Okay, some say the autopsy supports suicide. If an autopsy were to support suicide, I would weigh this heavily in favor of, like, pointing towards suicide. I feel like an autopsy... would be, in this case, would be, would we say it's dispositive? It would disprove other things. I would give this like a 90% weight. You need a lot to overcome an autopsy. So I think the autopsy is really important. Epstein clearly had a good reason to want to kill himself. Motive is like kind of important, but not really. No evidence of anything else. It kind of goes along with the autopsy. Bro, I don't even know how I would weigh these percentage-wise. Never mind, we're not going to do this. This will be autistic as fuck. I'm not going to quibble over this. Okay. Conclusion. Epstein killing himself. Okay, get rid of this bullshit. Himself. Makes a lot of sense and is supported broadly by the facts without any dispositive evidence or compelling reason to believe why this couldn't be the case. However, there are many confusing questions and strange coincidences don't have many satisfying answers. Okay, someone murdered Epstein. Let's see. Boom, boom. The theory here is Epstein is a high-profile billionaire who assisted many other powerful people with the trafficking and exploitation of women and minors. One of these high-profile people, or possibly even someone within the government itself, hired a hitman / assassin to kill Epstein in jail. Let's see, evidence in favor. Some say the autopsy supports homicide. I don't know what else you would have to support this story. There's really nothing. Epstein's lawyers, who met with him days earlier to create his will, said he seemed to be in good spirits. I guess. Difficult facts. Absolutely no evidence of anyone entering or leaving the cell area that could kill him. Autopsy almost certainly doesn't support homicide. Certainly doesn't support homicide. Facts. Zero evidence or testimony from anyone implicating anyone at all in any sort of scheme to murder him. Lots of witnesses, video evidence from outside the jail shows no one entering / leaving. Conclusion. This is the weakest of the Epstein didn't kill himself narratives. There is almost no supporting evidence. There is plenty of reason to believe it didn't happen. Yeah, I don't know what else to say about that. Okay. Conspiracy to encourage and allow Epstein to die. Okay, I feel like I'm in the Barbie movie from 1997. It's too much for me. I hate this fucking singer. God damn it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we just landed in Geneva. Yeah, that's in Switzerland. We're on the yacht.
The fuck is this?
A young lady just fed me French vanilla ice cream. We all got our toes out too.
Okay.
Call me when you get lost.
Okay, Epstein was a high-profile, successful... Wait. How did this not all copy-paste? Philip was looking at a difficult court battle, seeing no realistic way for him to escape. Oh wait, I was reading the wrong one. We have Epstein killed himself. Someone murdered Epstein. Okay. Epstein was a high-profile billionaire who assisted many other powerful people with the trafficking and exploitation of women and minors. One of these high-profile people, possibly with someone in the government, essentially, or pressured / forced Epstein to kill himself, and made sure the conditions were right, such that it wouldn't appear to come from an external source, I guess. Let's see. Evidence in favor. Some say the autopsy supports suicide. There's no direct evidence of any foul play. No testimony or indirect evidence of external pressure for him to kill himself. Oh, this is not in favor. Don't care about this. Let's see. Many, maybe? Rich and powerful people obviously wanted Epstein dead before he could testify about their involvement. Helps to conveniently explain a lot of difficult to explain facts in an ordinary suicide story. Could explain why he was released from Suicide Watch early? Would it though? So they were in on it too? Fuck. Okay, hold on, we'll see. How many people would have a motive to kill Epstein to protect themselves? Wouldn't billionaires pay millions to cover up, etc.? I don't know. Let's see. Oh shit, fuck. Ugh, it's killing me on my music stuff. Really? Let's see. No testimony or external pressure to kill himself. Camera malfunctions and lack of footage availability. This goes away. This goes away. No. Wait, none of this makes sense at all, actually. Wait, what? Wait, if somebody pressured Epstein to kill himself, why would they disable the cameras and everything? Why wouldn't they, why wouldn't they just leave it on so you could just see him clearly kill himself? That would make the story so easy to sell, right? Why would you ever disable anything? You would want to be able to see that, like, oh, he clearly killed himself. That'd be the easiest way to prove it. I think the implication is that the person pressuring him to kill himself was there while he did it. At least that's how people talk about it. Yeah, but that's impossible because the cameras outside of his cell were working and you could see people going in and out of that, like, area, right? Nobody was there. Like, we would know if somebody was there. I'm almost positive that's the case. Why do you think a man like Epstein would allegedly kill himself if he had the ability to blackmail high-ranking members of society? I mean, he obviously couldn't blackmail that well if he got fucking thrown into fucking prison for charged with fucking trafficking minors, right? I don't understand how you have no issue thinking a rich and powerful person like Trump is corrupt enough to try and take over the country, but every other rich person who hung out with Epstein could do something as heinous as paying people to have him killed. Sasha edits, because I have direct proof of all of that. Literally direct proof. Direct testimony from people. From dozens of people around him. What do you mean? The idea is that he was an intelligence asset that went rogue, and then his protector stopped looking out for him. Wait, how did this even make a thread on LSF? What the fuck? Destiny criticizes Hassan. What did I even fucking say about him? I think Ansar Allah is another name for the Houthis, but I'm not sure. It probably is. Hassan. Oh, wasn't this like yesterday? Good one. Okay, don't care. Wait, this doesn't make sense at all. Suicide, difficult facts. The difficult facts go away. Well, okay, well, why wouldn't they make it more obvious it was suicide? Why disable the cameras? Why not just have him post bail and kill himself or kill him outside of jail? Trump is one of the few billionaires who didn't go on Epstein's jet, yet Trump is the one you call corrupt? What do those things have anything to do with each other, my dude? Are you fucking retarded? You must be 6 years old to type something so fucking stupid in my chat. That's like saying it doesn't make sense that Cloud Strife wields the Buster Sword when my mom had to have a C-section. What is even the connection between these two things? What two completely and utterly random statements you've somehow connected together in the dumbest non sequitur I've ever seen in my entire life? You say that Martin Luther King was a bad person, but he never cheated in checkers. What? I'm sorry. What an unbelievably fucking stupid statement. I think that he didn't kill himself. It wasn't some rich person. I think that if he didn't kill himself, it wasn't some rich person. Honestly, I think it was one of the other inmates in the facility. They don't like that shit in there. No, but he wasn't with anybody in his cell that night. Okay. Here's something that I think is really important. Well, because now we're wondering, did he kill himself? It's not that important, I guess. This seems stupid. This seems highly implausible. Why would video be cut and disabled? They wanted to prove a suicide. There are so many easier / better ways to do this, especially if huge sums of money were involved. If someone is monitoring the camera, they might get to him in time before he dies. Why can't they just both be sleeping? Why would they have to be sleeping and the cameras would have to be off? And they missed their 30-minute checks. Like, that's a stupid argument. Even though nobody was bunked with them, there is inmate testimony attesting to the fact that the doors to the cells in that block were able to be opened. So here would be an interesting thing. My understanding is that if somebody committed a homicide, it's going to be very, very, very obvious on the autopsy. Like, especially because they got this body like hours after death. Hold on. Do I have any... Where are my crim law friends? Where are my criminal litigators? Wasn't the broken bones more similar to... I'm not... The broken bones thing doesn't even sound remotely credible to me. I'm thinking like with a homicide, you've got struggle. There's going to be marks on the fingernails. There's going to be bruising around the body. There's going to be so many signs of struggle. If it was the guards that killed him, they're going to be marked somehow like... he might have been old, but this was like like a 6 foot, 185 pound, like full size man who was in decent health. There's going to be some sort of struggle oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Wait, did I say 80? He's 66 years old. Yeah. I wonder what... Okay, let's listen to this autopsy examination. Not if he's held down or the dude killing him is jacked. If you're held down, my dude, there's bruises where you are held. Yes. What do you mean? How do you think you hold somebody down? With psychic powers? Brandon's graphic images. Cool.
There are mysteries surrounding Jeffrey Epstein's death, and even after review.
Hold on. If someone paid to have him killed, I'm sure they would make sure to pay off the autopsy person too. But that excuse doesn't work because Bawden was there for the autopsy. You can't use that one. Epstein's own lawyers sent pathologist Michael Bawden to observe the autopsy. So even if that Sampson, what was her name? Sampson? Oh, Barbara Sampson. Even if she was paid off, was Bawden paid off too? And his lawyers? And Epstein's lawyers? Or... Also, I don't even think Bawden agrees. What is this stupid fucking... Why? B. Epstein, chilling in cell. Clintons come in, forcibly cover you in oil. They leave. That was weird, but okay. At least it didn't kill me. The sprinkler turns on. Shoot upwards and breakneck on ceiling.
Viewing all the autopsy photos, reading the autopsy, and looking at the photos from inside the... Reviewing all the autopsy photos,
Petechial hemorrhages of bilateral, palpebral, conjunctive, and oral Bro, I think these are even real words. All of this looks like neck-related shit, though. Oral mucosa, I'm guessing. Bulbar conjunctiva, I'm guessing. Hemorrhages of face. Thyroid cartilage. Okay, resuscitation attempted. Okay, we have... Hold on. Abrasions of left forearm. What is that? Cutaneous contusions of wrists. What is that? Subcutaneous hemorrhage of left deltoid muscle. Hypertensive and arthrosclerotic cardiovascular disease. Oh, that was already... Remote fracture. What does remote mean? Like long time ago or far away? Like far from center or something?
reading the autopsy and looking at the photos from inside the cell, we still have questions. What we do know is that Jeffrey Epstein is dead. The fingerprints of the body in the morgue matched the fingerprints that were taken of Jeffrey Epstein from when he was booked in Florida.
How long does the autopsy typically take from beginning to end?
Normally about 2 hours, a routine autopsy.
We spoke to multiple pathologists for this story, and they all pretty much agree on one thing, that without knowing the position of the body, the way that Jeffrey Epstein's body was found, it's almost impossible to determine the cause of death with any certainty. Knowing the position that a body was found in is a key piece of evidence in any death investigation. And in this case, we don't know how Jeffrey Epstein's body was found.
We still don't have that information. So if...
Is this Bernie Sanders?
This was called a suicide without all that information. It was a premature judgment.
Dr. Michael Bawden is a forensic pathologist who was
it's the
hired
guy.
by Mark Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein's brother, to look into the death.
Don't stem in what you think the better position is. Actually watch Epstein's brother interview to understand it and cross-reference it with experts to see if it has a validity. Okay.
And to kind of investigate it for the family. The autopsy reveals that Jeffrey Epstein had petechiae, which is burst vessels. Dr. Bawden says that's a key indicator that somebody's neck was compressed and that you see it more in a compression than you do see it in a hanging. We know from the autopsy that Jeffrey Epstein had a number of other injuries. There was an injury to the back of his neck and had an injection mark very clearly in his arm. We don't know what that's from. We don't know if that happened.
There should be like a toxicology report, right? But as part of the autopsy, for sure.
We know from the autopsy that Jeffrey Epstein had a number of other injuries. There was an injury to the back of his neck and had an injection mark very clearly in his arm. We don't know what that's from. We don't know if that happened at the hospital or if it's something else. We just don't know because we've not been able to get the medical records from.
Oh, this is old. Fuck. They must have gotten updated information since then, right?
From inside the MCC.
There were 3 fractures of the neck bones.
Dr. Bodden's key reasons for being suspicious about the death of Jeffrey Epstein is the broken hyoid bone and thyroid cartilage.
Tell me about what we're seeing right here. What are we looking at?
Here is the jawbone, the jawbone of the mandible, the lower bone in the head. And underneath that, at the bottom, are the clavicles and the breastbone, where the muscles insert. The red are all muscles. The hyoid bone is a small bone here just above the Adam's apple, which is the thyroid cartilage. And in Jeffrey Epstein's autopsy, there were fractures of the left, the right thyroid cartilage, and the left hyoid bone, all requiring different kinds of pressure and positioning of the noose, of the ligature.
One of the pathologists we spoke to absolutely agreed with Dr. Bodden and says, yes, that's very suspicious to have all 3 of those bones broken, the cartilage broken. Another pathologist we spoke to wasn't as convinced and said it doesn't necessarily indicate homicide. The doctor who performed the autopsy while Dr.
Wait, well, why not bring on that guy and have him explain why? Give us the explanation.
Necessarily indicate homicide. The doctor who performed the autopsy while Dr. Michael Bodden observed came to the determination that it was inconclusive and they needed more evidence, more information. And then a couple days later, they changed that and determined that the cause of death was suicide by hanging. We reached out to the New York City medical examiner, but they would not speak to us, presumably because there's an ongoing investigation, but we haven't heard back from that office.
In the pictures of the cell, there are multiple nooses. The fact that
Bro, this guy sounds like he's been fucking already poisoned by the people that killed Epstein. Do you hear this guy breathing? My God.
in the pictures of the cell, there are multiple nooses. The fact that the medical examiner sketched one noose, this is the noose they think was responsible for killing Jeffrey Epstein.
Yes, this would be the ligature, the noose that was involved in causing the death.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it was sketched.
Here it says on here, it appears to say folded. The edge is folded here.
One of the things we have heard is that the guard that found Jeffrey Epstein cut him down, which you'd seem to indicate somebody cutting down a noose or something. If you look at the noose that the medical examiner examined, and you look very closely at the edges, it appears perfectly hemmed. It doesn't look like anybody ever took scissors to it. So there is some question, is that the right noose? The difficulties with this story is because they charged two guards, there is a firewall and you cannot get in.
Here, this is something that this would be an example of me giving an impossible standard of evidence, but I recognize it, right? Here's what I'd be curious about. Do we have a historical example of somebody staging a suicide and then what that looks like that's done well? But the problem is, if I ask for that example, we're probably not going to be able to find any, because if somebody did stage a suicide and it was done really well, well, then you're not going to know about it. It's going to seem like a suicide. Because I feel like there are questions that I would have where, like, if you're staging a suicide, wouldn't you obviously get your story straight or something? It's like, why the fuck would you say, oh yeah, we cut him down when you untied him? If that is indeed what happened. There looks like some, like, there's like some frayed fabric here. I don't know. Yeah.
Is that charged two guards? There is a firewall and you cannot get information because you go to the Department of Justice, you go to the FBI and say, hey, what's going on here? And they said, there's an ongoing criminal investigation. We can't tell you anything. That's made it especially difficult. We've had to rely to people on the ground and sources placed throughout the story. We have examined many photos, looked at the evidence, and talked to so many people, but we still have many questions, and we're looking forward to getting more answers.
Fuck. I feel like this is going to be very unsatisfying, this whole adventure. Determining the correct cause and manner of death are among the chief responsibilities of the forensic pathologist when confronted with a case having... Oh my god, wait, what a great... What a great opportunity to talk to Bose. I messaged her. I don't know if she's home right now, though. For a relatively straightforward differentiation between homicides and suicides, occasionally, however, such differentiation proves to be quite difficult, with some cases ultimately being certified with an undetermined manner of death. Certification of a death of a homicide as a homicide should not be undertaken lightly, as it may have profound legal ramifications. Differentiate. 3 deaths related to GSW. Oh, wait. Why was I linked this? Suicidal gun wounds. Do you think that any of the alternatives are impossible, or are they just more improbable than that he committed suicide? I don't think there's... Hold on. Pisco uses the word all the time. I'm trying to understand. Do I understand the word? When something is dispositive, that means that it is disproving other things, right? So like, for instance, that's like the opposite of exculpatory, right? So, for instance, if I say that, like, I have 17 witnesses that put me in my bedroom at 9 p.m., that's dispositive of the claim that at 9 p.m. I was at the club. Is that correct? Exculpatory. Inculpate? Inculpate? Dispositive means it is decisive on the question at hand. Oh, so if 10 witnesses put me in a particular place, we could argue that that 10 witness direct testimony is dispositive of me being there. Dispositive? Doesn't dis mean not? Or... No, that's not true, because disposition doesn't mean not in a certain thing. It's exculpatory, but it's inculpatory. What is this? I think it's super hypocritical that at Destin will research some bullshit with no real evidence of murder, but completely disregards the UAP phenomenon when they're literally having Congress skiffs with the DOD and passing bills supported by the House leader. Is he just not paying attention? Sword Duck, 10-to-1 odds on $1,000 if you want, or $100 if you want. Donate me $100. Sword Duck in Kick Chat. I will give you $1,000 if within 5 years extraterrestrial life has strong evidence pointing towards its existence. Okay, 10 years. Okay, until then, shut the fuck up.
For death.
25 minutes, bro. Is there a way to speed up videos on? Oh, there is. Thank God.
It's interesting to learn who Jeffrey Epstein hung around with while he was alive. People who flew on his airplane, people who stayed on his private island in the Caribbean, those who had dinner at his home on Fifth Avenue in New York. And to some extent, those names are coming out, not all of them, but we know a lot of the people who were in Jeffrey Epstein's life, and we have for several years now. But
I'm sorry. Somebody asked me that question earlier of like, do I think it's possible that somebody killed him? I don't really think it's possible somebody killed him. I think that's a hard one. That's a really hard theory to buy. But in terms of did somebody encourage him to kill himself? There's no direct evidence for it, but like I feel like that's possible. Like if, at least based on the little bit that I know right now and the little bit I knew before, if it came out that there was strong evidence saying that like, oh, somebody did do this, we're like, oh, okay, yeah, it explains a lot. Like I wouldn't be shocked. Like, I think I lean like 70% in favor of he probably killed himself with no external motivation or not under duress.
The story seems like a bit of a sideshow because it doesn't answer the main mysteries surrounding Jeffrey Epstein's life or death, and there are 3 of them, almost none of which is ever discussed in the media. The first is, who did Jeffrey Epstein work for? What did Jeffrey Epstein do for a living and on whose behalf? We don't know. The second question is, where did all the money come from?
Is someone killing him just too fantastical at the moment? Fantastical? I mean, my understanding, without getting too deep into it, is killing people is pretty cheap when you're rich, right? Like, I think for like less than 6 figures, you can have a lot of people killed. In jail, pretty sure for less than 6 figures. Now, for something like Epstein, I don't know, but if you're worth like over $100 million and you've got a guy that could implicate you in some crazy felonious activity, right? And you could float $1 million payment to have somebody killed. The only issue is you'd have to hide that amount of money. Obviously, you're not withdrawing this from a bank account. But I imagine if you're trying to hide $1 million transaction, I imagine that would probably be like easily solved to hide a single transaction like that. Or you would do it tumbling or whatever the fuck else. But then you'd have to find somebody to do it. You'd have to approach people. Multiple people are going to be aware of this. You'd have to make sure that this scheme infiltrates like the prison system. No, hold on, no, because it couldn't have been somebody that killed him. It would have been him being encouraged to kill himself. Well, I mean, no, that could be a lot easier. Let's say that I'm an associate of Epstein. Let's say that me and him fuck kids all day on this island. Let's say that I'm worth, $1 billion. And I find out that Epstein went to jail, and I know this motherfucker is going to rat me out, right? Does Epstein have... Let's say that I know of Epstein's friends and family. Could I not just say hey, pass a note on or pass a message on somehow and basically let them know hey, by the way, if you don't kill yourself in 3 days, I'm going to blow your house up and kill your family, and these 5 friends that you have are also going to die. Like you could theoretically do that. That would require... Hold on. Okay, let's just... Hold on. How would we do it if we were going to do it? Let's think of it that way, okay? How would we do this? Let's just start from the very beginning, okay? Let's pretend we're intelligent, okay? Because we got a lot of money. How would we do this if we were going to do it? Okay. Associate Epstein gets arrested again. And our whole awesome child porn fucking island is going to go up in smoke. Okay? Fuck. Epstein got arrested. A lot of people know Epstein got arrested. A lot of other people that were with us on that island, assuming that's even true. I don't know if that's actually true or not. We all are looking around at each other like, fuck. So the first question would be, what kind of leverage do we have on Epstein? Are there things that we don't want the world to know? Are there things that we don't want the world to know? That Epstein doesn't want the world to know? Are there people that he loves or cares about? What do we have for leverage? Epstein, Wikipedia, family. Epstein, Wikipedia. What was this? Ghislaine Maxwell was her name? Did he have somebody said son, right? Isn't this? Oh, brother. Well, so he had some family. Control F family. Born in Brooklyn, his parents. So both parents are dead. Married in 1952. Pauline worked as a school aide and was a housemaker. Seymour worked for a gardener. Jeffrey was the older of 2 siblings. He and his brother Mark grew up. And then Mark here has Bear by his parents. Mark was Puggy. Okay, so he's 1 brother. Does he have... And that's it? No children? Long-term girlfriends and publishing. Eris? Epstein dated this for 11 years. Damn, okay. He was down bad for Eva. if he really loves Maxwell, then technically you can leverage everything on Maxwell too, right? Okay, well, you love her. Well, I'll also kill her family. Okay, so let's assume we have good leverage there. Okay, let's assume that he genuinely loves Ghislaine and wants her to be happy. Okay, so he's in jail. He's not getting away this time because he already got convicted once like a fucking retard. Now he's caught. Who knows what the evidence is against him? I don't know if the indictments are public or not. So we need... Okay, so the first question is, can we kill him in jail? Why wouldn't we just kill him in jail? If we pay somebody to do it, that's a lot of like... We would have to pay somebody. First of all, we're never doing these conversations on our own. We're not fucking retards like Donald Trump. So we're always using intermediaries. Okay? So we would have a guy that we would say, you need to get this done. He would be the one in charge. But then how many people are going to be roped into this? Oof. And if it looks like a murder, that looks really bad for anything that might come up later in the trial. It would look better if he killed himself, right? It would be way better if he killed himself versus having him murdered. That would look really bad, right? So let's say we want him to kill himself. So we need to get that message to him. The number of people involved, it's probably a lot easier to deliver a message to somebody in jail than to kill somebody in jail. We could literally pass that off to one guard outside the jail. Like, this could literally be a 3-person operation, right? And one of the guards walked by Epstein's cells 3 minutes after the last camera shot or whatever. So we have that of him going over there and coming back. So that could theoretically be, hey, listen, there's a guard. I happen to know where he works in the prison system near Epstein. I want you to deliver this message to him. Delivers a message to the guard. That's like 2 or 3 people tops roped into that conspiracy. Camera shit going down or whatever. The prison sucks. Shit happens all the time. No one cares. He kills himself. That would be the easiest way to do it. That'd probably be the easiest, best way to do it. You minimize liability, not many people involved. Amount of money involved probably would not be that much. What would we need to find to prove that? The guards themselves should have made some kind of money. They should have gotten paid somehow. So federal agents have arrested them. Well, I guess what happened with the guards then, who got in trouble for this? Why does it matter if it looks like a suicide or a murder if it never gets back to the shot call anyway? Well, because if it looks like he was murdered, then it looks like people are really hiding some shit. It's just cleaner if it's a suicide. And suicide makes sense. Also, suicide means no additional investigation. Homicide means now you've got... especially in a federal prison, right? Homicide means you've got the FBI involved, like researching and investigating and subpoenaing, and like that's just there's a whole bunch of shit that if it's suicide, it ends right there. The suicide ends on the body. The homicide is, well, why'd you do it? What happened? And then all of that, right? That's like a, yeah. What? Okay, wait, hold on, fuck. It's all good. I want more people moving to my kick chat, so we're about to do a mass expulsion of YouTube chatters. If you want to come in to Discord and fight afterwards, you can, but you don't even have the opportunity to now. I'm just banning you initially, and you can show up somewhere else. Hold on. It's just like the most brain-dead fucking comments. Limeo Wikipedia. Carla. James B. He can't phantom anything. I think you meant to say fathom, you fucking retard. That is not sourced in a study or Wikipedia, sadly. If you want to link me something else, feel free to tell me what else to look up. That doesn't start with www.freedomfromoppression.com or some equally retarded fucking website. Also, the physical evidence of the autopsy confirms it was all but impossible that it was suicide. That's not true. LeMayo, it's so obvious he has no idea about any of this story. He's going through Wikipedia making a fool of himself. I mean, we've watched a couple videos on it. There's not much stuff. We've read a couple articles. I'm just getting the facts here. Tell me what I'm missing. I don't understand if you guys realize how weak and stupid you look. If I'm missing something, just say I'm missing something. If some guy came here and was saying something like, oh, well, 5/7s don't actually resolve to 1 chords, you fucking retard, or you can't have a major 4 chord and a minor chord progression, idiot, I wouldn't say like, wow, looks like you got your education off of Wikipedia. I would just tell you why you're wrong. I would say, no. Tritones always resolve in a certain way that will construct a 1 chord. Or no. There's plenty of things like modal mixture or borrowing from other keys that we can find in historic examples of even Baroque music. Like, why just say like, oh, Wikipedia, LOL? Why not just like list something that I'm incorrect about or say something that, like, give me another fact? Nuxiner, welcome to the 429 viewers. Absolutely, he's so clueless in trying to maintain his initial uninformed opinion regardless of evidence to the contrary. You're missing the interview with Epstein's brother on Tucker. Yeah, we're about to listen to it. I have it up.
Hundreds of millions of dollars that passed through his hands over many years. And where is it now? We don't know that either. And the third question may be the most pressing of all, which is what happened to Jeffrey Epstein? On August 10, 2019, he was found dead in the federal correction facility in Manhattan, one of the most secure places in the world. Did he kill himself, as the government has claimed ever since, or was he murdered? Well, the overwhelming evidence suggests that he was in fact murdered, and that the U.S. government, including the Attorney General of the United States, covered up that murder. These are the questions that matter most, and they're exactly the ones not.
That's what a stupid conspiracy. This is the most boring type of conspiracy. That there were hundreds of people involved in federal agencies. Fuck off, you fucking retard. Why do I even watch? Why do I have to watch this Tucker Carlson video? He's not an intelligent person. He's stupid, and the theory is going to be stupid. Here's what I'll promise you, okay? At the end of this, I'll give you the best. Here's my commitment to you. I will give you the best, most steel-manned conspiracy idea of how Epstein was forced to kill himself you want. It's not going to be whatever shit this retarded dumb fuck, this orange piece of shit says. That, by the way, already fucking lied to you and admitted as much in text messages that was leaked after the Dominion lawsuit. You fucking retard still believe it because it's convenient for you. It says something when the only person you can trust is somebody that literally lies to your retarded fucking ass to make money. That's what this guy does. That's what he does to you, right? When you cite Tucker Carlson, you are the retard that he's making money off of because you believe him, even though he is lying to you to make money. That's who you believe. And then you turn around and you say you don't trust other people in the media. You're actually retarded. More retarded than people listen to MSNBC, and that's saying something.
Covered up that murder. These are the questions that matter most, and they're exactly the ones not being addressed in the news media. Why is that? We decided to speak to someone who has insight into this question, and that is Jeffrey Epstein's only surviving relative. His name is Mark Epstein. He was Jeffrey Epstein's brother, separated by...
You know what I would do? If I was part of the other conspiracy that I said there was a way better plan than this stupid shit, you know what I would do? I would pay Epstein's brother to go on Tucker Carlson because I know how fucking retarded he is. That's what I would do. That would be the real conspiracy, okay? The real conspiracy is that I've actually assaulted many women, and I knew some of them were going to come forward, and I paid Mr. Girl to do a bad report on me so that if they ever did come forward, no one would believe them because I said they were part of the Mr. Girl report. Those are the real conspiracies that you guys are missing, okay?
18 months. He's a successful real estate developer in New York, and he's very concerned for his own safety. So the interview that follows is one that you will listen to rather than see. Mark Epstein refused to appear on camera, but we think what he has to say is worth hearing. Here it is. Do you think your brother killed himself?
Not now. No. When I first heard he was dead from suicide, I had no reason to doubt it, so I accepted that. But then after the autopsy, and after Bill Bob made that asinine statement, I said, this was not a suicide.
But when you first heard the news, you thought it was a possibility that he killed himself.
Yeah, I accepted it as a fact. I heard it on the news. The government didn't notify me, as they said. I heard it on CNN in the morning of the 10th.
And you're his only survivor. You're the only surviving relative.
Yes.
What has he lied about? He didn't believe the Sidney Powell stupid claims about the Dominion voting machines. All of that shit was fucking stupid. And he knew it was, and he was irritated by it, and he hated Trump because Trump was making a mockery of their fucking network, and he was looking forward to moving on from all of it. But he's like the #1 public dick suck for Trump because he knows how much you guys lap it all up.
Children and our parents are gone, and there's no other siblings.
When did you start to think that he did not kill himself?
Well, after the autopsy, and both pathologists, the city pathologist and Dr. Bodden, came out of the autopsy, and they said, this doesn't look like a suicide. It looks more like a homicide.
So what did you do then?
Both pathologists. Wait, hold on. I thought that the Sampson. On August 11th, an autopsy confirmed it appeared likely that Epstein had thrown himself violently off the cell's top bunk, which would explain the damage he suffered, other than strangulation. Oh, this has different information than the other wiki article we read. The preliminary result of the autopsy found that Epstein sustained multiple breaks in his neck bones. Among the bones broken in Epstein's neck was the hyoid bone. Such breaks hyoid bone can occur from those who hang themselves, but more commonly found in victims. 2010 study found broken hyoids in 25% of cases of hangings. Interesting. I wonder what these hangings look like, though. Were they falling from a place? But if he jumped off the bed. A larger study conducted from 2010 to 2016 found hyoid damage in just 16 of 264, or 6% of cases with hangings. Hyoid bone breaks become more common with age as the bones become more brittle. Forensic pathologist Cyril Wecht noted that hanging by leaning forward would not result in broken cervical bones. Barbara Sampson ruled as a suicide by hanging. Not satisfied with the conclusion. The medical examiner bought an independent pathologist hired by Epstein to state observe the autopsy. Okay.
Well, okay, I figured I'd have to look into this and see what's going on.
Were you shocked that he might have been killed?
It came as a surprise, yeah.
So as his only surviving relative, what did you do to find out what happened to him?
Well, I started to inquire about what took place. The Justice Department was supposedly investigating. The initial death certificate said pending when it said cause of death, which means pending further investigation.
Yes.
So, but then a few days later, it was declared a suicide by the chief pathologist, who was not at the autopsy. And the question became, what investigation was done in such a short period of time to make her determine it was a suicide? Or was she basing it on Bill Barr's statement?
And who was the chief pathologist who made the declaration?
Dr. Roman?
That was the pathologist who was there.
No, that was, Sampson. Barbara Sampson was the chief pathologist.
Correct, yes.
Dr. Roman did the actual autopsy with Dr. Barnes.
So Barbara Sampson is the person who declared it officially a suicide, and she was not, as you said, at the autopsy, and she was not present for it.
Correct. And when they call it a suicide, they stop investigating. Because if there's a suicide, there's really nothing to investigate.
Right.
If it's a suicide. Because somebody killed themselves, case closed. So that's
This is why if we were going to pay somebody to do it, we would want it to be pressured suicide. We wouldn't want it to be... we wouldn't want it to be a murder. Why is Sampson not mentioned here in the investigation review of the Federal Bureau of Prisons custody, care, and supervision of Jeffrey Epstein? They don't mention the autopsy at all in this. They just go over things that broke down, or the office of the chief. Oh, maybe it just doesn't mention her by name. The Office of the Chief Medical Examiner performed an autopsy and determined the cause of death was hanging and the manner of death was suicide. Blood toxicologist tests did not reveal any medications nor illegal substances in Epstein's system. The medical examiner who performed the autopsy told the OIG that Epstein's injuries were consistent with suicide by hanging. There was no evidence of defensive wounds that would be expected if his death had been a homicide. Epstein did not have marks on his hands, broken fingernails, or debris under them. Contusions to his knuckles that would have evidence to fight, or other than an abrasion on his arm, likely due to convulsions from hanging, bruising on his body. Let's see, autopsy. Finally, the medical examiner who performed the autopsy detailed the OIG why Epstein's injuries were more. We already read this. Copy pasted. 17. Okay, autopsy results. Let's read these. Oh, it's only a page. On August 11, 2019, the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, City of New York, performed an autopsy on Epstein and determined that the cause of death was hanging and the manner of death a suicide. One of the office's medical examiners performed the autopsy, and the autopsy report was reviewed by the first Deputy Chief Medical Examiner. In the connection with this investigation, the OIG interviewed the medical examiner who performed the Epstein autopsy. Herein, after the medical examiner told the OIG that the pattern of Epstein's neck bone fracture was hanging. Medical examiner explained that a different fracture pattern is present if there has been a manual compression of the neck versus sustained pressure like in a hanging, and the pattern of Epstein's neck fractures is that of a hanging. The medical examiner also said Epstein had petechial hemorrhages, which are pinpoint bleeds in skin on his face and mouth. These hemorrhages are caused when the blood flow is obstructed and the small skin capillaries burst. The medical examiner additionally identified plethora, which is purple discoloration of the skin, and stated that both petechial hemorrhages and plethora are consistent with suicide by hanging. The medical examiner stated that his petechia and plethora were identified from his neck up in homicidal strangulation. According to the medical examiner, these conditions are normally found only in the eyes and mouth and a different pattern. Epstein also had the medical examiner explain a marked and obvious ligature furrow that peaked upward, which is suicide as opposed to a ligature strangulation. The medical examiner further stated there was no evidence of defensive wounds. This is the big one that I would think would be. Told the OIG that in a strangulation case, there is invariably some signs of struggle, even if the victim is impaired. The medical examiner noted that the autopsy did not identify any signs of a struggle. Epstein did not have any marks on his hands, no broken fingernails, no debris under the fingernails, no contusions to his knuckles that would have evidence to fight, and other than an abrasion on his arm, likely due to convulsing from hanging, no bruising on his body. We were also told by the medical examiner that Epstein did not have strap muscle hemorrhages on the neck, which is bleeding in the lung muscles in the front of the neck, nor did he have, the medical examiner told the OIG, hemorrhaging in the muscles in the back of his neck. The medical examiner explained that you would expect to see the hemorrhaging when there has been an incomplete compression as opposed to a sustained compression like a hanging. In addition, the medical examiner determined that the cloth material of the ligature noose found in Epstein's cell could have caused the fractures and superficial injuries the medical examiner identified during the autopsy. The medical examiner also told the OIG that the ligature furrow was too broad to have been caused by the electrical cord of the medical device in Epstein's cell. The medical examiner said blood toxicology tests were conducted and no medications or illegal substances were identified in Epstein's system. The medical examiner stated the ruling of Epstein's death as suicide was the medical examiner's independent medical judgment and that the medical examiner was not pressured to or otherwise subject to any attempt to influence. Okay, is there anything else about the autopsy? Or is that everything? This is not the first time that the OIG has found significant job performance and management failures on the part of BOP, BOP meaning Bureau of Prisons personnel, and widespread disregard of Bureau of Prisons policies that are designed to ensure that inmates are safe, secure, and in good health. For instance, the OIG's December 2022 investigation reviewed the BOP's handling of the transfer of James Whitey Bulger identified serious job performance and management failures at multiple levels within the BOP. Similar to the Bulger report, the numerous and serious transgressions that occurred in this matter came to light largely because they involved a high-profile inmate. The fact that serious deficiencies occurred in connection with high-profile inmates like Epstein and Bulger is especially concerning given that the BOP would presumably take particular care in handling the custody of such inmates. Who? I don't know anything about this story. James Whitey Bulger. Did he suicide himself or? Death. The 89-year-old Bulger was found dead. Bulger was in a wheelchair and had been beaten to death by multiple inmates, armed with a sock-wrapped padlock and a shiv. His eyes had nearly been gouged out and his tongue was cut off. Law enforcement officials described Bulger as unrecognizable. This was the third homicide at the prison in a 40-day span. Jesus Christ. United States Penitentiary Hazleton, transferred from the, is a high security United States federal prison. Is there like actual prison like security levels? I feel like Skrelly told me there are like 4 different levels. Is high security the highest, or is like maximum security, or Bureau of Federal or Bureau of Prisons security ratings jail? Minimum, low, medium, high, and administrative, based on the level of security and staff supervision. It said in the last thing you read that they were understaffed. Yeah, sure. Minimum, low, medium, high. So high. So that was also another high security prison. Interesting. Okay, sorry. Let's keep reading this.
And just sort of cover up. They never did an investigation. They never interviewed the EMTs that were called to the jail. They never interviewed the hospital personnel where his body was shipped. I can't get any answers as to what investigation was done. When I met with the Justice Department,
it's pronounced Bulger. Oh, like de jure. Bulger.
People a few months after the death, every question I asked was answered by saying, after a thorough investigation, we determined it was a suicide. It was like I'm pleading the fifth. I got the same answer to every question I asked.
So, did you speak to Barbara Sampson, the official who ruled this a suicide?
No, I haven't been able to get to her.
Oh, she never called you.
No.
So in her public explanation, she hasn't asked about this. We tried to reach out to her. She refused to speak to us for reasons we don't understand. But in her official explanation, she suggested that she ruled it a suicide, effectively overruling the judgment of the people who actually performed the autopsy because your brother had attempted suicide previously.
Yeah, but that's been shown to be false. You can listen to David Schoen, his attorney, on the podcast, the Crime Waves podcast. He explains that Jeff was attacked by his...
Oh, yeah. What is the injection mark? Control F, injection. injection. Needle? What other... I don't see this here. Epstein, injection, mark, arm. Why is it only brought up in that 60 Minutes thing? That seems like a pretty big deal. If he had a... Oh, fuck. Control F, puncture. In that 60 Minutes video, they showed a image of supposedly his arm. YouTube. What are we looking for?
60 Minutes overtime.
There are mysteries surrounding Jeffrey Epstein's death, and even after reviewing all the autopsy photos, reading the autopsy of the body, the way that any certain evidence in any body was found.
Are the autopsy photos public?
Somebody's neck was compressed of his neck, and autopsy that Jeffrey Epstein had a number of other injuries. There was an injury to...
If they didn't pronounce him dead right there, the EMTs might have done it on the way to the hospital. As long as the medical records aren't public, it means nothing. Oh, shit.
the
Do you
back
think that
of
would be
his
the
neck
case?
and had an injection mark.
I wonder if injection marks on a dead body probably look different than injection marks on a living body. I would imagine, right? Do I have any EMTs or medical people here? Destiny, chat background looks terrible. Can you remove the background? I think it looks fine. Fuck you. Do injection marks look different on corpse versus living human? They said that he was in cardiac arrest when they found him, Destiny, so not pronounced dead. Well, I don't know what you need to make a dead pronouncement, but I'm pretty sure if you're found in cardiac arrest, you can be dead, right? Cardiac arrest, arrest just means it's stopped, right? And cardiac is your heart. Cardiac arrest just means your heart's not pumping. So you could find somebody in cardiac arrest, meaning they have no pulse, right? They could be dead. They might not be dead, but you'd bring him somewhere else. You'd try to revive him. If you fail, then you would pronounce him dead. But he could have been dead when they found him, right? He was most likely dead when they found him if he had hung himself 2 hours earlier, right? I don't know if EMTs ever declare death. I mean, they must sometimes. If somebody shows up, you're like decapitated, an EMT. Well, actually, wait, we can just look this up. Control F toxicology on the report. I don't think that would tell us. Wait, can EMTs declare time of death? Declare time of death. Acquiring the legal pronouncement of death is an important step, and generally one that can only be performed by a doctor or coroner, not, for instance, ambulance EMTs. However, some states allow for registered nurse or even paramedics to give pronouncement of death, depending on the person. Oh, interesting. Okay. Huh. Oh, that is true. Control of toxicology in the report, and it said he had no substances in his blood. Sure, but I mean, what's the half-life on every strong like tranquilizer? I have no idea. What's a popular trank people might take to like party or chill? Half-life of 1 to 12 hours. So that would have shown up on a talk screen for sure, right? Oh, and actually, well, yeah, I'm sorry, this is retarded. The half-life probably doesn't even matter that much because if you're dead, your body's not processing the drug and eliminating it through kidney or liver function, so it doesn't even matter, right? I don't think that would actually matter. Injecting insulin is a popular method of killing, supposedly. Yeah, but if somebody died because of hyperglycemia, low thing, like diabetic shock, I'm pretty sure there'd be tons of evidence and symptoms of that. Wait, go to page 80. It talks about the injection mark of this. Page 80 in the document or page 80 in the... Oh, hold on. Okay. The OIG also reviewed photographs that were taken at the MCC New York Health Service units of EMTs attempting to resuscitate Epstein. The photographs show, among other things, Epstein on his back with an intravenous line in his arm. Oh. His orange BOP issued shirt ripped open and laying around his arms, and him wearing orange BOP issued boxer shorts. None of the photographs taken at MCC show Epstein in a hospital gown, though the OIG did review. Okay, so they were trying to revive him, I'm guessing. What do you push or inject somebody with if you're trying to revive from a flatline? What do you inject for flatline person? Inject vasopressin. Is that always what you do? I don't know. Sure. Adrenaline? Is it always adrenaline? You can also push P. Huh. Push and P. True. Wait, what is this? Quora answer. Is this an AI answer? Is the assistant an AI? This is why I don't trust AIs. I'm almost positive that if a patient is flatlined, you don't use a defibrillator. That's only if you have like an is it called arrhythmia when your heart is like beating irregularly? You can shock it back into a regular rhythm, but I don't think you can save a flatline person with a defibrillator. I think you have to inject something. I thought. I'm pretty sure. Or maybe that's not true. Hold on, let's check. Hold on. What did this just say? Control F. It's vital that you call 911 or other emergency. An automated external defibrillator AD if there's one available. It's a matter of emergency. Oh. To restore the normal heart rhythm. Oh, never mind. That's not. Okay, so wait. People use defibrillators to fix an abnormal rhythm of the heart. There are various types of defibrillators to use, such as AEDs, pacemakers, or implantation defibrillation. You need to find what's coming on. An automated external defibrillator device can restart a person's heart once the heart stops. However, you need to ensure that you follow the correct procedures. First things first, you know what a defibrillator device is and what person. Oh, so apparently an automated external defibrillator can restart a person's heart. What is an AED? It's an automated. It's used for medical treatment when an individual's heart is stopped. They have a normal. Or they can experience. Oh, well, fuck. That was a wrong piece of information. Correct another wrong piece. Oh, interesting. Okay. So interesting. Huh. Okay. Explain like I'm 5. Wait, does this Redditor say they're wrong? Flatline is quickly called asystole, and it is a non-shockable rhythm. Management is adrenaline, chest compressions, ventilation, and try to fix the problem that got you there. As you can imagine, this is often not very successful. For more cardiac arrest guidance, have a look at the UK Resuscitation Council guidance on blood shots. That's 3 years ago. Maybe we got new things now, though. For flatline, you need to inject adrenaline into the heart, which can, with luck, get the muscles moving again. CPR can sometimes cause it to start again on its own. Either way, chances of success are low. Success without brain damage even lower. Fibrillation is more common than flatline. Gotcha. Okay. All right. Sorry. Good waste of time. Okay. Oh, so anyway, interesting. So, with an intravenous line in his arm, would you, if you were trying to inject adrenaline into a person's heart, can you inject it into an arm and will it get there? Maybe if you're doing chest compressions and that's pumping blood, it'll get there eventually. Can you put a needle into somebody's heart and inject shit like right into it? Would that work? Or can you, if you get it into a vein, would it get there close enough to... No one injects into the heart. It's injected intravenously. Okay. How doctors save flatline person. Debunked movie myths. Can I see like a doctor doing this? I am the doctor. Oh, the doctor. Wow. Well, let's watch what they do with this guy. Fuck it.
The video clip of a doctor saving the life of a man just in time is garnering praise online. Posted several times by multiple users on Twitter, including Rajya Sabha MP Dhananjay Mahadik, the video showed a man in a clinic consulting a doctor when he suddenly suffers an attack. The incident reportedly took place in Maharashtra's Kolhapur, according to the information shared by users along with the video. The 37-second video shows an elderly man accompanied by kin sitting in front of the doctor. As the doctor spoke, the patient started feeling dizzy, and in an attempt to alert the doctor, he tapped on the table with fingers before his head hung back. Dr. Arjun Naik, a cardiologist...
Why would you inject into the bloodstream if the heart is stopped to revive the heart? Well, because if you're doing chest compressions, the point of that is to manually pump blood through the person's body. Isn't that the point?
From Kolhapur, swiftly swung into action and performed thumping on the patient's chest, which is CPR, relieving him, making him stable.
Okay. Thank you, Dimesh Darknut, for gifting 10 subs. Thoughts on asking the doctor in chat, KKMD. Oh, true. Why don't you just come in, you fucking retard? What the fuck? Why are you not in here? Why are we wasting all of our time on this? You need to be telling me. I'm a doctor. I don't trust you. You don't have a Dr. Flair. We only have one Flair doctor in chat. You always inject in a peripheral IV unless you already have a central. I've been messaging you, dickhead. On what platform? Or you mean just like adding me like a fucking retard in chat? All right.
It's a medical...
Wait, hold on. That sounded fucking hilarious. What was this story called?
It's a Those stunning comments caught on tape by a Houston woman who says she secretly recorded a doctor and staff during her surgery. Now, in these recordings, you hear remarks about her looks and her personality, and ABC's Gio Benitez has the story.
Listen carefully, because few ever hear this.
She's a painter.
Secret recordings a patient says she made from the operating room. Ethel Easter says she hid a recorder in her hair extensions before going under the...
I'm sorry. My bad.
For a hernia operation. Easter said...
That was a very funny sentence.
As the hospital workers made disparaging comments about her body.
I was appalled. I was distraught. I was violated, thinking that I'm lying there naked after the surgery, and they have me still uncovered talking over my body like this.
And listen to this.
Precious, yes. This is Precious over here, and hi Precious over there.
Easter considered that to be a reference to the main character in the movie Precious.
It was racially profiling me. Yes, I was offended by it.
Easter says she decided to secretly record her surgery after a tense meeting with a doctor.
We had some choice words to us in clinic when we didn't book her case within 2 weeks.
Is this a big deal? Should we care about this? If some guy is calling me like a goblin gnome fuck or something, and I'm like under anesthesia, I'm in surgery, does it matter?
Including, I'm going to call a lawyer and file a complaint. It just doesn't seem like the thing to say to the person that's going to do your surgery.
In a letter to Easter, the hospital,
You'd always expect someone being resuscitated by paramedics/doctors to get IV access inserted, regardless of their shockable status. Okay.
Healthcare says it has alerted staff to be mindful of comments at all times, but they say no further action is being taken.
I'm ready to go. We are annoying patients again.
In a separate incident, a Virginia anesthesiologist is paying the price after a man going in for a routine colonoscopy accidentally left his iPhone recording during the procedure, capturing...
Accidentally left? That guy was 1,000,000% gonna fucking jerk off to that. 1,000,000,000%. That's the most obvious jerk off fucking recording I've ever heard in my entire life.
After a man going in for a routine colonoscopy accidentally left his iPhone recording during the procedure, capturing this while knocked out.
And really, after 5 minutes of talking to you in pre-op, I wanted to punch you in the face and man you up a little.
A judge ruling the doctor in that case needs to pay $500,000.
What? There had to have been more context to that. What? Hi. I don't like that outfit.
It's an apron.
You look like either the bad guys in Hostel or you look like Dexter.
Dexter's good.
Okay.
Left his iPhone recording during the procedure, capturing this while knocked out.
And really, after 5 minutes of talking to you in pre-op, I wanted to punch you in the face and man you up a little.
A judge ruling the doctor in that case.
It sounds like he was just scared of the colonoscopy. She was like messing with him, maybe. I'm so curious what the rest of this convo sounded like.
Needs to pay $500,000.
And in this new case, the hospital tells us it won't comment because of patient privacy laws. Easter is considering a lawsuit, but she says she wants doctors to just stop speaking this way about patients in operating rooms.
Anyone who's gone under probably has wondered, but wow, that's...
Why even try to defend these shitty doctors? I'm not defending them. I think it's shitty to do it, but like, can you sue somebody for being shitty?
That's right. Audio. Thank you so much, Gio.
Okay, sorry. Okay, last video and then we're good. The name of the channel is Debunked, so it must be good. Oh, KKMD keeps posting at you and you ignore. Adult cardiac arrest algorithm. Number 1, start CPR. Give oxygen, attach monitor / defibrillator. Defibrillator. Is it a shockable rhythm? Yes. VF/PVT. No. Asystole / PEA. Asystole is the flat line, I think, right? Then you do epinephrine. CPR for 2 minutes. IV/IO access. Epinephrine every 3 to 5 minutes. Consider advanced airway capnography. Oh, you're stealing my shit again. Okay, so this makes sense. So you would inject epinephrine, and then you're doing CPR to get hopefully the epinephrine to the heart. That's like the goal. Asystole? Is that how it's pronounced? Rhythm shockable. So shock. Wait. No, yes. Epinephrine every 3 to 5 minutes. Consider advanced airway capnography. When they say advanced airway, does that mean like intubate or asystole? Okay. What is capnography? Capnography. First, a non-invasive measurement of the partial pressure of CO2 in exhaled breath expressed as the CO2 concentration over time. Okay. An advanced airway is intubation. Yes. Capnography is measuring CO2 to check your tube is in the right spot. Gotcha. Okay. Okay. Shock. No. Okay. Go to 5 or 7. Damn, imagine your doctor pulls out their card to check this shit out while you're in the middle of dying. If no signs of return... spontaneous circulation, ROSC, go to 10 or 11. Consider appropriateness of continued resuscitation. Damn. That's euphemistic language for this motherfucker might be dead. Okay, gotcha.
Medical emergency!
Nope. Okay. All right. Interesting. So
very clearly in his arm, back of his neck, and had an injection, had a number of other, see it in a hanging. We know from the autopsy that Jeffrey Epstein had a number of other injuries. There was an injury to the back of his neck. From the autopsy that Jeffrey Epstein had a number of other injuries. There was an injury to the back of his neck and had an injection mark very clearly in his arm. We don't know what that's from. We don't know if that happened at the hospital or if it's something else. We just don't know.
Oh, so she doesn't have this OIG report. I think there's an OIG report at the time. And so she says it could be from the hospital. Oh, okay. Makes sense. All right. Okay, cool. No mystery here. Okay. Wait, is this an OIG report? Yes, it is. Okay. Don't care. Boom, boom, boom. All right. Sorry, back to our good friend Tucker.
Cellmate, but he didn't want to report it as such because he was afraid of retaliation.
But every news account of his initial injuries in the weeks before his death said that he had tried to kill himself in a cell. He was found in a fetal position on the floor after a failed suicide attempt, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, yeah, once somebody says that, then everyone picks up the same story, and then it becomes, the truth, just because it's been repeated so many times. But the fact is, he did not attempt suicide that first time.
So if he didn't try and kill himself the first time, then the medical examiner had no basis to declare this a suicide.
Exactly. Plus, there's reasons why he wouldn't kill himself then. He had a hearing scheduled to appeal the bail decision coming up in a few days, and the bail was being increased. So there's a chance he could have got bail, even as unpalatable as that might have been to some people. In the United States, you're entitled to bail under certain conditions. But so I can see if he went for the hearing for bail and it was denied, then I can see him taking himself out if he didn't want to spend a year in jail waiting for a trial.
Yeah.
But not a few days before. That makes no sense.
In your conversations with him and in your conversations with the people who were in contact with him at the final weeks of his life, was there any indication at all that he was suicidal at any point?
No, I had no conversations with him once he was arrested. I spoke to him the day before he was arrested. He actually called me from Paris, just the usual, how you doing kind of phone call. And the next day, his attorneys called me and told me he was arrested. And that was the last time I spoke with him. I didn't speak to him or see him while he was in jail.
But having spoken to his lawyers and people whom he communicated with from jail, did anybody say that he seemed suicidal?
No, everybody was shocked that it was a suicide. Nobody thought he was going to kill himself. Nobody thought he would do that.
So what's interesting is that the Attorney General of the United States at the time, Attorney General Barr...
Isn't it weird, though? Because why would he say nobody thought he would kill himself? Didn't he already try to kill himself once? Didn't that already happen once? So why would he say that? Nobody thought he would kill himself, but he already did try to kill himself. He said that was bullshit? Oh, that's a lie. Wait.
Shocked that it was going to spend a year in jail waiting for a trial. Yeah. But not a few days before. That makes no sense.
In your conversations with him and in your conversations with the people who were in contact with him at the final weeks of his life, was there any indication at all that he was suicidal at any point?
No, I had no conversations with him once he was arrested. I spoke to him the day before he was arrested. He actually called me from Paris, just the usual, how you doing kind of phone call. And the next day, his attorneys called me and told me he was arrested.
Oh, earlier. Sorry, fuck. When did he say this?
They never interviewed the EMTs that were called to the jail. They never interviewed the hospital personnel where his body was shipped. I can't get any answers as to what investigation was done. When I met with the Justice Department people a few months after the death, every question I asked was answered by saying, after a thorough investigation, we determined it was a suicide. It was like I'm pleading the fifth. I got the same answer to every question I asked.
So did you speak to Barbara Sampson, the official who ruled this a suicide?
No, I haven't been able to get to her.
Oh, she never called you?
No.
So in her public explanation, she has been asked about this. We tried to reach out to her. She refused to speak to us for reasons we don't understand. But in her official explanation, she suggested that she ruled it a suicide, effectively overruling the judgment of the people who actually performed the autopsy because your brother had attempted suicide previously.
Yeah, but that's been shown to be false. You can listen to David Schoen, his attorney on the podcast, the Crime Waves podcast. He explains that Jeff was attacked by his cellmate, but he didn't want to report it as such because he was afraid of retaliation.
Man, that cellmate is huge. Hold on. Crime Waves podcast, Epstein lawyer, Tartaglione? What was his name? What is it? Law and Crime Network? What podcast do you think he's referring to? 3 days ago. It can't possibly be this. Is it really called the Crime Waves podcast? Wow, Frank Sino Pig. Welcome to the Tier 4 Alert. Does Tucker ever show this guy's face? Do we trust that Tucker is truthful about who he's interviewing? I don't think Tucker would lie about the person he's interviewing. That seems to be like, you would invite so much trouble there. Imagine if his actual brother came out and said, that wasn't me. That would be horrible. I don't think he would lie about that.
What he said happened was that this other inmate, this former police officer, had tied something around his neck as sort of some kind of experiment that Jeffrey didn't feel, he was in a position to say no to. And the guy pulled the thing, and it left a mark on his neck and perhaps elsewhere. And that was the end of it. He didn't pass out. He wasn't unconscious, but it was a scary episode for him. He wanted to report it at first, but he didn't report it. He just said he couldn't remember what had happened. But it was not an attempted suicide.
It's a mystery that obsesses our time. Jeffrey Epstein, one of the richest and most well-connected men in America, walked into a prison. He'd been friends and a business associate of some of the most powerful people in the world. Presidents, prime ministers, princes, politicians, business tycoons, the very top.
That's a wild.
Of that 1%er class.
I need more information about this.
He also ran a sexual trafficking network of young girls and women. Just over a month later, he was found dead in his cell. The official response was to immediately declare it suicide. However, many people, this episode is an...
Was that like a
good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. What actually happened in that... Now for our interview. David Schoen is an American legal legend. In these days of large corporate offices and multinational law firms, he's something of a lone wolf. A man's former campaign manager visit. What is it like as an institution?
Sure. Very interesting. I've been there many times over many years. Where I visited Mr. Epstein, for example, was in the attorney-client meeting area. It's not always the case. For some of the inmates,
where is the pause button down here on this thing also? Can I not
something like that?
Wait, does it like appear and disappear? What the fuck?
But here it's a very sort of ominous building.
Was it there the whole time and I was like having a stroke?
But you go up to the third floor visiting area, attorney-client visiting area, and when the guards let you in, you go into a waiting room. And then there are a series of rooms in which the inmate is sitting, or they bring him down, and the lawyer sits there until the inmate has been brought down. Other inmates are sitting in chairs, waiting for rooms or waiting to be taken back to their floor. When I came in, Mr. Epstein was in a room already, meeting with 2 lawyers.
And in terms of the conditions of the MCC,
it was
the
there the
Human
whole
Rights
time. Oh my God,
report
I'm
on
crazy.
the inhumanity of the place. Amnesty International backs that up. So did the UN.
Litigation of jails and prisons around the country. I've never actually taken a tour of the MCC because I've never brought a lawsuit. But the conditions of the MCC and the MDC, the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn, have both been the subject of a number of complaints over the years.
Rapes on prisoners, murders on prisoners, a bad place.
And it's also particularly difficult because it houses mostly pretrial detainees, and so there's not a lot known about their background, how they accommodate institutionally the ideal cellmate.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the things that we saw was they even got his crimes when just in the basic intake, they got his ethnicity wrong, and they got his crime that he was allegedly charged with wrong. So just the basic mundane details of the place seem to be questionable. When you met with Jeffrey Epstein, how did he seem?
So when I first went in, as I say, he had a couple of lawyers with him. He had a system there by which his lawyers at the time, before I agreed to take on the case, his lawyers would have sort of runners meeting with him to get instructions or talk about the case. And so 2 of them who were not formally on the case were meeting with him that day, very nice young women. And I came in and he asked them to leave. And so he was in pretty good spirits, quite frankly. We immediately started to talk about the case, and then another set of lawyers came in. These were lawyers from a sort of prominent white-collar firm in New York who were talking about some business matters. They stayed for a while. I sat in on that discussion, and then they left. We began our meeting again, and a prison or jail psychologist or psychiatrist came in, again, a woman. So she asked me to leave so that she could interview him. Remember, when I met with him on August 1st, about 2 weeks earlier, there had been an incident in which at first they called it an attempted suicide, and later came to no conclusion about what had happened. And so he was now on a watch, in a sense, with regular visits from the psychologist or psychiatrist. I discussed it with him. It was not in any way an attempted suicide, but he told the staff when they interviewed him that he couldn't remember what happened because he was afraid to report exactly what happened. But in any event, the meeting, back to your question, the meeting he had with the staff psychologist or psychiatrist went very well. They were smiling and so on. I knocked on the door and interrupted at one point because I wasn't sure that his lawyer, who was lawyer of counsel of record at the time, had approved that meeting. I wanted to make sure, and he said that he had. And
is that all he says about this?
They were all smiles, and she left after about 5 or 10 minutes. Then I resumed my meeting. We met for a total of about 5 hours on that day.
Let me rewind for 1 second, David. July 23rd, the night of July 23rd, in Jeffrey Epstein's cell, there was something that happened. There was his cellmate, who is eventually discovered to be a convicted of quadruple homicide, a corrupted police officer who murdered 4 of the people who were going to reveal his corruption in his drug network.
Is this Spencer Kuven? Is that who we're talking to right now? A lawyer who represented 3 of Epstein's alleged victims said in July 2019, after his first parent suicide attempt, that he believed it was an attack on his life, and so there was a high probability he would be murdered in prison. Oh, no. It's a different claim. Okay. Internal prison investigation cleared. Tartaglione. Okay. Multiple. He denied harming Epstein. His cellmate. Let's see. Did they say anything about it in the OIG report? Tag. Please. Come on, really? Did they just not use names in this? Inmate. Oh my God. What about prior suicide? Oh, wait. He signed a new last will and testament on August 8th. That's kind of weird, right? Wait, based on your earlier comment with ABBA, I thought you might be interested in this unique sweatpants. Jack off pants. At first glance, J.O. pants seem like normal, unassuming pants a regular Joe would wear. However, these are not ordinary pants. These are jack-off pants. An extra long invisible zipper opens up the crotch area for easy access to your genitals. Wow. Fuck, here's what I don't understand, okay? Why, if that guy's cellmate, this guy, look at this monster. If he wanted to kill Epstein, he would have killed him. The guy would have been dead 100%. Right? But also, If Epstein is trying to kill himself in a cell, what is this guy doing? He's just watching him do it? Like, bro, are you okay? Why are you leaning forward there with that thing tied around your neck? I feel like both sides of this sound fucking retarded. Did you sell your meta stock? No, I need to fuck with my Vanguard account. Oh my god, it's still up. I just dumped a whole bunch of money into my Vanguard account at the end of last year. Should I just like put it all in on meta? Keep going. Maybe the guards came by and like, bro, your cellmate's killing himself. I was like, bro, he said he was doing an extended goon sesh. You should take profits? Why the fuck would I take profits? I either believe in the investment or I don't. Oh, you guys are distracting me hardcore. Fuck. Boom, boom. Meta platforms. I'm just gonna buy that VT shit, I think. The world shit? Isn't that like the better? Isn't that what everybody suggested before? Total world stock ETF. Wait, let me see my gains over time on these. Hold on. The fuck? Never mind. US markets are way better. Wait, why did I buy this stupid shit at all? What the fuck? The Vanguard Total World Stock ETF has returned 7.08% annually since 2008. The S&P 500 has returned 13.87%. Why did I ever buy this VT shit? Because that one fucking guy on stream convinced me to. I got fucking scammed. Okay, I don't care. I'm just buying all the VT shit. No, I mean I'm buying all the voodoo. Buy, yes. Oh. Hold on. Just buy domestic VOO? Yeah, that's what we do, baby. What do we do? Order type. Market. Yes. Professional trader. Continue. Buy. Everything. You should invest in foreign stuff just in case. No, fuck no. If America fails, bro, we're grabbing our shotgun and we're going out fighting, all right? Order submitted. Got it. You're just investing in safe stocks? Kind of, except for my except for my meta investment. I should just sell that. I should sell that. Fuck it. Let's take the... Hold on. Sorry, I'm almost done. I need to sell this meta stock. I should. Do you have a dividend portfolio? The fuck does that mean? Like, are they reinvested automatically? My God, what a great buy. Okay, I'm selling. We're exiting our meta position. Exiting? We're closing our position. How long have we held this for? Show details. We bought it on June 21st, 2022. That's about 2.5 years ago. And it has appreciated 125% in value. Just amazing, okay? Oh, wait, no, not 2.5 years. I'm sorry. 2022, 24. Oh, 1.5 years. Wait, that's even more insane. Holy shit. How up are you? I had 430 shares. I bought at 166 and I sold for, we're about to sell for whatever the fuck it is now. I think I bought in at 71.5K and we're selling for 162K, 161K. That's an easy 90,000. That's half of Cake's salary for the year right there. Wait for 488. No, shut up. Okay, hold on. Also, if you're listening to my shit and you ever take investment advice from me, I can give you good financial advice, but I am 100% gambling on every stock I buy. I look at it, I get a call from the astrology gods, and they send me in the right direction, but... Why are you selling? You don't believe in Meta? The only reason I bought it initially was because I felt like the downturn. I felt like people were overhyping the metaverse failure. I don't know if any of that analysis was good or not. That was just my gut feeling at the time. And I was like, is Facebook really worth 50% less than it was last year? No shot. Okay. Preview and submit order. Okay, sell. That's what we're doing, right? Balance, sell. Yes. Yes. Okay. Did you do any research on revenue tonight? Fuck no, I ain't got time for that. Are these trades in a taxable account or an IRA? Taxable account. I can only dump like 40 or 50K into an IRA every year, I think. I mean like a SEP IRA or whatever. Don't sell 100%, sell like 30 to 40% if it has no sign of going down. No, fuck off. The S&P 500 is going to outperform Meta now. I can feel it. Okay. Okay, boom, boom. Oh, and then my Budweiser stock. Did we ever make money on that? Hold on, let's check. Are you gonna try some options for once? Fuck no. I'm not that retarded, okay? Brokerage account. I thought I remember you saying something to Dan about shorting GameStop during the memes. Did you ever do it? No, the issue is that like I felt like I knew how do I explain this? If you think you know the direction something's heading because it's very obvious, all of your derivative markets are going to be pricing that in, right? Options are derivatives, correct? Shorting is not a derivative sell, but options are derivatives, I think, right? Puts and calls are derivatives. So the cost for contracts for puts and calls are going to price in the volatility or whatever, your IV or whatever bullshit. That's all going to be priced in. So if you think like, this is probably not priced correctly, I'm going to make a killing buying or selling calls or puts, well, congratulations. Everybody else in the market is also thinking the same thing. So you're going to pay a premium for those contracts for the calls and puts based on the projections of where people think the markets are going to move, right? Obviously. That's why options are so expensive around earnings. Yeah, sure. Okay, wait, I'm sorry. What was I looking for? Oh, my Budweiser stock. Wait, did I sell it? Why don't I see it anywhere? Self-managed accounts. I only have the my VU thing, my VT ETF. Oh, I put that in my retirement account. Okay, hold on. Yeah, Budweiser. Okay. How up are we on this guy? I only bought this one to trigger the conservatives, but I don't know if it was good or not. Cost, basis, summary, show, lot details. What do we got? Not this one, but this one. Okay, I bought this on June 7th. Wait, 06, 07. I don't know if that's June 7th or July 6th, 2023. So about a year and a half ago. And that's up 18.31%. S&P 500. I don't know if that's beating the market or not. Oh, the first one is the month. Weird. Okay, so June 6th. Okay. So if I look for June 6th. Wait, year to date. Oh, no. 1 year. June 6, 2023. The market is up 11.67%. So we crushed the market on that one too. We made 7 points more. Boom! There we are, boys. It's just 6 months, not 1.5 years. Yeah, 6 months from 2023. Oh, sorry. We just entered a new year. Fucks my head a little bit. Yeah, but 6 months. Okay. Now post the tweet. Oh, remind me to sell this later. I'll do it. You're wasting my stream time. Okay. Thank you, conservatives. All right, where are we at? Do you invest in a conspiracy stock for the memes? Sure. Can somebody show me where Epstein claims scared of Tartaglione. What the fuck? How do you spell this guy's name? Attorneys say Epstein never committed suicide. He wanted to fight charges and get out on bail. Oh, this was the guy we were listening to. So they're just citing the podcast we just listened to. Tartaglione claimed later that he had saved Epstein from suicide, but Epstein told Schoen something much different. What he said happened was that this other inmate, Tartaglione, had tied something around his neck as part of some kind of experiment that Jeffrey didn't feel he was in a position to say no to. And the guy pulled the thing and it left a mark on his neck, and that was the end of it. He didn't pass out, but it was a scary episode for him, but it was not an attempt to suicide. This is what we just listened to. Wait, what the fuck? Can we get some more information about this? What the fuck is this? It sounds so fucking weird. What the fuck is this?
At Arizona State University, we offer a wide variety of degree programs
I can't speed
online
it up.
to match all kinds.
A few key points. And one of those key points is the fact that Jeffrey Epstein said himself that he was attacked physically by Nicholas Tartaglione. But there was no mention of that in the AP report, and no mention of Tartaglione at all. You would think that this guy who shared a cell with Epstein the first time around, when Epstein allegedly tried to kill himself, would be a topic of conversation, especially considering we've never had any real answers about Tartaglione or what he was doing in that jail cell. Can anyone explain why a man charged with 4 homicides is in a jail cell with one of the most protected or should be protected people in the whole entire prison system? And then the audacity to act like nothing happened in that jail cell, to act like Jeffrey Epstein tried to kill himself that first time around in that jail cell, when we have no video corroboration, we have nobody in the jail cell with them but him and Tartaglione, And Epstein tells one story, and Tartaglione told a different story. But we're gonna believe what Nicholas Tartaglione said? Sorry, I don't buy it. And for me, Tartaglione was put in that jail cell to send a message. And that message to Jeffrey Epstein was, look, either we're gonna do it or you're going to do it. You decide. And Tartaglione was the vehicle for that message to get there. What other excuse is there for him being in that jail cell, for the cameras being broken, and then for the authority?
This is retarded.
Versaire is a Minneapolis-based manufacturer and retailer of room dividers.
New developments in the death of accused sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein. His former cellmate has requested a transfer to a different jail, saying guards have been threatening him to stay silent. Senior correspondent Rick Leventhal has the latest from our New York City newsroom. Rick?
And Harris, you probably remember a few weeks before Epstein hung himself in his jail cell, he was found nearly unconscious with marks on his neck, and there was a suggestion that his cellmate might have had something to do with it. Well, that cellmate was former cop Nick Tartaglione, who was charged.
Thank you. See, these are hard to pronounce names, okay?
With a quadruple murder. He was in court today, not on his case, but a request to move from Manhattan's Metropolitan Correctional Center because he has information that could be very damaging to staff there, according to his attorney, who says officers told his client to shut up and stop talking about what he witnessed when Epstein was in his cell, also complaining about deplorable conditions like a serious rodent and insect infestation problem and mold on the sink in his cell from which he is forced to drink. That hearing is still underway. And we're learning more about Epstein's sordid past in a lawsuit filed this week by 3 more women, one claiming she was flown to Florida to have sex with Epstein while he was serving his sentence as a convicted sex offender, meeting him in an office he set up when he was granted work release while he was supposed to have sex with Epstein's sordid past in his cell from which he is forced to drink. That hearing is still underway. And we're learning more about Epstein's sordid past in a lawsuit filed this week by 3 more women, one claiming she was flown to Florida to have sex with Epstein while he was serving his sentence as a convicted sex offender, meeting him in an office he set up when he was granted work release while he was supposed to be under close watch.
Wait, was she underage? Or is it illegal to have sex with people that come from out of state? Or what was I'm sorry, did I miss the first part of it? Was she underage?
That's by Palm Beach Sheriff's deputies. A sex offender meeting, one claiming she was flown to Florida to have sex with, still underway. And we're learning more about Epstein's sordid past.
Complaint. What? Dude, this is the most annoying tech I've ever seen in my life. Why would you do this?
In a lawsuit filed this week by
Caitlin Doe. Plaintiff. Complaint. Caitlin Doe. Epstein. Flew. Florida. Epstein arranged for sex during work release. Oh my fucking God. What happened to the internet, boys? Unlock 48 hours for free. Yes. What do you mean, valid email address? The higher-ups put all the evidence behind paywalls. That's why no one knows anything. True. Including one he met... Seen on his web website, he's repeatedly arranged for sex with at least 2 girls, including one he met when she was 17. Jeffrey Epstein, through his brazen and powerful organization, was quite literally able to commit federal sex trafficking offenses at his work release office during his jail sentence. The allegations was included a trio of lawsuits by 3 women who were not committed lawsuits. The legal lawsuits were filed against Epstein's estate and other entities is suspected of helping Epstein travel the world. Off with an entourage of young women. He was According to her lawsuit, Epstein in 2006 promised to help her cure an eating disorder, but instead lured her into sex. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I just had so many dumb jokes popping in my head. Christ. But instead lured her into sex in a massage room at his Manhattan mansion. She was 17 at the time and a virgin. Caitlin was flown to Epstein's luxury compound in the U.S. Virgin Islands, where he coerced her into sex, she said. 7 months of sex acts, all while promising to pay for her expensive, necessary surgeries, according to the lawsuits filed by attorneys. Gotcha. Okay. Jesus. All right.
3 more women, one claiming she was flown to Florida to have sex with Epstein while he was serving his sentence as a convicted sex offender, meeting him in an office he set up when he was granted work release while he was supposed to be under close watch by Palm Beach sheriff's deputies. Another alleged victim says Epstein forced her into a sham marriage with another woman in the Virgin Islands when she turned 18, so this other woman, a foreign national, could keep working for Epstein, procuring him more girls. And the New York Post is reporting because Epstein filed his will in the Virgin Islands 2 days before hanging himself, it will force most of the lawsuits against his estate to be refiled, since they don't name the executors of his will as required after his death. Next Tuesday, Epstein's attorneys, prosecutors, and alleged victims will be back in court for a status conference on his criminal case, given a chance to weigh in.
Okay. Inmate 1 is who's named here. Okay. Approximately 1:27 a.m., SHU staff hears noises coming from Epstein's cell. Epstein's cellmate says that Epstein had attempted to hang himself. SHU staff observes Epstein lying on the floor with a piece of orange cloth around his neck. Epstein initially tells MCC New York staff that his cellmate tried to kill him. Epstein's cellmate, inmate 1, tells MCC New York staff that while he was asleep, he felt something hit his legs. When he turned on the light, he saw Epstein with a string around his neck and called the guards. Epstein is transferred out of the SHU and placed on suicide watch in a cell near the psychology department and health services unit. Later that morning, health services unit personnel conduct a medical assessment and observe that Epstein has a red mark 2/3 of the way down the front side of his neck. The BB assesses Epstein for risk of suicide and determines that he should remain on suicide watch. In contrast to his prior statement that his cellmate tried to kill him, Epstein says he does not remember how he sustained the injuries to the neck. So Epstein did originally say that he felt like his cellmate tried to kill him. Wait, right? Yeah, okay. So he did say that initially, but then he changed his story later. Then he denies suicidality or having any memory of what occurred. Disk failures occur in DVR2 of MCC New York security camera system, which results in the system being unable to record. Although the cameras continue to work and broadcast a live video feed, MCC New York personnel do not learn of the DVR2 recording failure until August 8th, 2 days before Epstein's death. Roughly half of MCC New York security cameras, including those located in the SHU, are assigned to record to the DVR2 system. Oh, okay, that's interesting. So it wasn't just one recorder for this particular camera that was out. It was one of the DVRs that was recording about half of the cameras in the jail. That makes it a little bit less shady. Epstein is transferred back to the SHU. And they knew before he killed himself that recorder was fucked too. I don't know if that would be in favor of or against the conspiracy. It could be in favor of because they knew and they did nothing to fix it, or it could be against it because then it shows it wasn't destroyed just for his death and they had forewarning and they should have known about it. MCC New York staff psychologist from the psychology department sends an email to staff saying that Epstein needs to be housed with an appropriate cellmate. Epstein and his new cellmate, inmate 3, are placed in a cell within the SHU that can accommodate the medical needs of Epstein's medical device. MCC New York conducts disciplinary proceedings against Epstein for alleged self-mutilation and ultimately concludes that there is insufficient evidence to find that Epstein engaged in a prohibited act. What was the self-mutilation? When Epstein is psychologically evaluated in connection with the disciplinary proceedings, he said he does not remember how he sustained the marks on his neck. Oh, just the attempted suicide from before. MCC New York personnel attempt to obtain an estimate from Company 1 to run the wiring and conduit for the new camera system, which would eliminate the need for BOP technicians to perform the work. What the fuck? Why did I click this? According to court records, Epstein appears in court for a status conference at which time the court sets deadlines for motions and responses upon his... Let's see. The psychology department conducts a clinical visit with Epstein, who denies any suicidal ideation. Epstein receiving a discharge. Staff notified the psychology department of the notation of suicidal tendencies and U.S. martial law. Suicidal. Determined it's not warranted. Okay. I wonder when the last time, if you guys could look this up, that'd be interesting. When was the last time Epstein changed his last will and testament prior to August 8th? MCC New York staff discovered the disk failures that occurred in the DVR2 system on July 29th, and that resulted in approximately one-half of the institution's security network recording, although the cameras continue to broadcast live video feed. MCC New York staff do not perform the work necessary to restore recording functionality of the DVR2 system or address long-standing performance failures with the institution's camera systems. At approximately 8:30 a.m., Epstein's cellmate inmate 3 is transferred out of MCC New York. 2 MCC staff members said they notified supervisory staff of Epstein's cellmate transfer and Epstein's need for a new cellmate. Other witnesses did not corroborate these statements. Epstein is not assigned a new cellmate as required by the psychology department. Sometime between 8 and 9 a.m., Epstein meets with his attorneys in the SHU attorney conference room. Epstein could be moved to a different housing unit or housed without a cellmate. Interesting. Go to page 81 for chapter 6. Okay, page 81 of the doc or 81 in the file? The replacement hardware to repair the institution. Do not complete the repairs. The U.S. Court of Appeals of the Second Circuit unseals approximately 2,000 pages of documents, civil litigation involving Ghislaine Maxwell, who was later convicted in 2021 of conspiring with Epstein to sexually abuse minors over the course of a decade. Some of these documents contain information that may relate to the criminal charges pending against Epstein. Oh. Wait, okay. That's a pretty big one, too. So, at approximately 6:45 p.m., Epstein leaves the attorney conference room. So I'm guessing Epstein found out while talking with his attorneys at 6:45 that that Ghislaine had basically gotten fucked. Is that true? If I'm reading this, I'm assuming it's in the timeline here because that's when it happened around there. Approximately 7 p.m., contrary to BOP policy, but with the permission of a unit manager, Epstein is permitted to place an unmonitored telephone call to a number with a New York City area code, purportedly to speak with his mother. In actuality, Epstein speaks with someone with whom he allegedly has a personal relationship. After the call, Epstein is returned to his cell where he remains without a cellmate. That's weird and stupid. But the permission of a unit manager. Okay, but I guess they got permission for it. They do not conduct the 4 p.m. or 10 p.m. inmate counts after approximately 10:40. SHU staff members do not conduct the required 30-minute rounds. Approximately 6:30 a.m., SHU staff begins to deliver breakfast to inmates of the SHU through the food slots in the locked cell doors. When SHU staff turns to deliver to Epstein, SHU staff unlock the door to the tier in which Epstein's cell was located, then knocks on the door to Epstein's cell. Epstein, who is housed alone in his cell, does not respond to SHU staff. They unlock the door and find Epstein hanged with one end of a piece of orange cloth around his neck and the other end tied to the top portion of a bunk bed in Epstein's cell. Epstein is suspended from the top bunk in a near-seated position with his buttocks approximately 1 inch to 1 inch and a half off the floor and his legs extended straight out in front of him. SHU staff immediately activate A body alarm, which notified all MCC New York staff medical emergency. Blah, 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 blah. They ripped the orange. SHU staff then ripped the orange cloth away from the bunk bed, which causes Epstein's buttocks to drop to the ground. SHU staff lay Epstein on the ground and immediately initiate CPR. They get there. Minutes after arriving, they continue CPR, intubate, administer fluids. And then he's pronounced dead. MCC New York staff unsuccessfully attempt to recover video from the DVR2 system of the SHU, and the BB begins preparing the DVR2 system. The FBI seizes all hard drives contained in the DVR2 system as evidence. Uh-oh. They're like, fuck. They seize additional components of the DVR2 system and the entire DVR1 system. The Digital Forensics Analysis Unit in Quantico, Virginia begins to conduct a forensic analysis of the MCC New York DVR system and determines that they were catastrophic disk failures in the DVR2 system disk array, and no recordings were available on the DVR2 system after July 29th, 2019. The Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, City of New York, releases its findings publicly. Okay, jeez. Inmate 1, Inmate 3. Oh no, wait, you said go to page 82? Discovery security camera system recording issue in August of 2019. Oh, we're just skipping over the catastrophically damaged hard drives. Yeah, but it says they were damaged months ago. That's why it was fucked. Discovery of... Oh, wait, you're saying start at page 81. Background on security camera system at MCC New York. All video surveillance from MCC New York's cameras was connected to a digital video recorder system. The DVR system had 2 data storage systems that were labeled DVR1 and DVR2, and each consisted of 16 hard drives used for storing digital recordings. Roughly half of MCC New York's security cameras were assigned to record to DVR1, and the other half were assigned to record to DVR2. Wow. Today we learn about the importance of redundancy. And each consisted of 16 hard drives used for storing digital recordings. Roughly half MCC New York's cameras assigned to this. Cameras assigned to DVR1 only recorded to the DVR1 hard drives, and cameras assigned to DVR2 only recorded to the DVR2 hard drives. Therefore, if DVR2 crashed, no video from DVR2 assigned cameras could be retrieved from DVR1 and vice versa. The OIG's investigation revealed a history of camera problems at MCC New York. In August of 2019, the electronics technician was the only such technician at MCC New York. The electronics technician told the OIG that when he began work at MCC New York in 2016, he found that the facility's security camera system needed to be upgraded. According to the electronics technician, the system had not been properly maintained prior to his arrival. The hard drives and the DVRs frequently malfunctioned and needed to be replaced, and the overall system was outdated, in part because the cameras were analog and not digital. What does that mean? The cameras were analog and not digital. Analog meaning like the one, what do you call those cords? Analog video cables. Actual film? No shot. It must mean they were using like these composite AV cables. Film? Like it was actually recording to tape? No shot. The cameras were? No, I think it just meant that they were doing this type of video transfer. An analog camera is a traditional camera used in CCTV systems. It sends video over cable to VCRs or DVRs. IP cameras are all digital cameras. What does IP stand for? Like Internet Protocol or something else? IP cameras are all digital cameras that can send signals over cable to be stored on the network. Many security camera systems today are hybrid systems incorporating both analog and digital components. I'm drunk, I have $10. Thanks. Huh. Okay. So the DVR could have had a built-in analog to digital converter, I guess. Some sort of, I guess. I don't know. I'm sure something is built in. Obviously, there was some. To the OIG that when he began working at MCC, found the need to upgrade it. Okay. The electronics technician told the OIG that throughout his tenure at MCC New York, the camera system was subject to frequently recurring failures, particularly with respect to the DVR hard drives. I wonder why. The electronics technician provided the OIG with copies of email messages and work orders that documented 9 instances between June 2017 and July 2019 in which actions were taken to address a problem that either the MCC New York cameras or the hard drives used to record videos from the cameras. Damn. Maybe because digital can have artifacts, but analog does not. I feel like technically anything could have artifacts. Digital things could have artifacts from like an encoding process. Analog stuff can have artifacts just from the transmission of the shit itself, right? Like you can have artifacts in film that's all like done like via analog film composites and shit, right? The fuck is this? Okay. Let's see. What is this? Last will and testament of Jeffrey E. Epstein. I, Jeffrey E. Epstein, direct my executor to pay from my estate all expenses of my last illness, my funeral, burial expenses, as compensation to each executor for serving as executor hereunder, the sum of $250,000 to each executor upon the completion of probate of my estate. Give all my property, real and personal, wherever situated after the payment distribution to the acting trustee of the 1953 trust created under the certain trust agreement of 1953. Okay, I appoint Darren K. Indyke and Richard E. Kahn to serve as executors. Does he name inheritors here, or? Okay, don't care. Nothing juicy. He gives all of his assets to the trust. Yeah, true. Okay. Yeah. Okay. The warden, who assumed his responsibilities at MCC New York in May of 2018, told the OIG he was generally aware that there were problems with the security camera system throughout the institution. He further stated that efforts were undertaken to determine which cameras were working and which needed to be fixed, and that MCC New York officials intended to ultimately seek funding to replace the entire system. Federal Bureau of Prisons records reflected on September 6, 2018, the warden submitted a memorandum to the BOP's Northeast Regional Director to request $800,000 in funding to replace the entire camera system. The memorandum identified an estimated project start date of December 1st, 2018, and an estimated completion date of February 9th, 2019. The BOP approved the funding request, and on September 21st, contract amount of $34,000 was awarded to Company 2. As the camera upgrade project was beginning, BOP officials recognized that MCC New York's mechanical, electrical, and plumbing systems were also needing major repairs. MCC New York did not have enough qualified technicians on staff to complete both the camera installations and other repairs needed at the facility. So beginning of the week of March 17th, 2019, the BOP's Northeast Regional Office arranged for technicians from other BOP institutions to conduct temporary duty assignments at MCC New York to perform the work. During the course of the TDY rotations, work was not consistently conducted on the camera upgrade because sometimes TDY staff assigned to the project were used to cover shortages at MCC. Okay, so this place is a fucking dump. At the time of Epstein's death on August 10th, 2019, The camera system upgrade had not been completed. Immediately following Epstein's death, Company 1 officials arrived at MCC New York and installed the new recording system within a couple of days. Too late then. And recording functionality was restored using the existing cameras. The majority of the new cameras did not arrive at the facility until October 2019. They were installed in stages as the wiring work was conducted. According to electronic technicians, okay. According to forensic analysis conducted by the FBI after Epstein's death, disk failures occurred in MCC New York's DVR2 system on July 20th, 2018, which resulted in the system being unable to record. According to BOP records, and what disks are they using that are failing so fucking often? Holy shit. Hi. According to BOP records and OIG interviews, the BOP did not learn about the failure until August 8th, when the Special Investigative Services Lieutenant and Associate Warden 1 attempted to review recorded surveillance video for a matter unrelated to Epstein. The SIS lieutenant told the OIG she discovered that no recorded video was available for several of the institution's cameras, so she reported the matter to the communications office, and the electronics technicians arrived to assess the problem sometime before his shift was scheduled to end. The electronic technician told the OIG that he found that roughly half of the institution's approximately 150 cameras, which were assigned to record a DVR2, were displaying a live video feed but were not recording. How is it possible that they didn't set up redundant storage after so many failures? I have no idea. Yeah. Well, I mean, it looks like the issue because they have problems with the electricity, the plumbing, and everything. It just seems like a dump, basically. They just don't have the funding for anything, right? The electronics technician told the OIG, thanks.
You done with these?
Yeah. Love you. The electronics technician told the OIG that before Epstein's death, no one was specifically tasked with ensuring that video from the camera. Thank you. What's that?
Those are ginger scallion noodles with pork belly broth.
Okay.
And these are pulled pork Korean barbecue sandwich. I know you don't like pickles. Those are special pickles. Just try one bite of pickles.
Thank you. Love you. Jesus. What? What's it? Jesus. Fuck me. Hold on, I can't do this with my Invisalign on. 1 second. Hold on. Oh, actually, wait. Boom. There you go.
Thank you.
Yeah, be careful. All right. Wait, what the fuck? Oh my god, what did I just push on this? Why did this just go here to this part of my screen? Oh, there we go. Okay, hold on. Somebody in KickChat said, the thing is, Destiny, when you run a server that saves security camera data, the server will be running a RAID drive, typically RAID 6, which requires a shit ton of disks to manage uptime. When you have like 50 disks in a RAID 6 setup, you will have disks fail on you every other week usually. I didn't know. Do they use RAID on like the huge networking levels? The RAID usually has a ton of redundancy built in though. Like a disk failing, the whole point, unless you're like running what RAID 0 or whatever, the whole point of like running these things is to have a ton of redundancy in your drives though. Like 1 or 2 or 3 drives failing shouldn't affect you. No, I don't know what configuration RAID 6 is. What do we have? Okay, RAID 6 is okay. So is this striping and parity? Is that what we're looking at here? Is that what this means? RAID 6 is n-2. What does that mean? 2 disks can fail per block and it'll still be functional, or? RAID 6 uses 2 parity stripes. The practice of dividing data across a set of hard disks or SSDs on each disk allows for disk failures when the RAID set before any data loss. And in a conventional RAID, data is stored in multiple hard disks, thereby increasing the aggregate mean time between failures, improving the fault tolerance. And the approach known as RAID 4. Such as archiving. RAID 6 uses less storage than, for example, a RAID 10 array, which can only store half of its storage capacity. So now a RAID 6 array contains the minimum number of disks 4. Then it can only hold half the total disk capacity of data as well. So its capacity of 2 drives hold parity. The difference comes as disks are added. Huh. Okay. My guess is going to be, from the way they talk about these DVR things, I don't think RAID or redundancy is anywhere on anything. It sounds like they're just recording sequentially, like in fucking drives. Or it's like all striped and one drive kills everything, which that's what it sounds like. Or I don't know. Or just like everything is fucked in the system. That's what it sounds like, but who knows? Okay. How would I know? Death present. No, 199. We don't know. Okay. RAID is not backups. It's just a mechanism to lessen downtime. We would need to know the RAID used and disk age, sizes of disks, etc. to make an informed decision. Sure. Technically, RAID is not a backup. It's just something that ensures that if a drive fails, you don't have to like restore from a backup and you can continue to run a particular array of disks or whatever. But technically, you shouldn't be using RAID as a backup. You should have a separate backup that's not part of your RAID array or whatever. But like I said, it sounds like from this setup, it sounds like they have nothing like this. It sounds like they just have a bunch of drives thrown into an old fucking Windows box, and they're just like using like Windows Media Player, some autistic shit. I don't know. That's what it sounds like. This whole jail cell sounds fucked. Everything here sounds fucked. Okay. The electronics technician no one is taxed in the video or electronics report not performing. Winning to the SSF. Capacity record. Checks to share the camera's full function. Since Epstein's death, he now checks to ensure that all cameras and recording systems are working on a daily basis. Nice. You gonna video game again? Maybe after when Factorio the DLC comes out, I absolutely will. Hell yes. On August 8th, following discovery of the recording failure, Company 1 service, he killed himself on August 10th. Death of Jeffrey Epstein. August 10th, right? Yes. It's typically used with video data because it's faster too, which I'm pretty sure is needed to allow for surveillance data. I think you get like 10,000 RPM drives these days, right? Is RAID 6 like striped? Maybe? Maybe it is. So it would make it faster. I don't know. Don't care. Sounds lame. Wait. Hold on. Okay. On August 8th, following discovery of the recording failure, Company 1 service request records reflect that the electronics technician contacted a Company 1 technical support representative who ultimately determined that 2 hard drives within DVR2 had failed. According to the electronics technician and the Company 1 service request record, the Company 1 representative informed the electronics technician that 2 drives needed to be replaced, the DVR2 needed to be rebuilt in order for the cameras to record again. Ooh, needed to be rebuilt. Does that imply that it was some sort of RAID array, and because of the striping, if a drive fails, they have to rebuild the whole thing? This sounds mega retarded, though. So they had no backups, and then if 2 drives failed out of 16 drives... Wait, what array are you even using at that point? If you have 16 drives and 2 failing takes you out of commission, and you've got to rebuild the whole thing for it to work again, that sounds like some... people are saying RAID 6. Does that make sense? Okay. In RAID 6, you need 3 failures to take you out. Okay, the electronic further stated that he left the institution at the end of the shift and did not obtain the hard drives and did not continue to work on the matter. The electronics technician told the OIG he had no idea why he did not stay at the facility to resolve the problem that day, but he noted for the OIG that he had not historically been required to stay after a shift ended to work on such matters, and even if he had begun working the DVR that day, he would not have completed the work on August 8th due to the time the rebuilding process takes. Think about the amount of cameras you need to record and how long you have to archive it. Well, I mean, for the amount of cameras you have to record, it doesn't matter, right? Because you're probably recording like, I'm totally guessing and making this up, but my guess is you're probably having like 9 cameras recorded on like one screen, and then that video footage is being recorded, right? You don't think they're actually recording like 80 different video feeds all to one array, do you think? But do you think each one is being recorded? Or record only on motion. Well, these sound like old, out-of-date pieces of shit. I don't know if they do the only motion things. Who knows? The OIG found that the electronic technician's immediate supervisor, the facility supervisor, or manager, was on leave that week and therefore was not told on August 8th about the DVR recording failure. The facility manager confirmed that he did not learn about the camera problem until days after Epstein's death. The electronics technician told the OIG that he did not report the problem to the lock and security supervisor, who was the acting facility manager. In the facility manager's absence, the SIS lieutenant told the OIG that after the electronics technician had examined the system on August 8th, the electronics technician informed her the cameras are not recording and said, "I'm going to stay and do overtime tonight." Based on his comment, the SIS lieutenant assumed that the electronics technician would remain at the institution after a shift ended that day to correct the issue. The electronics technician told the OIG that there must have been some miscommunication because he did not say that he was going to work overtime and resolve the problem that same evening, since he knew the problem could not be fixed in one evening. The electronics technician told the OIG that, in hindsight, he should have stayed at the institution to begin work on the problem that same day. The SIS lieutenant told the OIG that she verbally informed the captain on August 8th the cameras were down, but the BOP records of like the captain left the institution before the malfunction was discovered. The captain told the OIG that he did not learn about the DVR recording issue until after Epstein's death on August 10th. When he was asked to see video related to the Epstein incident, Associate Warden 1 confirmed she was with the SIS lieutenant on August 8th when the camera problem was discovered, but she told the OIG that she only knew video could not be replayed. She did not know the recording system for certain cameras was down. She could see live video from the cameras on that date and therefore assumed that they were recording. According to the electronics technician, after he reported to work on August 9th, 2019, and attended to other matters throughout the day, the electronics technician obtained the replacement hard drives and attempted to perform the repair sometime later in the day. However, the electronics technician told the OIG that no SIS staff were present at the time to give him access to the room in which the DVR room was located, so he requested access to from the only other individual who had a key to the space, Correctional Officer 4. According to the electronics technician, CO4 denied him access to the room because CO4's shift was ending at 4 p.m. CO4 was unable to stay and accompany him in the space while the electronics technician performed the work. According to the electronics technician, CO4 said he would be at the institution the following day to provide the electronics technician access to the room, so the electronics technician decided to postpone the repair until the following day. The ET said his decision was influenced by the fact that he had historically been told the MCC New York supervisors that such matters did not have to be attended to until the following day, and even if he had replaced the hard drives that day, the rebuilding process would have taken 24 hours to complete and would therefore not have finished the following day anyway. Oh my God. The electronics technician arrived at the institution around 6 a.m. on August 10th, and shortly thereafter, before he could begin work on the DVR system, he heard the staff body alarm, and he reported to the SHU to assist. Later that day, he was asked to pull potential video from cameras located in and around the SHU. The ET eventually determined that most of the cameras in the SHU were assigned to record DVR2, while the cameras assigned to DVR2 were providing live video streams on August 9th and 10th, 2019. No recordings of the camera available due to the DVR2 hard drive issue, which the FBI later determined it occurred on July 29th, 2019. Among the cameras whose video was not recorded was the camera at the end of L tier, the SHU tier in which Epstein was housed. Only 2 cameras in the vicinity of the SHU were recording to DVR1 at the time of Epstein's death. One camera is located at the upper level entrance to 10 South Union. Camera captured video of a large part of the common area of the SHU, including thus anyone entering or attempting to enter the L tier from the common area of the SHU on August 9th or 10th would have been picked up the video footage. Epstein's cell door, however, was not in that camera's field of view. The other camera that was recording was located in one of the 9th floor's 2 elevator bays and provided video of the 9th floor fire exit and 2 of the floor's 4 elevators. The last time anyone entered LT before approximately 6:30 a.m. Unidentified CO appeared to walk up the LCO. Correctional officer appeared to walk out. 40 and 10:30. OIG did not. Consistent with CO Tova Noel and material handler Michael Thomas' admission to the OIG that the SHU rounds and counts were not conducted during that time frame. At approximately 6:28 a.m., an unidentified officer was observed in the L tier stairway. When it says unidentified officer, is the video footage just so shitty they can't tell? Presumably to deliver breakfast food trays between 6:20 and 6:32 a.m. An unidentified officer, Bleeded Noel, moved back and forth. Yeah, Jesus Christ. Okay. Similarly, after noted above, the camera in the L tier was running a live feed. Okay, upper tiers and lower tiers. Streaming and recording camera. Streaming but not recording camera. Oh, so this one was streaming and recording, but all of these were out. And then this one was recording. Damn. Epstein's cell was here. Location of recording SHU cameras at 10th floor south entrance. This photograph has been modified for privacy reasons. Damn. Okay, the FBI forensic analysis. FBI evidence documents revealed that on August 10th, the FBI seized all hard drives connected to the DVR2 system. August 14th, they returned and seized additional DVR2 components. And then on August 15th, they seized the entire DVR1 system. So Quantico, Virginia received NCC New York's DVR system, began to conduct forensic analysis system, according to FBI forensic reports. DVR2 did not start successfully. The digital forensic analysis units found the system contained 3 faulty hard drives. The FBI forensic report states the 3 drives were repaired by an FBI advanced data recovery specialist, but the DVR was never able to be assembled successfully. The forensic reports further state that an FBI computer scientist and the company one technician reviewed the DVR2 controller logs and found that there had previously been catastrophic disk failures and no recordings would have been available after July 29th. July, August. Okay, so a few weeks earlier. When was Epstein originally assigned to this prison or jail? Death. Arrest and imprisonment. July 6th. He was arrested. First suicide attempt was on July 23rd. On July 29th, this shit gets fucked. Why didn't they have video footage of the July 23rd suicide attempt? It's Charmander. Hop into Discord, you're getting permabanned. Good luck. From Kick Chat. The FBI forensic report state that 3 days were technician. Okay, when the OIG asked him about his finding by the FBI, he told the OIG he was unaware the camera's not recording DVR2 between July 29th and August 8th. He lied. Neither the warden nor the SS was aware the cameras assigned to DVR2 had not been recording since July 29th. The company one technician could not recall working with the electronic technician. Any DVR so the entire went down. 29th, no videos have been able to be retrieved from that point forward from any of the cameras. Read the message to the end. It's a joke. Do better and check third-party sources like InfoWars or some other independent media source. How am I supposed to know that's a joke? I just debated Alex Jones. What do you... How would I know that that message makes it a joke? Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. Give me like the best YouTube video while I eat. Give me like the best video for convincing me that this was like intentional. I wonder if Greenwald has talked about this. Greenwald, Epstein suicide. Let me take out my Invisalign, one sec. Destiny, why are you only using a single source for this? There is no way they're going to straight up say, LOL, we did it. Okay. Let me bring you into the logical thinking world, okay? This is why I go off of first an official government source, okay? Usually, official government sources are signed off on by multiple people, and usually they cite information by multiple people, by multiple witnesses that are all giving testimony, all of it under oath, generally, okay? So you could perjure yourself or get fucked if you lie, okay? So that's a good place to start. Now, you might say, well, of course they're not going to say they're guilty here. That's probably true, maybe, although the Durham report and other investigations into the government have held the government responsible for some things. But sure, let's say that that is true, okay? The reason why you start with the official report then is because let's say you say, oh, well, I think that they lied about this thing. Oh, well, cool. Then what we can do is we can say the people that are in this report, we can look them up, or we can see if there have been statements that have been made that conflict with what's in the report. If they haven't, then the onus is on you to tell me, how is the FBI able to get all of these different parties together to lie and falsify records, corroborate the whatever story they're trying to sell, and nobody has leaked anything, either from the FBI in the investigation, or none of the witnesses themselves have come out and said, oh, the media lied about this thing. That's why we start with the official report, okay? If an official report is released and nobody credible comes out and contradicts it, then I'm sorry, it's boring, but it's probably what happened. Glenn Greenwald doesn't comment on this? I guess not. Paliaco, I see what you're saying. Please stop saying it. Video related to first Epstein suicide attempt was lost, officials say. Officials initially believed that video from outside of Jeffrey's cell during a suicide attempt in July had been recovered. Now they say it no longer exists. Word first. This is published on January 9th, 2020. When was the OIG report published? Oh, June 2023. Damn. Okay. On Thursday, the saga of the missing then found video took yet another twist when prosecutors revealed that the recording from the jail was gone after all. The jail, it turned out, had preserved video from the wrong jail tier, and as a result, the government said the footage from outside Mr. Epstein's cell no longer existed. The dispute over the missing footage arose in the case of another prisoner, Nicholas Tartaglione? Tartaglione? Barr says that Epstein's suicide resulted from the perfect storm of screw-ups. So it wasn't really a perfect storm of screw-ups. It was just perpetually fucked maintenance from all of the parts of this prison, is what it sounds like, but... Huh, okay. What is this?
Hey.
Hey, what's
Hey,
up?
what's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Hello?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah,
What
I can hear you.
What are you watching in the background?
The trailer for Made in Manhattan.
Wait, what is Made in Manhattan with Jennifer Lopez?
With Jennifer Lopez, yeah. Under the argument with the parrot.
Yes.
That's what Lewis is for me.
Yeah,
Because anytime I see Lewis post,
Which
all
was-
Lewis knows is fighting. You know, he's one of those guys that's like
minimum, and he's
Yeah,
like,
right.
he's like, you shouldn't do the minimum, and we're like, no, it's
not that that wasn't his point. It's that only people with children in a business should talk about any issue. Fucking around, I'm not
right.
And he's like, no, I understand. He's like, me too, dude. He's like, we really make better decisions than the person in the game.
Who knows?
It's like somebody.
Yeah.
It's like people who talk about Pizzagate that aren't talking about fucking Jeffrey Epstein.
Imagine
Now,
if they were pizza. Yeah, go on. Sorry.
Yeah, they make excuses for Trump. Like the two I've seen mainly are that the prosecutor at the time, like in some interview, did say like, well, I'll tell you what, with all the people I served like subpoenas to or talked to, Donald Trump was the only one that picked up the phone at the time and was like, oh, I'll tell you whatever you need to know. He was like the prosecutor in Miami or whatever. There's some clip of him saying that Trump made an effort to help the investigation and cooperate, which is interesting. Not that it exonerates him for going on the pedophile plane, but
Now the thing with the people going on the pedophile plane,
yeah.
Bill Clinton goes on it 26 times, and then he leaves the Secret Service off, so that's very creepy. But I like there's been other people on the plane, like Chris Tucker, Katie Carr, maybe Katie Carr, I don't really know. Supposedly Chelsea Handler's like an associate of this guy. I don't think Chelsea Handler's fucking underage chicks. I don't know, like there's probably some people that are just in the proximity of this guy, and this might be Trump too, who aren't guilty of the heinous crimes that other people are.
Democrat. I enjoy that. Like when you have back to the Lewis analogy, but I don't have any skin in the game. I don't give a fuck. Like if it turned out that Donald Trump is like also an elite pedophile, it's like I didn't fucking vote for the guy. I don't care. But like,
and do you think that they're dragged into this at all?
What are the chances that they like face any kind of consequences for this?
Right.
Absolutely zero. Nothing will happen.
Right.
There is nothing that's going to fucking happen.
But this is the thing with people that like conspiracies and they like all this shit. What I've realized is they think it's a show where there's a series finale and they're going to get what they want. Like Guantanamo opens, everybody gets thrown in, but it's like, guys, it's not like that. It's just.
If you were to describe a worst possible situation that you'd be willing to believe, what would that look like? Right now, the worst possible situation, I don't know. You look at all the federal prisons, you see which ones have like the biggest fucked history of surveillance or camera equipment. You find that one. You figure out like which parts of the jail aren't being recorded. You throw Epstein into that part of the jail. Then you convince him to kill himself when you know it's not going to be on camera. But I still don't know why it can't be on camera. I don't understand that. I don't know why it can't be on camera. Why wouldn't you want to see him kill himself? It seems like it would just be good for the plot. I don't know.
Soap opera where you just eventually don't care anymore and you stop watching.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, nothing will happen at all. It's like, I mean, I would not be surprised if they indict.
There is no, because he didn't kill himself. That's the claim. The only intelligent claim is that he killed himself under duress. I don't think any intelligent person can defend the idea that he killed himself, or I'm sorry, that somebody else killed him. That's just not supported by anything. There's just no chance. That can't be the case. That just can't be the case, that somebody else killed him. I don't think any credit, unless somebody materialized or crawled into the jail cell through some ceiling secret exit entrance, there's just no shot. The autopsy isn't consistent with that, and the camera would have caught somebody walking in or out of the jail, right? Because remember, wait, we were on page 80. This camera would have caught anybody moving in and out of his, in and out of the L tier. Nobody came in or out to kill him. It's just not possible. Not if it was a guard. But we have footage of guards going in and out. It just didn't happen. There's no way. And a guard couldn't have killed him. The autopsy would have showed that. Yeah, there's no way that somebody killed him. So the best version of the conspiracy to have Epstein killed would have been somebody convincing Epstein to kill himself. But I just don't feel like the facts surrounding this are that strong to support that. The claim is that an inmate was paid off, How? That doesn't make any sense. Nobody went into his cell. They were closed. His cellmate killed him? He didn't have a cellmate. Is this going to be one of those conspiracies where people just think things they don't know any of the underlying facts? What if someone used active camo? Okay, true.
On all these charges, and then he's still only.
It did. His hyoid bone was broken. You don't get that hanging from a bunk bed. First of all, apparently you can get that if you jump off a thing and hang yourself, number one. But number two, that's not even an interesting part of the autopsy. The interesting thing is, why would there be absolutely no signs of struggle? Why would there be absolutely no defensive wounds? Why would there be absolutely no indication of anything, of a violent conflict happening anywhere on his body during the autopsy? This is a 66-year-old, 6 foot tall, 185-pound man. You're telling me somebody came in and killed him without any resistance at all? That's just wild. I would be shocked if anybody could produce a single autopsy that looks like that ever of a man being killed without significant drugs being involved. If you entertain that intelligence agencies wanted to kill him to erase their ties, what capabilities would they have to create / erase evidence? I mean, the problem is there are so many moving pieces now with people saying the cameras were broken before. We'd already contacted other companies. Unless they intentionally stuck him here. I mean, I could concoct some like crazy schemes to do it. Like a man was in the cell the entire time from start to finish, like, and was waiting there for 4 days in like a compartment underneath the bed. Didn't the pics look like his body was covered in bruises? No, there was no bruising anywhere on the body, except for around the neck, and I think there was a little thing on his arm. What is with the syringe down on the arm? That was when the EMTs were trying to resuscitate him. Ferlucci, Aaliyah, Permaban, bye. He knew he was going to have a hard life in there. Even the cops were mistreating him already. He had all the reason to be suicidal. True, but some people counter that he had a hearing coming up for possibly making bail, so maybe not. But Golem, you're banned for a month or a week for spamming the same message over and over and over and over again. I don't know why people keep doing this. How hard would it be for the FBI/CIA to pay off the guards, manipulate camera footage, etc.? Is it possible to manipulate? The problem is you're roping so many people into this now. And you're trying to get claims of like it was broken for a week or two, and you're roping in other companies and like you're introducing so much entropy, so much possibility for chaos here, by roping in so many people to this. Why wouldn't you just kill him when he gets out of jail? Like, why not let him post bail, leave jail, and then kill him somewhere? That's like so much easier. That's like 1 billion times easier, right? This sounds conspiratorial, but is it possible that the autopsy was falsified in some way? That would be a good place to hit from. The only thing that makes it hard to believe that is that Michael Bawden was brought in to observe the autopsy, which was Epstein's lawyers. He was brought in to observe it. Now, was he and the other New York medical state examiner, maybe both of them were bought off to lie about the autopsy? But then what also? To falsify the photos? Because those autopsy results were made available to other people to analyze. Every single party that analyzed the autopsy results was also bought off. Didn't the CIA have a heart attack gun that shot a little dart with frozen pathogen like Siguartar toxin, and they tried to use it on Castro and failed? It seems like you're not being imaginative enough for such a high-profile dude who likely had dirt on so many people. Okay. Would a lawyer know enough to contest the autopsy results? For criminal defendants, I'm sure that autopsy results are like part and parcel of their job, right? You said he would have had to jump to have the damage to the neck. However, the OGI report states the senior official specialist one said that Epstein was sitting on the floor of the cell with the back against the bunk bed ladder. Yes, Ben, because jumping is an action that happens in time, and after you jump, you're no longer jumping. So if you jump and then somebody finds you 2 hours later, they're not going to find you jumping They're going to find you at the end of the jump. You're not jumping forever because actions happen sequentially through time and space. Yes. I don't know how else to explain that one to you, Chief.
He gets like 6 years of supervised probation.
Right.
I mean, it's like not like work release. It'll be the same exact thing again.
Right.
It's just like, you know, the idea that like these people ever face consequences for anything is just
Is Hillary Clinton, if you journalist,
Yeah.
if you podcaster sit as percent, right? I think contractors, yeah.
Right. She wants to see match politics.
Fuck, I need to finish eating.
That's how to get ahead. You got to be smart. Play the cards the right way. It's creepy. Do you think we'll see like big name people get mentioned? Like we have Chris Tucker already. Who's somebody that would really throw you? That's like on his plane. Who would really shock you?
Well, Chris, you know that's a different Chris Tucker.
Well, no, I didn't.
That's what I've been told. That's what I've been told is that it's a different Chris Tucker.
Oh, I was thinking it was weird that you had. I don't think of black people as pedophiles. I don't know why.
Right. No. Yeah. I mean, I doubt that.
This is dumb. Hypothetically, if Epstein was in the intelligence world, is it beyond reason to think that once his entire sex trafficking ring was discovered, the people involved would have a very easy time working with them? There might be evidence that shows that I'm wrong on this, which you can see the fallibility of my thought process. Maybe I would be surprised if there's any evidence that shows that Epstein was both an informant or worked with intelligence agencies and people knew that he was actively trafficking people. I have a really hard time imagining that citizens working in U.S. intelligence services could stomach like vetting and reviewing intelligence from a guy that was like actively trafficking minors and shit. I think that'd be really hard for an average U.S. citizen to stomach. I feel like that shit would get leaked or whistleblown on ASAP. That would be wild to me. I guess maybe the information could have been compartmentalized in such a way that people didn't put those pieces together, maybe, but that video sounded okay. Sorry, we'll watch this while I eat.
But every news account of his initial injuries in the weeks before his death said that he had tried to kill himself in his cell. He was found in fetal position on the floor after a failed suicide attempt, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, once somebody says that, then everyone picks up the same story, and then it becomes, the truth, just because it's been repeated so many times. But the fact is, he did not attempt suicide that first time.
So if he didn't try and kill himself the first time, then the medical examiner had no basis to declare this a suicide.
Exactly. Plus, there's reasons why he wouldn't kill himself then. He had a hearing scheduled to appeal the bail decision coming up in a few days, and the bail was being increased. So there's a chance he could have got bail, even as unpalatable as that might have been to some people. In the United States, you're entitled to bail under certain conditions. But so I could see if he went for the hearing for bail and it was denied, then I can see him taking himself out if he didn't want to spend a year in jail waiting for a trial.
Yeah.
But not a few days before. That makes no sense.
In your conversations with him and in your conversations with the people who were in contact with him at the final weeks of his life, was there any indication at all that he was suicidal at any point?
No, I had no conversations with him once he was arrested. I spoke to him the day before he was arrested. He actually called me from Paris, just a usual, how you doing kind of phone call. And the next day, his attorneys called me and told me he was arrested. That was the last time I spoke with him.
Have you seen the video with Epstein's attorneys and Brett Weinstein? No.
I didn't speak to him or see him while he was in jail.
But having spoken to his lawyers and people whom he communicated with from jail, did anybody say that he seemed suicidal?
No, everybody was shocked that it was a suicide. Nobody thought he was going to kill himself. Nobody thought he would do that.
So what's interesting is that the Attorney General of the United States at the time, Attorney General Barr, said publicly and then wrote in his memoir that he had concluded conclusively that this was a suicide based on two pieces of evidence. One, the medical examiner, the person who performed the autopsy, declared it a suicide, which is a lie. That didn't happen. And two, because he had viewed the videotape at the entrance to the tier, to the cell block where your brother was being held. What do you make of that explanation?
Well, when I heard Barr's statement that he said he personally saw the videotape and he concluded it was a suicide because nobody went in or out, that's when it hit me that he's covering this up, because there's two sort of fallacies in that. One, I thought, why is the Attorney General of the United States, who I imagine to be a busy guy, why is he personally watching the videotape? Couldn't he have two people in his office watch the videotape and say, hey, Bill, nobody went in or out? Wouldn't that suffice? And two, to assume that somebody could get to that door, go inside, kill somebody, get out completely undetected is just ridiculous, because I believe there are 6 levels of security before you get to that door. So to assume that somebody could do it that way is crazy. And any third-rate investigator will tell you that there was anywhere from 7 to 14 people on the other side of that door, on the tier, that could have killed somebody. And I had been told from another source, I've been getting a lot of information from all sources, that cell doors were left unlocked that night. I don't know how many cell doors or whose cell doors, but if cell doors were left unlocked, then somebody could have went into Jeff's cell, killed him, went back into the...
Why wouldn't the DOJ, the Attorney General, who's in charge of the federal prisons or the the Bureau of Prisons, the BOP, is under the DOJ. Why would he not be interested in a case where a high-profile person gets killed or commits suicide inside of a federal prison? Why would Barr not be the one looking at this? That's the least surprising thing.
Their cell, undetected. Now, in the Justice Department report, it says that from 3 cells you could see Jeff's cell door. But if you look at the photographs of the tier, there's tiny windows in the cell doors. So in order to see Jeff's cell door from another cell, you'd have to be standing at that window inside the other cells in the middle of the night looking towards Jeff's cell. And if somebody crept low beneath the height of that window, you wouldn't see them. So the fact that, to say that he could be seen from 3 other cells and they didn't see anything, well, chances are the other prisoners were sleeping in those cells if they had nothing to do with it. So again, it's just like a cover-up line.
Right. So in other words, the Attorney General said that nobody moved on to the cell block, according to the videotape, but that is irrelevant because if your brother was murdered, he was almost certainly murdered by someone who was already on the cell block.
Exactly.
Right. So given that, and it's obvious and logical when you think about it for about 10 seconds, the identities of the other inmates on that cell block are critical. Your brother was alone in his cell.
Right.
Didn't we just see the camera in front of his cell wasn't recording? No. They're talking about this camera. This camera out here, that's the one we just saw footage from. That was recording. The one that leads into the L tier here. LLL. The camera right here, though, was not recording.
Any one of those inmates could have killed your brother. Do we know who they were?
No, I can't find out who they were. There were 7 other cells, each with 1 or 2 people in them, which means it's either anywhere from 7 to 14 people, other than my brother on the tier that night. I don't know who they are, or I know one, that guy Taglione, who was Jeff's cellmate for a while. He was there, and he was there for a long time. So if Jeff was killed, it's a possibility that somebody was planted in there. Cell doors were left unlocked, and then, from what I understand, a number of prisoners were transferred off of that tier after.
Wait, so none of the other prisoners on this is an even worse conspiracy. None of the other prisoners complained or mentioned hearing a guy killing another dude? Nobody said a single thing? All of them were bought off?
The death. So if somebody was planted, he killed Jeff, and a day or 2 later he's transferred out, and he disappears into the ether. I don't know who the prisoners were. I'd like to find out who they are, and where are they now?
So there's, of course, a record of this. These are federal inmates in a facility run by the Department of Justice, the Bureau of Prisons overseen by the Department of Justice. So it's not like nobody knows who they were.
They have to have a record.
Right.
Sure.
But they will not release that to you.
I haven't been able to get anything. Right.
Let's go down the chain of documents that might explain this mystery. So the first would be the records of the first responders, the EMTs, who arrived at the scene and moved your brother's body from the cell to...
No, that's what I had thought, but when I spoke to an EMT, when they got to the prison, Jeff was already in the infirmary. The prison people moved him to the infirmary, which they were not supposed to do, because when he was found, he was clearly dead. The autopsy showed he was dead for at least 2 hours before he was found. So at that point, they're supposed to leave the body and call the medical examiner's office. So they can...
I would be shocked if that was the case. Is that actually standard operating procedure? You see somebody who kind of looks like he's hanging, like, okay, we'll just leave him there. Let's just call the EMTs. They're not supposed to remove him and try to resuscitate him? I think. Is that low in the LIG? What is the standard procedure there?
Calm, take photographs, do the initial testing, whatever they do when they find a dead body. But that wasn't done. They moved him to the infirmary. And
they moved his corpse to the infirmary, but notified nobody else?
Well, a 911 call was made to get the EMTs, and we can't get a copy of the 911 call, which is, we hear 911 calls for all sorts of other cases. This one seems to be missing. When they got there, he was in the infirmary, and he was clearly dead because, like I said, he'd been dead for 2 hours. And there was a photograph of him being wheeled out of the prison where he was intubated, squeezing an air bulb to try to get, so I was questioning, why are they trying to put, pump into a clearly dead body? Were they trying to make it look like he was alive so that he could be declared dead in the hospital? Because what I've been told, normally when they find dead bodies in the prisons, they want to ship them to the hospital, so they're declared dead in the hospital. Because an unwritten rule is nobody dies in prison.
What? I think what we read earlier is that typically only doctors declare time of death. I guess in some states EMTs can do it, but if there's not a medical facility in the hospital that has like doctors, actual doctors staffed, why would a hospital? This is all conspiratorial. None of this seems. So the EMTs were also bought off. They put intubation tubes inside the person's mouth so that to make it look like to some people that they were trying to revive. This is retarded.
They didn't want to deal with it, so they shipped him to the hospital where he was declared dead. And when I questioned the EMT why they were intubating him, I said because he was dead for at least 2 hours. The response I got was, "How do you know that?" It was a kind of a strange response, but I knew that from the autopsy.
So,
but the response I got was, "How do you know that?" I said because he was dead for at least 2 hours. Question, they didn't want to deal with it, so they shipped him to the hospital where he was declared dead. And when I questioned the EMT why they were intubating him, I said because he was dead for at least 2 hours. The response I got was, "How do you know that?" It was a kind of a strange response, but I knew that from the autopsy.
Am I misunderstanding what he's saying? I'm sorry. I need to listen to this one more time. I must be misunderstanding what he's saying. This is this is an example of like a 45 IQ, like an actual person with mental disability. If he's saying what I think he's saying, but it can't be. It can't be what he's. It can't be. I'm misunderstanding this. Hold on.
In the hospital, because the unwritten rule is nobody dies in prison. They didn't want to deal with it, so they ship him to the hospital where he's declared dead. And when I questioned the EMT why they were intubating him, I said because he was dead for at least 2 hours. The response I got was, "How do you know that?" It was a kind of a strange response, but I knew that from the autopsy.
Why did you guys intubate him? He was dead for 2 hours. And he's like, well, how do you know that? And the guy's like, because in the future, the autopsy is going to tell you. Or I looked at the autopsy after. The EMTs didn't have access to the autopsy when they picked him up. Does he think the EMTs are time travelers? Or am I misunderstanding what he's trying to say here? Or...
So we don't know who moved him out of the cell. No person has come forward to say, I moved this corpse from the cell.
No. But I was also told that in the infirmary and in the hospital, there was somebody with a handheld video camera all the time running, videotaping everything. Where are those tapes? That's another question.
Despite the fact that your brother was dead in his cell and had been dead for 2 hours.
At least 2 hours.
At least 2 hours.
Yeah.
Dead in cell. Wow. You're talking about a prolific sex trafficker there. This guy slayed more underage puss than fucking JF did. Okay? What do you mean in cell? Excuse me?
Tapes. That's another question.
Despite the fact that your brother was dead in his cell and had been dead for 2 hours.
Oh, dead in his cell. Never mind. My bad. Ignore what I just said.
At least 2 hours.
At least 2 hours. Yeah. Somebody cut off his clothing and redressed the corpse in hospital scrubs, in a gown.
Yeah, I have a photograph of him in a hospital gown on a gurney in a hospital where, his arms were put through the sleeves. It's one of those gowns you tie in the back. So the question becomes, who decided to dress a dead body in a hospital gown? Normally they're either in a body bag or covered by a sheet.
Could you go over why it's not possible he was killed by a prisoner that was within the L tier? If you are fighting for your life, somebody's trying to kill you, the autopsy is going to clearly show that. When people are struggling against people trying to kill them, you're going to have all sorts of marks around your neck. If they're trying to strangle you, you're going to have defensive wounds. So you're going to have fabric, you're going to have skin stuff underneath your nails. You're going to have broken nails. You're going to have bruising all over your body where somebody's hitting you or trying to restrain you. Whoever you're fighting is going to be marked in some ways. Unless there's like heavy drug use involved. For instance, if you drug somebody severely and then that person passes out, then you can kill the person, maybe without any marks, assuming they don't hit their head or something as they're falling or something. But the problem is the autopsy talk screen show that his body was clear of any drugs, unless we say he flushed his body or the talk screen was incorrect or something. You think it's possible for a powerful person / intelligence agency to commission a murder and get away with it? Yeah, absolutely. But there are so many better ways to do it. Like here's a question. Let's say that I wanted to make this death work. Rage Pope, shut the fuck up. Why would you not just have him post bail and then kill him once he's out of jail? That would be so much easier. It eliminates all of this bullshit. Just disappear the guy or kill him or push him out of a building. There's like a million. And then you've got way more control over the environment. You could get people to abduct him. You could let him fucking heal for a week or two, give him some drugs or whatever the fuck you need to do to make his body look nice and whatever. You could put a gun in his hand, shoot himself. There's so many easy ways to stage a suicide or just murder him or just disappear him or get like another person to kill him that hates, pedophile. Like there's so many ways you could do it after that. Why would you try to kill him in a jail cell? There's like... Not if he talks while in jail. Why would he talk while in jail when he's got a future bail hearing coming up or whatever? But that's not true either. If you were worried about him talking in jail, then you would have killed him right after he got arrested, right? Right when he was charged, you would have killed him in the fucking station. You wouldn't let him if you were really that concerned about him squealing, right? Why would you do that? And also, why would you even squeal that early? You wouldn't do that unless there's like a deal on the table or something. You wouldn't be cooperating that early in an investigation that's going to end your fucking life. There's none of this. It's just all of this is so sloppy and
bizarre.
Yes.
And 4.5 years later, you have no answers at all on any of these questions.
None. And I've tried to get the PCR report, or the ACR report, which is the report that the EMTs fill out on every call they make. It's just their record-keeping system, and these are filed with the fire department. And as the video I sent you showed, they have no record of it.
So there are essentially no records of what happened at all. There's no videotape. The cameras were broken. The guards who were supposed to be keeping watch were asleep. They were convicted of lying, but then they were pardoned by a judge later. Apparently, one still works for the federal government.
I believe so, yes. I tried to talk to the guards. I couldn't get to them. I tried to contact them through their attorneys, and I couldn't get to them.
Okay, so then there was famously an investigation into this overseen by the Department of Justice's head investigator. Where's that?
Well, they came out with the report, a few months ago, and for 4 years we've been trying to find out what position his body was in when it was found, and we couldn't get an answer to that either.
Destiny, if this was them killing him, the plan worked fine? What do you mean the plan worked fine? Less than a quarter of Americans even believe the official story. How is that working fine? This is like one of the most talked about, this is one of the most like elementary conspiracies that like every fucking person, this would be the worst conspiracy of all time. What are you talking about? Could you entertain Rage Pope's argument a little bit? Let's say he's killed by a designer drug. And then, I don't know if there are like 0-day drugs that exist that have a half-life of nothing and can't be detected in the bloodstream and cause you to pass out. And like, I don't know if that's even true. I don't know if it was true. I don't know if I believe it. I don't know. I'm not sure.
But in the report, it described how he was found. It said that he was in a seated position with his legs extended in front of him, and he was hanging from the top bunk. So if you picture that, basically all of his body weight, or most of his body weight, was hanging by this noose around his neck, or the ligature around his neck. He had some weight on his feet, but the bulk of his 180-some-odd pounds was hanging. And they said when they cut him down or tore him down, his buttocks was an inch and a half above the ground. Again, which means his body weight was on his neck. Now, if somebody's hanging like that, the noose or the ligature would ride up high on the neck and go high behind your ears to where it was tied to. But the autopsy photographs show that the ligature mark on Jeff's neck is in the middle of his neck and goes straight back, as if somebody put a rope around his neck and strangled him, like Carlo in The Godfather, in the car.
Or the electrical cord to a CPAP
Or the electrical
machine.
cord or whatever was there, but it doesn't look like the fabric from a bedsheet.
So if it seems clear just from the photographs of his autopsy that he was strangled with, say, a cord, wouldn't you test that cord for his DNA?
Yeah, nobody seems to know where that is. Also, the way they said he was hanging, and again, he had to be there for at least 2 hours. When you die, the blood in your body settles to gravity takes the blood down to the lowest parts of your body, and they become blotchy from the blood pooling under the skin. So the back of his legs and his buttocks should have what's called lividity. They should have this blotchiness, like bruising look on the back of his legs and his buttocks. Autopsy photographs show that his legs are clean and clear. So he couldn't have been hanging that way for more than, for 2+ hours. He'd have blood pooling in his legs.
Can I cite like an actual autopsy expert saying this? I haven't read what those two claims made. I haven't seen that by anybody doing autopsy stuff. Why not cite like an autopsy report? Or why not cite somebody doing an autopsy instead of your Law & Order SVU understandings of autopsy? Why not cite somebody that actually said this? Destiny, this starts at 1 minute. Hold on, okay.
It's not the case.
So did the report explain the discrepancies from the autopsy, that bones in his neck were broken that are not seen in hangings, but are seen in strangulations?
Those broken bones are they're seen in strangulations, but because he had 3 bones, it's also from a karate chop to the neck will break bones like that. And
what?
3 bones, it's also from a karate chop to the neck will break bones like that. And that seems to be what I've spoken to military people, a preferred way of killing people is you karate chop them in the neck really hard, you collapse their windpipe, and that disorients them and incapacitates them, and then usually they just break their neck, or you can strangle them. So,
come on, guys. This has to be
And in
this has to be a test.
this case, we don't know how Jeff is a key piece of.
You're saying there should be stuff on the bottom. Do we see the bottom of his legs? I'm sure there's got to be something where all these pictures are posted. I don't know in 2 hours if blood pooling.
Evidence
I don't know the stages of corpse decomposition.
Any death in this.
That's why I want you to show me like an autopsy person. Like, why would they show this picture here if what they're saying is clearly wrong and everything is clear? Like, why would you show this? My guess is somebody would obviously call you out, or somebody would say something. No, or maybe not. I don't know. But sorry, hold on. Let's finish this.
So the breaks in his neck are more consistent with a karate chop than what's called a soft hanging. When you tie something around your neck and you sit down or hang yourself from something soft, like, unfortunately Robin Williams or Andre, Bourdain, was it, who killed himself? Right, those are soft hangings, as opposed to, Brooks in the Shawshank Redemption, who stood on a chair and sort of jumped off. That's a hard hanging. That will snap the bones in your neck. But that wasn't what happened with Jeff.
So Dr. Michael Bodden, who participated, was present at the autopsy.
Well, don't they say he jumped from the top bunk? Isn't that the story given? Wouldn't that be a hard hanging? How long does it take a human falling to reach terminal velocity? Isn't it literally isn't it some retarded 1 second? No, hold on. If I had to guess, I'm going to say 2 seconds. How long? I'm going to say 1.5 seconds. How long human falling to reach terminal velocity? It's going to be like 5 seconds. Fuck me. 12 seconds. Damn. Okay, never mind. Regardless, I'm pretty sure if you jump off a top bunk, I'm pretty sure you'll be going fast enough to break your neck if you're a full-sized adult male. Damn, 12 seconds to reach terminal velocity? That sounds like so long. The new theory is they hired secret Chinese karate masters. Well, it could have been a military karate master, okay. It's about 6 feet to snap a neck. How far do you have to fall? Suicide, snap neck. Dude, my searches. Thank you, Google. Determine the drop in hanging executions at a minimum of 4 feet 6 inches for the heaviest bodies. This assumes a normal musculature. The person is subjected to this treatment have their heads pulled off their bodies. So less than 5 feet. And he was older too, so, but okay.
Has participated in over 1,000 autopsies of prison deaths.
I have never seen 3 fractures like this in a suicidal hanging. Going over 1,000 jail hangings, suicides in the New York City state prisons over the past 40, 50 years, no one had 3 fractures.
His fairly firm conclusion is that this was not a suicide. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah. He was holding off on that determination, pending determination of how the body was found, which we finally, now that they say the way the body was found, it just only shows that it was not that way. The autopsy shows it's not that way, which further convinced Dr. Bodden that this was not a hanging, not a suicide.
So here's what we wind up with at the end of all.
Wow, a thighologist. Thanks for the 10 gifted
all this. We wind up with a high-profile inmate in the most secure federal facility in the country's largest city who was somehow murdered, clearly with the knowledge of the Justice Department, and the Attorney General of the United States lies about it.
Do you believe that the mysterious injection mark or hole in the skin could lend credibility to designer drug theory, or do you think the mark is weird? But no, the mark isn't weird at all. The EMT tried to revive him. That was part of the story. It was part of the official story. Is you were trying to push epinephrine or whatever when the guy's heart had stopped. Was when they were trying to revive him.
Which he did. And there's no reason to do that except to cover up the crime. So what does that tell us about this?
Oh, it's a scary thought that you could be killed in prison by the government. Yeah. Because again, my life would have been a lot easier if he committed suicide. I could have put it behind me. But it's obvious at this point in time that
after 2 hours, can you revive someone? Almost certainly not. But they wouldn't know when they find him that he's dead for 2 hours. When you find someone in cardiac arrest, there's like stages. There are things you're supposed to do to try to revive them until you get them to a hospital. I don't think it's normal for EMTs to pronounce people as dead. Do EMTs always perform CPR when finding cardiac arrest? I'm trying to find out when because I imagine in some cases an EMT won't. Like if you show up and a person's head is cut off, or if their neck is like completely cut off, or like halfway, you're probably not doing it. But I imagine as long as the body is like intact, I feel like an EMT is probably always going to be doing. It's going to be CPR. It's going to be epinephrine. It's going to be intubation, or it's going to be a defibrillator if there's like a arrhythmia or whatever. It's going to be like those things are always going to be followed if the body's intact until you get to the hospital. That'd be my guess. Do I have any KKMD or EMT people in my audience? Oh, wait. Oh, my God. Also, I have to leave soon. Fuck. Hold on. In my jurisdiction, emergency officer will almost always do CPR. It'd be a brave one who didn't, especially in a politically sensitive case. And this doesn't even matter. I'm sure conspiracy would be bigger if they didn't even try. Sure, true. Unless it's what's called a quote-unquote obviously violent death, like a decapitation. Oh, sure. This guy says, EMT here. Yes, we do CPR except in cases of obvious death like decapitation. Well, the guy in chat says it. I work as a lifeguard. We have had cardiac arrest. Normally, the doctor will be on the phone with the advanced paramedics, and the doctor on the phone will call the death. Okay, sure. Okay. Finish.
It was not a suicide. And so it means somebody killed him. So who killed him and why?
Right. So, in talking to all the people around him or people who were connected with him in one way or another in the final weeks of his life, have you detected a fear in those people in talking about this?
No, not really. I don't think they're fearful of anything. I was the one getting the death threats, not them. I don't think they did.
Why were you getting death threats?
Well, when Jeff died, people tried to link me to his activities in some way, shape, or form. Again, I had not seen Jeff for 7 years prior to his death. We were in communication. We spoke, we emailed, but we lived 2 different lives. So I didn't know his inner circle, and he didn't know mine. But people tried to link me to his activities, and I was in contact with the FBI and the New York Police Department about the death threats. And I had at times had armed guards. When I went to the autopsy, I had armed guards with me to protect myself.
From whom?
From whoever killed Jeff.
But anyone who could murder someone in a federal detention facility obviously has a lot of power.
Yeah, well, I was trying to protect myself as best as I could. Yeah.
Do you fear for, I notice you're not appearing on camera. You've asked not to appear on camera.
Yeah, I don't want to be recognized. I travel a lot, and there's no need for me. This is not about me. This is about Jeff's death.
Did you have any inkling at all that your brother was involved in anything that might get him killed by a government?
No. Like I said, I wasn't involved with his day-to-day life, and his troubles he had with the charges with the girls was from the early 2006 is when he first got into trouble, and he spent time in jail for that.
Well, that's a question that's occurred to me. I mean, he went through all this, whatever you think of it, and then he was charged again for the same things, effectively.
Right. I mean, from what I understand, he had a non-prosecution agreement with the federal government on that when he made his plea deal. So he believed he was safe from further prosecution. And then he flew home from Paris in July, and they arrested him on the same charges. And I believe his defense was going to be, well, hey, I have a non-prosecution agreement with the federal government. And supposedly they say, well, that was like the Southern District or some area. Well, as far as I know, we have one federal government. If you make a deal with the federal government, it covers the entire country.
Has it occurred that maybe the point of rearresting him on the same charges was to get him into a facility where he could be killed?
I've shied away from speculating about all of this. I try to stick with the facts, but that's a possibility.
Do you think...
Show us the bunk he allegedly jumped off of. Epstein's bunk bed picture. This here? It wasn't the bunk, it was the window behind the bunk. My understanding is the claim is that he tied the thing to one of the things up here, and that he threw himself off the top bunk to snap his neck when he fell, basically, or when he was coming off or whatever. Okay.
Other governments might have been involved in this, not just the U.S. government?
I would, on the surface, say no. I don't see why. I mean, again, I don't know what he was doing day to day, so, again, that's speculation, which I don't want to do, but I don't think so. On the surface, I don't see why.
He didn't jump. It was a soft hanging. Listen to the pathologist. Wait, I thought I read in here that they thought that he jumped off. Wait, fuck. Okay, last thing we're reading. Real quick, was there something in here that says where they describe how they think he killed himself? Let me read this real quick.
What information are you still seeking about his death?
Well, who were the prisoners on that ward that night? How long were they there for? Now, if somebody was on that ward for, a long time, like his roommate, then, obviously they weren't planted there, 2 years ago to kill Jeff then. So who was transferred onto that ward in the week or two before he was killed? And where are they now? Where were they transferred to? Were these real prisoners, or was it a plant?
Have you asked the Inspector General at the Department of Justice?
We asked all these questions, yes, way back when. And we get no answer. Yeah, after a thorough investigation, we've determined it was a suicide.
But no one's given you any details?
After a careful investigation, we've determined it was a suicide. That's what I was getting from them. I'm doing to you what they were doing to me.
What's your next move?
I'm still trying to find the information. I have FOIAs out to try to get the medical reports, to try to get the 911 call. And just to get people thinking about this. People shouldn't, like you said, people shouldn't be complacent with the fact that somebody was killed in a federal prison under federal protection.
Yeah, and officials at the very highest levels are lying about it.
Yeah, and people should be aware of that.
Wow.
Whether we ever figure out exactly what happened, I don't know, but I don't want people to think he committed suicide, because that's not the case.
Mark Epstein, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, where in here does it talk about the actual suicide, the events and Epstein's death? Okay. Epstein signs last will, failure to Epstein is allowed to make an unmonitored phone call, failure to connect this, accounts, Epstein's death on August 10th. This is the discovery. Do they not talk about how they think he might have died? When I recall, he never jumped. I thought I read that in a play. Maybe that was in one of the wikis. Do they not say it in here? If David Carradine can accidentally hang himself in a closet, I don't see how Epstein can't personally do himself his bunk. Oh yeah, true. But Jesus. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm incorrect. Apparently he tied that thing to the window and then jumped off the bunk. Or rolled off the bunk or something. Okay, well, they don't actually say in here how they think he did it. The events of his death, Epstein filming, death, discovery of him hanged, and emergent response. It would be in here, right? From 70 to 79. Didn't the 60 Minutes thing say there was no evidence the news was cut? That pic clearly showed it was cut. Well, the 60 Minutes stuff, they didn't have access to this full Office of Inspector General's report yet, like we do. That thing was like 4 years old, I think, so. That's why they also said they didn't know what the hypodermic needle marking was, but now we do, right? Be Epstein's brother. Give interview to most dishonest man in mainstream media. Say you don't want to be on camera. Give names so people can Google you anyway. Be stupid. Based. Guy Beam disputes the official thesis. Okay, fuck. We might do more of this tomorrow. This feels kind of boring. Fuck. Is this really it? These conspiracy theories, I want some of these that are going to take like a week to research, okay? These have been stupid. Guy Beam. Is this just Dr. Disrespect? How long have you been posting this in chat? You're banned for a week. Fucking retard. Okay. Let's go do Iranian history now. Oh, maybe, yeah. You have to do bigger topics like 9/11. We already did 9/11. That took us several days. Okay. Well. Oh, the other people were watching the resuscitation attempts. Iowa caucus coverage? Oh, if that's tomorrow, maybe we'll, yeah. Are we done post research poll? Maybe I'll wrap it up tomorrow, I guess. Inmate 3 told the OIG that Epstein was allowed to sleep on the floor, which he said was unusual for the SHU, where that was not normally allowed. Inmate 3 said Epstein also had 2 extra blankets, which no other inmate had, as well as 2 pens, which inmates were not allowed to have. Epstein would ask for things, and if the CO said no, Epstein would tell them that he was writing down their name and providing information to his lawyer. According to Inmate 3, the COs were on eggshells around Epstein. Inmate 3 said that when he left the SHU on August 9th, 2019, there was an orange cloth twisted around the ladder, strings on the side of the ladder, and a string tied across the bed. Inmate 3 explained that the strings tied across the bed served as a clothesline, and that the strings were part of a sheet they had ripped. According to Inmate 3, one night he woke up, he saw Epstein fidgeting with the clothesline and asked Epstein what he was doing. Epstein said he was trying to fix the clothesline, but Inmate 3 told him no and flushed the clothesline down the toilet. As discussed in Chapter 4, when Inmate 3 and Epstein first became cellmates upon Epstein's return to the SHU following suicide watch and Inmate 3, I think, is the Tagalreloni, whatever the fuck the guy's name is. Inmate 3 asked Epstein not to kill himself while Inmate 3 was his cellmate because Inmate 3 had a chance to go home soon. In response, Epstein told Inmate 3 not to worry and that he was not going to cause him any trouble. When Inmate 3 left on August 9th, he told Epstein that he would leave the clothesline in the cell so that Epstein could wash his clothes. Inmate 3 did not say anything about a noose having been in the cell, but he said there were 5 blankets in there, so when he left. This motherfucker is collecting blankets like crazy. Well, talk about how Joe Biden is going to lose. I think that I think Trump is going to win the Republican nomination. The Supreme Court's going to vote against the Amendment 14 stuff, and then I think Trump is going to lose to Biden in the election. That's what I think is going to happen. All right, well, I guess we're done for now. Tomorrow I'll summarize, and then we'll do a poll, I guess, and take questions from chat or see if anybody wants to debate on this. Yeah, what were the questions? How common is it for cameras to malfunction / footage be unusable? So we realized that the jail, that jail had tons of maintenance issues with cameras, electricity, plumbing, etc. The entire DVR2 system that records about 50% of the cameras was malfunctioning for at least 2 weeks, 3 weeks, I think, prior to Epstein's death. How common is it that people fail to check in on inmates, especially after already attempting suicide? Other inmates in the SVU said that the guards never do routine checks. I didn't read that out loud, but that was something that was in here. Wait, SV or SHU? It's SHU. How long is it going to take someone to be removed from suicide watch after attempting suicide? I don't have the information for this. How common is suicides in jail with multiple rounds? We didn't really get an answer for this, but it sounds like the wounds... This doesn't seem that interesting, because where are the other wounds or defensive wounds? Like, nothing here points to any foul play yet. How could this be with suicide versus homicide? It seems, again, yeah, this is pretty consistent. 0 other wounds, defensive markers, anything to indicate any struggle or drugs in body relating to death. What percent do you give him killing himself under duress? I mean, it's possible, but there's just like 0 evidence at all for it. But Explain. Biden is massively unpopular and losing most of the polls. When has a massively unpopular incumbent who is losing most polls been able to come on top? You'll see it, baby. You'll see it. You'll see him win. Those polls are bullshit, Jack. He hasn't started campaigning yet, and when he does, be ready for it. All right, I'm hosting. I'm really important. And Lily. Oh, not so erudite. There you go. We'll do these two. Okay, love you guys. It's been fun. Rebriana, cappuccino, 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 cappuccino. I will catch you guys tomorrow. Reno, be careful.